Alrighty, let's get started, guys. Welcome on in. Hey there, white guy. Anybody else that might be joining us, welcome in. Welcome to another 3DO Thursday. Today we're starting with a kind of strange one. You might notice that I don't have the box art on the right-hand side. I just have a logo. This game is so rare and obscure that I couldn't find proper box art. I just couldn't find it. So I had to just use a logo. Finally back to variety. Yes, because it's been so long. I guess we'll go single mode. But this is a Korean release. I believe it was only released in Korea. I have it listed under my list as part of the Japanese library, but technically it's a Korean game. Really, it should be the Asian library, but... Yo, hey there, Douglas. No game show games likely tonight, but we'll see. I mean, I can't say never. We'll see. I guess the game decided we took too long. But this was a Matt pick. Why not? Because I don't have any to play. I mean, I guess I could play more Family Feud. I just, like, there's not many options for game show games on the 3DO. There's only a handful. Yo, hey there, Bedroom. How are you doing? Am I gonna fail the first fight here? It's looking likely. Yeah, okay. Not by much. I play Mecha. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Happy Canada. It's Canada Day? I didn't know that. Well, to my Canadians out there, which I know there are a fair number of. Happy Canada Day. Ramen, do I want to hear something funny? Sure. What's up? There we go. That's more like it. We almost got it perfect. Nice, okay. 1v1, alright. Final round. Yeah, well, I'm from the States, so I had no idea Canada Day was July 1st. So I'll be honest. I had no idea. I plead ignorance. Got him. Let's go. Know how single track worked on the first two Jet Motos. Never gonna believe who worked on the third. I'm gonna go ahead and guess 989. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it was 989. I love how single track starts those kind of games and then they bring in 989 to pick up the scraps once single track is done with it. Nice. I will say this is honestly not too bad of a fighting game. You know, it's no Samurai Showdown or Street Fighter 2, but it's actually some decent fun. I think the frame rate's a little smoother than Samurai Showdown was, though. The music sounds like a Genesis game, though. Yeah, it's no Way of the Warrior. Too weak to fight against me, get wrecked. Hey, I guess July 4th you can say Happy US Day. Wang Chang, what a name. Slow day at work tonight, so you're playing Metroid on 3DS. Not feeling it. Well, at least you get to play some games. Yo, hey there, Epic, how are you doing? Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out last night. I forgot how draining it is to do those tier lists. I was, like, actually physically exhausted by the end of the 6 hours last night. I was kind of shocked. I'm like, wow, I just feel wiped out. And we didn't even get through everything, so I gotta somehow get, like, the last 80 or so games done another time. Like 2 hours, I can tell you happy birthday. Hopefully I remember, and hopefully you're still here. Happy early birthday. I'll try to remember. I'm the best. I mean, I'm just the guy sitting in his room playing video games. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. I'm glad what I'm doing entertains some. Wait, hold on. Did we run out of continues? What did I miss? Is that it? That's it? I got 5th place. That's it. Do I get to continue? I have no idea. I died. Doing great. Able to get a PS5 bundle today. Oh my gosh. You're excited for next week? Oh, so you had to like pre-order it, or it'll be coming in? Either way, that's insane. I'm happy for you. Shipping to your house, nice. Well, congrats on the PS5 purchase. I don't know. I'm pretty much at the point where I'm like, I'm probably better off not buying one. I don't have the kind of money to be buying brand new video games all the time. I mean, hell, I don't even have the money really to be buying old video games all the time. So, it's late, Douglas. Gotta go to sleep. No worries. Thanks for stopping in. Have a good one. As usual, you're pissed at whoever gets one. I'm past the point of being pissed. And it's not like I'm gonna blame Epic for the fact that I couldn't get one, right? Nobody that got one deserves to be blamed. Really, it's Sony's fault for not having their stuff together, right? Well, I'm getting destroyed. Oh, hey, they're mind scan. 3DO. Yeah, no, scalpers are terrible. Yeah, the worldwide chip shortage. Gotta love it. Alright, I need to get my act together on this game. I can't be messing around here. Let's try Dalma. Speaking of scalpers, here's Mind Scan. Damn, Mecha. Going hard. Okay, this is a good start. There we go. Okay, wow, C is overpowered. C is just slightly overpowered. Hulk. I thought for a second I read that as VIP. I was like, holy shit. Welcome in, Hulk. How are you doing? Steakhouse. Never not gonna be sad by that. Oh my god. Freaking talk about these to get on their stuff. Yo, Barf, how are you doing? God, I'm playing like trash. Just feels off. Isn't that the one that Pete did a price check on recently, and it's going sealed for like about as much as MSRP still? Never even had a steakhouse burrito, you can feel my pain. Yeah, let's talk about taking off menu items that don't need to be removed. Alright, I'm gonna try Dalma again. Good but tired. Don't know why you're so drained lately, getting old. Dude, I was drained after last night. Who knew that talking for 6 hours straight with like few breaks would make you exhausted? Oh, come on. Did we get him? Okay. Wow, that was close. Yo, Matt, welcome in. Yes, it's Matt's pick. So far, this isn't too bad. I'm not absolutely loving it. I wish the audio was slightly better. I'm no audiophile, but I am like really sensitive to when audio is compressed like this. Yeah, it was a lot of talking, a lot of games to get through, and I didn't even get through all of them, which kind of bummed me out. You know, I still, after all this time, I still don't have a commands command. probably get on that. The thing is, I don't have that many commands. Okay. Just gonna spam Hadoukens. That's fine. Lazy streamer. Lately I feel like I've been working my ass off, but... There we go. Yo, thank you, Matt, for shouting out Barf. No, I've almost been thinking like I've been putting too much into work into things lately. You wish you streamed, Matt. Yeah, and then I'm over here comparing myself to Matt, who's literally got the work ethic of like 3 of me. I don't know, like about a year ago, I had that kind of drive, but it's hard to keep that up for a year straight, you know? And maybe not the most healthy thing. 3 kind. I didn't mean it that way. Let's try a different character. Guess I'll try a waifu. Kept that drive up since January 1st. I commend you, man. I commend you. Hey there, Casita. Yep, the 3DO's back. Well, this isn't going too hot. This may have not been the best character pick for me, apparently. She got a perfect on us. $1K away from the walk-in voice. And now I just have to sit here and wonder what you're gonna have me say once you get those points. Well, that went horribly. Wasted my time, no kidding. Alright, let's maybe not choose that character. Wang Chang. I might stick with Dalma. I'm gonna stick with Dalma. I'm gonna stick with one character, try and learn him. Oh my lord. Dude. Please stop. There we go, get wrecked. Wait, I died? What? Clearly I'm not paying attention. I thought I got him. Dear God, dude. This is brutal. Neat. I don't think there was any difficulty setting. The blue pen- yeah, I don't know what the blue pencils are for. I have no idea at all. Dude, look at how much more of the raw stripe to get through. I don't think there was a difficulty setting. I'm kind of stuck with whatever this difficulty is, I believe. Oh my lord. No! Make it stop! This does not bode well for us. Dude. Seriously? We got close. We got close. I'm trying here. I am trying here. Is there? Okay, I'm gonna see if there's a difficulty option. This is kind of absurd. I don't think there's gonna be one, which means I'll have to... Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? If I check and there isn't, then I gotta redo all these fights again. Although that being said, it looks like only 3 of them are grayed out, so... I have no clue. I swear, we hopped right in. It didn't give me any kind of main menu. It just threw me right into the game. So I think I just have to deal. Okay. Right? Just go back and forth? Sure. Yeah, I've never seen a fighting game, like, not even have a main menu and just throw me in. It was so strange. I press start once, and it's like, suddenly I'm in the game. Why do they just keep going back and forth? So disorientating. Come on, game. Could you not? This game is gonna make me puke, dude. There we go. Okay. Jeez. What a game. Oh my god. Man, are you serious right now? God damn it. And when I say my life is a meme. Oh, that's what Hulk wanted? You helped. Oh god, okay. Alright. Let me finish up this fight. Let's hopefully win this one. Or not, or just get destroyed. Could... Please, okay, done. That fight was obnoxious. How did you get so much text into one submission? Alright. Here we go. This is for Hulk, I guess, and Matt. Oh, and the game just starts on me. There's no break. Okay, I can pause at least. Exactly 500 words. Alright. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb with a finger and a thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You never know if you don't go. You never shine if you don't glow. There we go. There you go. There's your walk and does smash mouth. Yo, hey, they're sleeping. Yeah, I don't quite understand it either. I'm with you on that. It's kind of a decent song, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, Hulk. I don't quite understand why it has stood the test of time. I'm right with you. I don't quite get it. Man, I'm getting absolutely destroyed. I was angelic. I try. Look at, yeah, we still got, oh my, we got most of this game left. We only got through 4 fighters. I guess I'm not built for this game. Okay. I'm pressing back on the D-pad and I, like, wasn't moving. Seen, heard the version of All-Star where every single lyric is "they don't stop coming." Yes, I have. There's so many of those memes out there. It's an absurd amount of memes, really. There we go. I'm trying to learn what this game wants from me. This game is not easy. I'm tempted to quit out and see if I can find a difficulty setting. Because if it's gonna be this hard and we're not even halfway through, I'm actually screwed. I've seen the Country Bears. I don't know what that is. It's got walking in it. I apparently need to look into that then.
Game over.
Alright, I'm gonna see if there's a difficulty setting. I'm hoping. No? Old Disney movie with Christopher Walken? Dude, there's no difficulty setting. Yo, hey there, Mike. How are you doing? So I gotta do it all again. How is there no difficulty setting in this game? How is that possible?
Round one. Fight.
I'll be real, I don't know if I'll get through this. I'm doing alright, but this game is kicking my ass. Which I should have expected me with fighting games lately. But Matt wanted to see this one, so I felt like I needed to oblige. And plus, I want to play this game at some point anyway. It was on the list. And of course, they're going to make the first fight easy. Give me a false sense of security. A point and click? We may do a point and click. I got a couple we could choose from. Alright, well we got a perfect. We have a long way to go. Yeah, that's our first fight of how many here? Looks like we have 12 total.
Round one. Fight.
Doing alright, but this game's kicking my ass. It's true. I don't know, you ever get tired of games kicking your ass? I know I do. There we go. Suddenly I'm doing a lot better. Again, that's probably because we're starting over from scratch. These first couple fights aren't going to be difficult. Did we remove 16? Wait, how do we remove... Does it not renumber the rest of the quotes? So 16 just doesn't exist now. I mean, that was a solid first two fights. Let's see if I can keep it up. It's one of those retro fighting games that's absolute garbage. I don't think it's garbage. I think garbage is kind of harsh. You know, I'm not going to say it's any, like, Samurai Showdown or Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, but it's not bad. My main issue right now is there's no difficulty setting, which I think is a little whack. Difficulty's automatically way too high. I mean, suddenly I'm doing a lot better. We'll see. Seemed like it was round 4 or 5 that we started having some issues. But so far, this is going okay. This is manageable. I have done the cowbell thing with the walk-in, yeah. Yeah, maybe I just had to get into the flow of it. It's possible. Because we've essentially done 3 near-perfect fights here.
Round one. Fight.
I think I found C seems to be the way to go. C with some quarter circles. And of course, right when I say that I have it figured out, we take a death. Of course, just so the game can prove me wrong. Apparently the DOS version is easier. Well, you know me, I had to play it on 3DO. No, come on, we're so close. Damn it. Close, but no cigar. Still waiting for DOSer days. I don't know how many DOS games I'd want to play. I'd have to do more research, which honestly, more research right now sounds exhausting. That's part of what I was talking about earlier with the effort I put into streaming. It's like, dude, I've probably spent like tens, if not hundreds of hours just researching games And like, I like doing it, but it's a lot of work. Luckily, at least with the 3DO library, my work's pretty much already done. Okay. This fight is obnoxious. I don't know why they keep just going back and forth across the screen. Makes this hard to play. Especially with the scaling going on. I'm like, dude, I'm getting sick here. Luckily, the fight's easy, though. Thank you for shouting out my skin, Matt. Probably need to be drinking some more water, too. I feel like I have a slight headache.
Round one. Fight.
There we go. Come on. Keep her off me. Yes. Oh, no. Damn. Is there a 3D Mortal Kombat knockoff where the guy shoots a fireball from his crotch? What game is that? I know what you're talking about. AVGN did a video on it. What game was that? Was that Way of the Warrior? I don't think so. Which game was that? Mindscan Jank streamer. Not NSU Jank, but still Jank. I mean, aren't we all kind of Janks? I feel like within this community, we're all kind of Jank streamers. Oh, it's Kasumi Ninja, that's right. Thank you, keyboard. Yeah, that game does not look good. I actually have a streamer friend, APOC, who has the Kasumi Ninja headband. And it's a channel point reward of his. He'll put it on. No, it's Kasumi Ninja's on the Jaguar. It's on the Jaguar. Okay, so we finished 4. We still have 8 left, so we're basically a third of the way through the game. This might take a little while.
Round one. Fight.
Might take just a little while. Especially when the fights are being like this. I'm actually getting kind of close. Damn! Oh my, more? Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, all the Christopher Walkens. Alright. It's so hard to sit back here in this studio looking at a guy out here hollering my name when last year I spent more money on split liquor in bars from one side of this world to the other than you made. You're talking to that Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wow, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying son of a gun. I don't even know what that's from, but that was oddly perfect. Clay Fighter? I've never played Clay Fighter. I'd like to try Clay Fighter at some point. This game's kicking my ass. Me and fighters, I can't catch a break with fighters lately, I swear. Ric Flair. I've heard that name before. Alright, I guess I'll have to look into it. I definitely have heard that name before, though. It's jank, but not as jank as Balls. I mean, not as much of a masterpiece as Balls. Super Nintendo version? What versions are out there? God damn, dude, I can't even move. There we go. We're gonna spam our quarter circle forward. No shame. Yeah, balls is like masterpiece tier. Dude survived 2 plane crashes, broke his neck twice. What the hell? That is kind of legendary. Okay, come on, get him. Alright, there we go. What? How is he not dead? Okay, I was gonna say. Like, how's the guy not dead yet? That's actually impossible. Alright, looks like we got 6 more fights. We're halfway now. Super Nintendo and Genesis. So why prefer the Super Nintendo version over Genesis? Just wondering. I mean, I do have a Genesis. That would be honestly the easier way for me to play it, but if it's actually that much worse. Oh, the second game was only released on Super Nintendo? But in terms of the first game, shouldn't they be about the same? I would think, right? Jeez Louise, dude. Rip me. Released on Super Nintendo, then ported to Genesis. A little bit slower. Maybe I'll do some research. Any Simpsons 3D games? I don't believe there are. I've looked through the whole library. I mean, I don't even think, was Simpsons even... When did Simpsons premiere? Because the 3DO was pretty much dead by 96. I don't remember exactly when The Simpsons started, but... 80... Okay, yeah, that's right. Doy. There were, like, Simpsons games on the NES. Honestly, though, I could see The Simpsons getting something on 3DO. It just, I don't think it ever happened. Don't even bother with Clay Fighter 63 in the third. Game's trash? Well, I know it's exceedingly rare and expensive. I know that much. Damn shame. A Simpsons, too bad we didn't get Simpsons Wrestling on 3DO. I'm just getting bullied by the AI. I'm actually getting bullied. Oh, right, Sculptor's Cut. That's the one I'm thinking of. Which, isn't it basically the same game, just with an expanded roster or something? Road Rage, I liked Road Rage. Road Rage was like a childhood favorite of mine, but it's not the best Simpsons game. I didn't even know Simpsons bowling was a thing. My personal favorite's Hit and Run, still. Simpsons game is also quite good. The one on 360, PS3. Bowling was arcade only. Oh, also the Simpsons beat 'em up game is very good. Yeah, if you like Road Rage, to me, Hit and Run's a much better game. Jeez. Why is this game so brutally difficult? Rick, you know it's Thursday. Come on now. Don't act surprised. This game's kicking my ass, though. Skateboarding? Simpsons skateboarding sucks ass. It's terrible. I can't recommend it to anyone. Anyone that with a pulse, I can't recommend it to. Trashy, thank you for the hose. God damn it. I can't do anything at this point in the game. The radio-specific movies? Like interactive movies. I don't think they just put full-on movies on discs. Jeez. I can't catch a break, guys. Movie media. I don't believe the 3DO had its own line of movies. I know there's a couple releases that get kind of close to teetering that line. I think there's a couple of, like, Woody Woodpecker cartoons that got released on 3DO, basically as just episodes of a show put onto a 3DO disc. But that's the only instance that I know of. I think in Japan they got some anime. Oh my god. I can barely play. I don't know how to use the scrolls, Rick. I don't know what I'm doing here. This game's so rare, like, I can't find any info online about it. There's no way I'm gonna find the manual. Yeah, the Woody Woodpecker. Xbox, I mean, Xbox did have HD DVD, but that technically wasn't exclusive to 360. Microsoft just kind of adopted that format. But they were standalone HD DVD players. Okay, please let me win this fight. There we go. Why did that do so much better? Yeah, the chick just apparently didn't skip leg day. Couldn't do anything to her. Damn it. Okay, come on. No! Are you serious? Look at that health bar. Typhoon Eye is the same as tornadoes? I don't know, Rick. I have no clue. I would have to guess so. There we go. There's a win. Alright, that went okay. Alright, we're getting closer to the end. Chun-Li also never skipped leg day. Does look a lot like Chun-Li. Don't know how to use the scrolls, can't tell you about the eye. But do you expect me to be an expert on this random-ass game that nobody knows anything about? It's so rare, I couldn't even find proper box art. Like, that tells you how little there is out there. It is 3DO Thursday. I'm just here to play the games. Jesus. I don't know if I'll ever be able to beat her. I'm gonna be honest. I can't do shit against her. Please don't. Oh my god, it had to be her again. Cho Hong. She's just exceedingly overpowered. Rick, I don't need this right now. Okay, there we go. We actually won against her. Jeez. Dude, I gotta win. I gotta win. Alright, round 3 is gonna be our round. Thank you. Yeah, no, AI in these games tend to be pretty cheap. It's sad, but it's also like the game is programmed that way. Oh my god. She's such a pain. I got lucky that one time. I totally got lucky. Rick, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Fortunately, easier said than done. We're in the late game. This is gonna be kind of painful. Now we got a Vega knockoff. Standing over me so proud because she beat the crap out of a senior citizen, honestly. It's like, should you really be proud about that? Okay, that went well. Dude, it's literally just her. I don't know what the deal is with her. I'm getting through all these other guys just fine. Down to the final four. It's Dalma versus Dalma. Senior citizen versus senior citizen. Two old men poking each other with their sticks. Damn, how did I die? What? I think that X-ray, that would be kind of cool. That'd be kind of neat to have like a X-ray break. Oh my lord. Well, I'm dead. Apparently the AI down was better than I am. Jeez. Oh, in IRL? In IRL. Who knows? Who's to say for sure? This is what happens when one accuses the other of cheating at chess in the park. It's a false checkmate. Barry Bogard. It does look oddly reminiscent. That's true. Come on. No. Damn it. We're so close. We're so close. Want to make a Mugen game with a bunch of senior citizens? What is wrong with the I don't know. Yeah, the frame rate feels a little funky. Admittedly. Something slightly off. Oh, it's her again. I'm screwed. Jesus, I can barely do anything against her. She's our kryptonite. Dude, she's gonna get a perfect on us. Watch. Oh my, I almost brought it back. This emote should just say 3DO. This game is not that bad. I've played plenty of good 3DO games. Yes, there's a lot of shit too. It's par for the course. Honestly, it just feels like a, you know, like a third-rate Samurai Showdown. Could be a lot worse. Yo, hey there, Hearts. How are you? stand more of a chance of fighters not on 3DO? I did a pretty good job with Samurai Showdown. And I think with Street Fighter 2 Turbo, I think it just depends on the game. I'm doing alright. Unfortunately, I have like a bit of a headache, and I don't know why. Other than that, I'm doing okay. I'm getting destroyed by the game. Yeah, Samurai Showdown and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo were both 3DO fighters. Yeah, I'm drinking water. Trying. Probably between last night. I probably didn't drink enough water last night. Rum with the hydrate. Honestly, the worst fighter so far I've had the most trouble with would be that Fatal Fury game. On Sega CD. That is by far the worst. Sega CD fighters. You want to talk about fighters I have no chance with? Fucking Sega CD. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's the light. I don't think so. I think it's probably hydration. I don't know. It could be a mix of both. Supreme Warrior. I'll admit, that game does not look that great. Okay, we got him. Time to dim the lights. It's not even that bright in here, though. All things considered. I think if anything, it's probably me staring at a computer screen, right? Which I can't really avoid if I'm streaming. Damn. We're about in the final third of this game, so I'm expecting to get my ass repeatedly beat. Any caffeine? I had a little bit of caffeine, yeah. Streamers should blink more. I feel like I blink a normal amount. What's a normal amount of blinking? You love it? Took a minute to get the hang of it. Solid FMV fighter. Yeah, it does seem like an odd thing to say. Yo, hey there, Brian. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm hoping to get through at least this, right? I also want to try out at least one US game. Okay, there we go. I want to play at least one new US game each 3DO night. Don't encourage him. I mean, I could just stream all the games everybody else already plays. You want me to do that, Rick? I can go that route. America. Yeah, I want to play through at least one US game per Thursday. One US game I can cross off the list. Because I do want to try out like the Asian and Japanese games, but I'm not worried about getting through all those. Play Minecraft. Even despite Rick, that would not be worth it. I never need to play Minecraft again. I'm good. Man, I'm getting my ass beat. Literally the final 4 or 5 fights. Star Wars Chess. I had that game and sold it, actually. Because I knew I was never going to play it. I'm not very good at chess. And that game is really slow. It's got all these animations which are cool, but they end up eating up a lot of time. It's a slow chess game. Yeah, it's really slow. It looks nice, but it's slow as hell. It's not exactly the optimal way to play chess. Battle chess is on the 3DO. Eventually I'll have to try it. Again though, I barely know how to play chess, so that'll be interesting. I'm not sure how that's gonna go. Oh my god, I can't, dude, this is ridiculously hard. One Star Wars fighter on PS1, Masters of Terras Kasi. Honestly, wasn't that bad, I thought. It's not very good, but everybody says it's like this dumpster fire of a game, and yeah, it's like kind of a dumpster fire, but I don't think it fails. So I gave it a D. I feel like D is more fair than saying it failed. Because I had fun with I had some fun with it, you know? I'll give it at least a little bit of credit for that. God damn it, keyboard. Come on! Yeah, if a game has Darth Vader, it can't totally fail, right? Exactly. Exactly. A long way to go, no kidding. This final third of the game is gonna be brutal. I mean, hey, at least this is better than that Fatal Fury game. At least I'm actually 2/3 of the way through the game. Can if Darth Vader turned into a spider? Is there a game like that? Is there actually a game like that? That sounds disturbing. What the hell game? She got a perfect on me. From Star Wars on Famicom, it literally turns into a spider. That's ridiculous. Come on, I can't even move. Yo, Lehman, how are you doing? This game. Like, I'm glad Matt said I should play this one, but on the other hand, I'm like, with my luck with fighters lately, I had a hunch there was gonna be some pain involved. We're so close. It's actually not bad. It's like a tier or two below something like a Samurai Showdown. Did we killed each other? Double KO? Draw game. Sucks it's on 3DO. It's on other platforms. What is the name of the character? What was the name? I'm blanking on the name. Start with a D. No, start with a D. One of those. No, it's not Gala. I guess we'll see, because we'll have to choose him again. We're probably gonna die here. Wait, if this is the final round, how does this work? What if we tie again? What if I win this one? Which probably won't happen. But what if? God damn it. Alright, let's see what his name is. And then no one wins. Does anyone truly win anything? His name. Dalma. Dalma. Ramen was kind of close. I knew it'd start with a D, though. But Dalma. Is Rick looking up the moves list? I'd be kind of shocked if there was a moves list online for this game. Oh God, we're getting this. Come on. Come on. There we go, okay. That was kind of close.
You won. Round 2. Fight.
Chun-Li does need to chill. Agreed. She's a little overpowered, IMO. Okay, final round. She's like, let me block everything. I'm gonna barely have any openings here. And when I do, I'm just gonna block all of it. Yo, hey there, Mario Twitch. You're in time for the waifus. Gelato layers? Never had those. Sounds kind of good, though. Here's hoping I can finish this game. I don't know, at this current rate, it's not looking too hot. Best thing ever. That's a high bar. Next to ramen. God damn it. Isn't gelato ice cream for weird people? Damn weird people. Keyboard really just amping it up from 0 to 100 there. Calling out the weirdos. Isn't it like fancy ice cream? Explains why you have a fridge full of them. Oh my god. Calling Italians weird. I was about to say, isn't gelato Italian? Ended up falling as no worries, Twitch. I got tired. Decided to turn on your 3DO, but it's being dumb again? Controller doesn't respond, that's no good. God damn, dude, look at how much health she took from me there. Switch to a game that encourages throwing. Well, this game's fucking really hard to deal with. Yo, hey there, Goji. I can barely play this damn game. There we go. Come on, we're right there. Done. Okay. Why would the controller just stop working randomly? I have no idea. Maybe the controller contacts or the port is kind of rusted or something? That's the only thing I can think of. The connection's just not solid. What time did I end up going to? We went for 6 hours, so I stopped at 1 my time. Damn. Nothing for moves, but being 2D, the Hadouken motion's always first. We'll see. We'll see what I can do here. Yeah, it's probably it could be a bad wire, too. That's probably a good guess. Be associated with worse people than Tommy Lee Jones. So bad about Tommy Lee Jones. Yo, Analogous, how are you doing? And 60, welcome in. Is Twitch just being late with notifications again? Thing sucks. You're letting Rick persuade your opinion. The 3DO is great. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Best thing I ate today. The only thing I've eaten is a sandwich, so by default, I guess that's the best thing I've had today. The controller sucks. Nah, the controllers are great. There's nothing wrong with the controller. Just say no to 3DO. I hate that that rhymes even. Munching on crackers. Literally, it's just her. I swear, she's the worst one. I can't deal with her. What part of the sandwich? Probably the meat. Had some nice turkey. Just turkey and cheese. Nothing crazy. Dude, I can't even move. I'm like trying to block. There we go. Dear God, dude. Turkey, cheese, mayo, mustard. Sounds pretty boring. I needed to eat. I wasn't worried about how exciting it was. I'm not a huge lettuce guy. Every once in a while I'll put lettuce on it. Yeah, I got some Dijon mustard at least. Yeah, when I make a sandwich, I'm not exactly thinking, man, I want a really exciting meal. It's more like, I need to fucking eat before I stream. I need to get some food in me. Lettuce persuade you? What's wrong with mayo? See, I can't win, right? I say I make a turkey and cheese, it's boring. I put some condiments on it. Apparently, mayo's disgusting. Everyone in chat's weird. Welcome to Twitch. How do I not like salads? When did I say that? I like salads. I'm not a big lettuce on my sandwich kind of guy, though. No, I actually had a salad last night. Holy shit. This guy needs to chill. Well, yeah, too much mayo is disgusting. I'll agree with that. Too much mayo on a sandwich gets kind of gross. Just a little bit of mayo. Chicken Caesar sub recently. That does sound like it would be a bit of a strange experience. Yeah, you don't need much mayo. Too much mayo, yeah, it gets gross. Guys, I don't know if I'll be able to beat this game. I'm just gonna put it out there now. Oh my god, I got close though. Yeah, Burger King typically overdoes mayo. I can beat any game. That's factually not true. I mean, maybe I can, but it's whether or not I want to take the time to get all the way through it. If I think it's worth my time. Okay, we actually got a win. The horizontal mayo dispenser? Wait, horizontal mayo dispenser? Do I know what you're talking about? I don't even know if I know what that is. Oh, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the slit that kind of spreads it out more. Fair enough. That's a pretty damn good invention. Dude, I haven't been to Subway in forever. I used to kind of like Subway. I make too many sandwiches at home anymore to want to go to Subway. If I'm gonna go out to get food, I'm like, I have sandwiches at home enough. Subway's like the last thing I need. That being said though, if you prepare other stuff at home, I can see liking Subway. Come on, game, please. I'm trying so hard.
You lost.
Ryan, do you have a character from Punch-Out? Super Punch-Out. I have yet to play Super Punch-Out. The only Punch-Out I've played is that Wii version, which was actually really good. Matt, I don't know, man. This is pretty brutally difficult. It's pretty brutally difficult.
You lost.
Pizza sub at Subway. I don't know if I've ever had their pizza sub. I've had their meatball marinara. Egg salad and chicken salad. I don't know if I've ever had chicken salad. I typically do like egg salad. Matt likes me getting beat up. I think so. No, this game is cool. Me and fighters lately have not gone along as much as I would hope for. You're leaning egg. I would say go egg. Yo, hey there, Riley. What happens to Samurai Showdown? That was my initial thoughts. It's like a C tier Samurai Showdown. It really is. I need the win. Please, that needed to hit. No. Okay, jeez. Old man's name. It was Dalma.
You won.
Dalma.
Final round. Fight.
No. 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 There we go. There we go. No, come on. You bastard. I hate being in this corner. No. Poop. God damn it. It's not an official sandwich. You asked for marinara with no meatballs, provolone, mozzarella, pepperoni. I see. I see. That sounds like it would be pretty damn good. Jersey Mike's is top tier. I've only been to Jersey Mike's maybe once or twice. I know Jimmy John's is kind of, I think I've been to Jimmy John's more. Oh, it's her again. She actually got a perfect on me. She actually just got a perfect on me.
Perfect. Round
Neat.
2. Fight.
Fantastic. I seem to like Jersey Mike's. Firehouse is pretty good too. I have a firehouse near me. Oh, come on. Come on, dude.
You lost.
I'm aware I lost. Have I done any progress? No. Like the past 20 minutes, I'm just getting my ass beat.
Round 1. Fight.
Again, at least I'm like 2/3 of the way through the game, right? It's not like Fatal Fury where it's like first couple rounds I couldn't do anything. That was absurd. Well, this is slightly annoying me.
You lost.
Blimpy?
Round 2. Fight.
Blimpy. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. Half my health right there. One move. Oh, they're in gas stations? Northeast. I was gonna say, I've never heard of that. I just want to beat the game at this point. I want to be through the game. Is that too much to ask? Lay off! Oh my god. Yeah, it's over. New Jersey. That would explain it. That would explain it.
Round 2.
Yo, hey, they're sinful. I am doing alright. Yeah, if I didn't ask, hopefully everybody's doing well. I'm assuming so if you're here. Hopefully you're all having a good one. I'm currently getting my ass whooped. Surprise. Had some blimpy in Utah like 15 years ago. Just a little while ago. Okay. Doing well till you found out it was 3DO Thursday. You found out. You knew this was coming. I was doing well until about the last third of this game. You feel Dalma's pain. There it is. Okay. This game's on par or better than 95% of the games Rick has streamed lately. Damn. The savagery going on right now. Come on, stop kicking my ass, please. Getting stun locked even. Only stating facts. Of course. I mean, as we all know, Rick only plays the best of the best games. Watch barf off gray platforms for 2 hours straight. The savagery. No! I jumped into it. High quality content, of course. Of course. AAA only on Rick's channel. I don't know how much longer I can attempt this. This is exhausting.
Round 1. Fight.
Could you quit with that shit? A weird person. What do you mean I have a weird personality? I think chat is weird, and I'm just in the middle of it. The double KO again. A weird welcoming personality. I guess that's slightly better. I'll take it. Oh my lord, I just want to win. Lay off, you bastard. Okay, come on. No! Why? This game hates me. I don't know, Rick. I don't know how. If I knew how, I would. Okay, we got him. Stop dying, I'll be fine. It's that easy. Okay, they throw in an extra round because we got the double KO first round. Yes! Get wrecked, finally. Okay, we got another win. Jesus Christ. It's about time. 4 more to go. Like you said.
Round one. Fight.
Just took some extra ribbing to get me to win. I hate that when chat gives me shit, I end up playing better. Because Mecha has said the same thing, and and now that he's mentioned it, I'm like, damn, he's right. I hate that. Now, miss! What was that shit? Alright, the hydrate's coming in.
You lost.
Ridiculing equals inspiration. Of course, that's how it works. Of course. Well, Rick, you know this. I suck at fighters anyway. It doesn't help, though, that this doesn't have a difficulty setting. It really doesn't help. The double KO again.
Double kill.
Okay. Draw game. Final round. And he's ahead by one. That help on Fatal Fury? I don't want to talk about Fatal Fury ever again. That game was actually evil. I'm convinced that the devil himself programmed that game. Get me out of the corner. I swear, if he ends up killing me, are you fucking serious? Look at the health bar on the right. This is some bullshit. Never seen so many double KOs in one. I don't know how it keeps happening. I don't know how it keeps happening. 4 fights left. Get me through this gauntlet.
Round one. Fight.
Signs of you becoming a fighting game guy. Yeah, you know when you say that.
Round two. Fight.
It's true. I'm getting good-ish. Not good enough, though. Yeah, we're gone. I'm getting closer.
You lost. Final round. Fight.
AI usually throws a bone by now. Yeah, you'd hope. And I'm gone. I'm gone again. I welcome all kinds of challenges. Especially men that are like twice my age that I can just beat the shit out of. I love killing senior citizens. You go easy on Dalma.
Fight.
Man has wisdom. Can share some wisdom with you. Holy fuck. What are you in? Baja Blast, Punch, and Flash. You mixed all of it? Did it taste decent? I can't. Taste the salt. Yeah, it's coming out. It's coming out. This level of difficulty is just insane. It actually did taste good. We have 4 more fights left. Basically a third of the game. Flash is awful mainly. Oh, it has coconut. That would coconut Mountain Dew. Seems like a strange combo. Get off my ass. Is that clicking speed up load screens? No.
Round 2.
It's the salt coming out. Gotta fidget with something. Watch her get a perfect on me. Damn. This game. I might have to switch soon. This is getting to be a bit much. It's a shame that we've come so far, though.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, but I'm also stubborn. Part of me's being stubborn. I'm like, damn it, we've gotten this far. I end up being a firm believer in the sunk cost fallacy. The fact that I know what that is means you think I know better by now, but I don't. What tier did I put Station Invasion? I didn't get to Station Invasion, unfortunately.
Round 2. Fight.
A man can only take so much abuse before they submit, exactly. Dude, are you kidding me? Oh, I'm pissed by how close we got here. Gonna say put in S for Sundays of our lives. Is it struggle o'clock? Yeah. Seems like that's every other day on my channel lately. There's an air fire, bounce fire, dive kick, blue shield. I know, right? It's absurd. I'd lower it to easy, but there's no difficulty option. Like, at all. Just throws you into the game. She's like M. Bison, but earlier in the game. True.
Round 2. Fight.
I could move on. I'm pissed I've gotten so far, though. At least with, like, Fatal Fury. It's like, well, I barely made any progress, so I don't feel bad dropping it. But this is like I'm most of the way through. When will I finish the list? I have yet to decide. I was thinking about doing it tonight, but I'm not sure if I'm in the mood to do more of a tier list. Start a lose count. That maybe not. I think that would be a bad idea. How did that miss? How did that miss? I'll give it a couple more goes and I'm done. I gotta call it at some point. Rick. Losing count how many times you've lost your mind. Yeah, how do you think I feel? Dude, we were doing so well. We were doing so well. Epic going to bed. Alright, good night, Epic. Have a good one, man.
Round 2.
Yeah, enjoy your PS5. Once it comes in. I'm sure we'll talk again before you end up getting it, but yeah, I'm gonna have to quit. That sucks. I had such a strong start on that round too. I feel like I've seen enough. Constant beating of my butt put Epic to sleep, technically. Technically speaking, I guess so. It's 8:20. I'll give it till 8:30. Give it a couple more minutes. We'll play it for a full 90, I guess.
Round 1. Fight.
You know what? Give it till midnight, then I'm switching. Could you imagine? Midnight. Next game, we'll get there. Give me a little longer. We'll get there. Until 12:30. At least my 3DO works. Yeah, that kind of sucks about yours. Come on, I was doing so well. I blocked. I was holding back, I swear to God. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, I'm done. Alright, that's it. I can't take any more ass whooping. We got most of the way through. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. This game isn't good enough for me to continue to play it. I'm good. Not bad, but not great. Alright, let's move on. Time for game pull. Let's get this shit out of here.
Game over.
Alright. What do I want to play? What looks appealing? But you only got to 3. I'm sorry, I can't take more ass whooping. Ready to race, more like ready to die, honestly. Alright, Battle Pinball on the Japanese 3DO. I'm sure we wouldn't play that for very long. I've got... Actually, let me switch that out, right? Because I do want to play one American game. 5. Rick, you troll? Rick is extra trolly tonight. I'll make it real pinball instead. I'm gonna put a couple of US games I haven't played yet on here. And then one, I might put one on that I have played. Point and click. Do I want to get started on a point and click now? That's the question. I guess I could put a Putt-Putt game on here. Why the hell not? Putt-Putt joins the parade or Putt-Putt goes to the moon? Hard options here. I'm gonna go with the moon one. Let's see what else I got. Putt-Putt Goes to Hell is your personal favorite. That does sound like a banger. Not gonna lie. I did get Theme Park. You know what, let's put Theme Park on there. Because I can show this one off. I did get another pickup this week. Like I said last week, I'm going to try and get at least one pickup a week. Which is probably kind of an absurd expectation to put on myself, but... and the last one I'll put here is one that I have played, but a lot of people probably didn't see. That's Jurassic Park Interactive. It's not a very long game, so if we do end up playing it, we've got some options for what to do after. Let me get the poll set up here real quick. Alright, poll is ready to go. All you gotta do is type in the number of the game you want to see. It's that simple. And while that's going, maybe I'll use this opportunity to show the one pickup I got this week. I mean, I already spoiled it, so it's not a big surprise. There's gotta be a simpler way for Kyle to do the poll without having to type all that. How else would I do it? I don't know how else I could do it. The poll's still going. I'm gonna switch over to this other camera real quick to show the one pickup this week. So we've got it wrapped in this. I'll actually show you what this came in. I already opened it up partially. Anyways, I was gonna find it, but I don't think I have the wrap anymore. It came in this horrible Amazon packaging. They had this really weird, like... Apparently it's like biodegradable kind of foam material, but it was getting everywhere. So, it's kind of a pain in the ass, but... I did get a complete box copy of Theme Park. I think this was like 25 bucks. It's actually fairly reasonable for a complete in box 3DO game. So I'm happy to add this one to the set. Like I said, complete with the manual. It's in one of these nice folio packages that EA seem to like to use. I really like this style of box. But like I said, it seems like EA mostly use these. But yeah, there you go. Theme Park on the 3DO. Complete in box. Honestly, the boxes are the best part. Not gonna lie. They're pretty damn cool. Well, currently Theme Park and Putt-Putt are tied, so somebody's got to break the tie. Mecha. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 2. 2 is the popular pick. Alright, I guess we're going Putt-Putt. Putt-Putt 1. Unless others have not voted yet. God damn, it's tied back up again. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Shocking with this chat, right? Who would have thought it would have tied again? Leave it running, it'll break. I mean, it already had. Technically, Putt-Putt was in the lead. Poor Pinball getting nothing. Practically nothing. What was that, 2 votes? Maybe 2? No, 1 vote. Somebody's got to break the tie, right? Trust me, it'll have... I don't know, it is this chat. Jurassic Ass Interactive. That's actually legit. Should just roll a D4. It's tempting. Nobody here is going to break the poll. Not a single soul. Nobody? Come on. I know somebody's in here that hasn't voted. Just type the number of the game you want to see. Break the poll for us. Choose the game. Play both at the same time. Or pick number 3 out of spite. There we go. Alright, poll's over. Theme Park. Thank you, Koba. Theme Park it is. Alright. Makes my life easier. Maybe we'll play Putt-Putt afterward. I've never actually played Theme Park. I have played Roller Coaster Tycoon. I don't know how long we'll try this out for. Choices were pretty rough. What do you mean they're pretty rough? I think theme park and Putt-Putt are decent choices. I won't say much about the other two because I don't know enough. Hopefully they have mini Putt-Putt in the theme park. We can hope, right? We can hope. There was Putt-Putt. Yeah, Humongous Games put out quite a number of games on the 3DO, oddly enough. Flatbread tacos coming to... What? I did not see that. I was not aware. Flamin' Hot Doritos, too? Oh my gosh. This is news to me. Alright, theme park. I'm not sure how long we'll play this for. As far as I know, these games are pretty open-ended. You don't really win or lose, so...
I'm the advisor, and I'm here to take you to a magical land. You first, lad.
This is on Saturn. I would not be surprised if this was on the Saturn.
Friends can come too.
There's a whole subreddit dedicated to Taco Bell news. That's amazing.
I almost forgot. You too.
Yo, Chris, how you doing, man? Good seeing you. But I've never played this. Like I said, I've played Roller Coaster Tycoon on the PC. I've never played Theme Park.
Go.
I have to admit, this CG's a little sketch. Just slightly sketch. I like the airplanes with the faces though. It's kind of cute. Oh, look, you're digging it already. Perfect. This is what I needed. After Eye of Typhoon. I am curious about the gameplay, though. I'm assuming it's gonna be a park building simulator. I would have to guess. So when he finished making that smiling plane model and thought, yes, that's the money in the bank. I mean, I bought it. After all. Although some random guy on eBay got my money, not the devs. I only bought it a couple decades too late. Yo, hey, Auntie. Theme Hospital? I've heard Theme Hospital's very good. This game's oddly quiet. I cranked it way up. Please tell me when we build our own roller coasters, we get to go first person like this. That's probably asking too much, but that would be amazing. It's like you're on the coaster, right? Okay. Theme park. Look at the wind blowing the dog's ears. Yes. What is our nickname? I'll actually put my name in. For once, I'll bother to put my full name in. I won't be lazy this time. Although it would have been nice to have some... Oh, there's no numbers. I guess Kyle it is. Kyle T, damn it. Dude, I hit A twice. Alright, well, I guess we're going. Set up new theme park. Yeah, let me fix that real quick. There. Name, nickname. Kyle Jamal Texan. Yep, that's my legal name. Kyle Jesus TX 500. As we all know. Park name. What do we want to call our park? The Jank Oasis. That's what I'm going with. Yeah, it would have been nice if there was some audio. Any audio during this bit. This is oddly eerie. Okay, done. The Jank reject. Stream ends because it takes 90 minutes to type. Sim level. We either get sandbox, sim, or full. I think I'm just gonna go sandbox. I don't think I'm gonna go hardcore sim. Park visitors happy. Start level medium. We'll just keep it on defaults. First game, yes. Go sim mode. I just want to have some fun with this. I'm not looking to go hardcore here. Where do we want to build, though? Sandbox is not a game? Well, now you got me thinking. So I should set it on sim. Alright. There will be no fun. There's got to be stakes involved. Fair enough. Let's go Japan. Why not? What, can I not afford it? Is it just a Minecraft stream? Go simp mode? How do I choose? How much money do I have? Looks like we have 15 million. So I can't do Japan, unfortunately. No, I don't even have that much. It's at the bottom. Is it just me, or we have 150,000 and we need 2 million? How does that check out? No parks for... Yeah, what the hell's happening? What? Well, this makes sense. Guys, I can't play the game. There we go. Put it on easy. What the fuck? Doesn't seem like a me. Well, I can't even start the game. That's a bad sign. Sandbox. I can't even start the game. What kind of whack? Yeah, microtransactions before it's a thing. Easy start level. First game, yes. I have 200,000. Every locale costs more than I... Oh, there we go. UK is 0. Okay, I just had to find the locale that doesn't cost anything. Okay, I finally figured it out. Oh my god. Welcome to Theme Park. I'm going to take you on a quick tour which will teach you to build a small park. First, we must lay down a path. Press the left button to display the icons and select the flashing path icon. Little people will follow this path around the park. Press the left button. UK is basically one large theme park, so it's free. This is not Roller Coaster Tycoon. But as far as I know, there is no Roller Coaster Tycoon on the 3DO. Press the left button to display icons. There we go. Left bumper. Okay. Lay the path by clicking with the button A and joining the two flashing squares. Quick tour my ass. Yeah, for a sim game, it'll probably be relatively quick. Okay, we can choose a ride to place down by clicking button B and the ride icon. Why do you have to press button B? What? Okay. Bouncy Castle, let's go. Kyle Duncoon 3. They really want us to place the bouncy castle right there. Okay, you get to play the entrance to the ride down. There's only one 3DO game you want to play and you're not buying a whole console for it. Wait, which game is that? Which game do you want to play? Let's join the ride entrance up to the path. So we can see, so the little people can join the ride. Open the icon window and click on the flashing icon. Select cues. This is a little jank, admittedly. Damn it, I went too far. Oh, the D&D game Pete streamed. Okay, must join the exit. Gotta click on the path icon again. There. Done. Hope it's not Space Hulk. Why is there no music? It's throwing me off that there's no music. There's a couple D&D games on 3DO. There's the music. Now it's loud. Okay. Well, it's jank to play on a 3DO controller, analogous, in all fairness. Rick is being savage. Okay, shop icon. Mr. Wally will whip up a delicious slick of ice creams to ease a thirst, but won't put a freeze on spending. What a write-up. Now you have an open park, it's time to hire some staff to look after it. Select the Shark Man. He's used to entertain people and will keep them happy. Alright, Shark Man it is. Don't think you can be bad at it. Not exactly lightning fast gameplay. Oof. Robin, thank you for the lurk. Heard the 3DO port's one of the best out there. Oh, really? I mean, obviously, the preferred way to play would be on PC. You may have noticed that the little people are dropping litter. Putting down a handyman will clean up after them. Okay. Place the handyman. Bouncy Castle may be in need of repair. Hiring a mechanic to repair the rides will correct this. People in there littering. Someone tell you when the game's over. Wow, Ramen. You know, you could just be quiet when you leave. That is an option. You don't have to be so harsh. Now you've learned the basics, time to go on and build up your theme park. Oh, damn it. Okay, so that was the tutorial? And the music just cutting out. Customer Association has warned that they have received many complaints about your ticket prices being expensive. Should reduce them. How do I go about doing that? Probably here? Money in, money out. Maybe? Shops I can buy. Available shops, rides. How do I reduce the ticket prices? Park manager? This is a lot of menus. I'm gonna be honest. It's a lot of menus. We've got research and development, I think. Feature not available. Try playing the full game. Wow, alright. Savage. Reduce ticket prices. If I knew how, I totally would. Does anybody know how? Reliability on the bouncy house is very bad. That makes a lot of sense. Treehouse looks good, and although it's not a trip to Mars, that mechanical elephant is as reliable as they come. That, what? Some whack write-ups. Yeah, I have no idea how to reduce the ticket prices. They're pissed that my prices are too high. They're just gonna have to live with it, I think. Treehouse and an... I know, right? That seemed like an odd choice. I was thinking the same thing. In all honesty. Alright, I'm just gonna build and not worry about it. Is there a ticket booth? Maybe? But it's per ride. They were saying our rides are too expensive. So I honestly don't know. Rides I can buy. Let's put some teacups in. I mean, honestly, considering this is on the 3DO control pad, it doesn't control that poorly. Take care of that. Yeah, I gotta take care of the litter, too. I think maybe thinking maybe one of my workers is sleeping on the job here. I think the handyman needs to... We need a second handyman. Yo, Poop. You remember this one? I've never played... This is literally my first time playing it. I've played park simulators like this, but it's been probably a decade or more. Gotta buy trash cans. Okay, now my ticket prices are just right. Okay. Alright, let's find some trash cans. There's an outhouse. Hopefully we have more than just outhouses. These ticket prices are too high. I had it on Windows 98. Yeah, I would think that playing it on PC would probably be a bit better of a time. Make it easier for me to control, at least. We unlock more, okay. It was not easier to control? I would think mouse and keyboard controls would be kind of helpful. Oh, we can load and save. Remember this being difficult, but then again you were yeah, I think as a child, I mean, hell, even now I'm having trouble understanding it. Overall charts, I don't even know what I'm clicking. Oh, that was year end, okay. We're already at the end of the year, jeez. Time is flying by. Manual help. I do have the manual if we need it. Ain't no Thrillville. Yeah, Thrillville was my jam back in the day. On Xbox. We got ice cream, we got Balloon World, Big Time Fries. You prefer this to Thrillville and Roller Coaster? Dang, okay. Let's get a fry shop going. That is kind of a spicy take. I can commend it though. I gotta say the coin exchange sound is oddly satisfying. Remember when they said the bouncy house is highly unreliable? We got freaking smoke spouting up. That's looking good. Yeah, bouncy house is already decommissioned. Fantastic. The maze is a cheap adventure playground for lots of little explorers. Don't worry, it's not too confusing. When you get into the grind of it, it's really satisfying. I can see it being satisfying. For sure. I put it... Damn, did I put it too close? I think I put it too close to the walkway. Looking just right. Yeah, nothing to see here. It's all good. Well... I'm not quite the urban planner, so we're making this work. There we go. Problem solved. Okay. There's a lot to look at here. It's a bit of stimulation overload at first, I'll be honest. So many options. Yeah, welcome to Janktopia. We got one road. Yeah, take and be happy, exactly. Here, we can build an offshoot up this way. Ghost House. Let's go. The Ghost House is a cheap but thrilling ride with lots of spooks for lots of people. Wait till they get a load of the... There's pyrotechnics? Dude. Is there a way to rotate? There's got to be a way to rotate, right? Can they only go the one way? Damn, I guess so. I think I've made a mistake here. Yeah, there's pyrotechnics apparently on this ride. This is such a mess. But close enough. I think with some planning, this could look really nice. But I don't have it. Almost as thrilling as Arthur. Almost. Here, let's do this. It's the best park management out of any games. RCT had a great combination of the two. Yeah, Thrillville definitely focused on the roller coaster building aspect for sure. It kind of depends on what you want out of a park management simulator, right? Is this operational? Is this working? Mr. Bones Wild Ride. If only. There we go. I think that fixed it. I think because it was on a corner, technically they couldn't exit. Thrillville equals make people puke and then do trampoline minigame. I loved how wacky that game was. That was a lot of fun. Alright, did we already put a maze down? Yeah. So we've got a maze, we've got a bouncy house. Got the spook ride. I think we have the merry-go-round. Might as well add a tree house while we're here. Perfect. Beautiful. Bada bang. Look at all the garbage. Yeah, I still haven't found the trash cans. Where's my janitorial staff? That's a good question. Let's see. Yeah, the handyman should be doing some work. But I think it's because we don't have trash cans. We got lake. We got an outhouse. Analogous, do you happen to remember where the trash cans are in here? I have yet to find them. And it would be a little weird if trash cans weren't unlocked from the get-go. It's been years, you were like 11. Fair enough. Yeah, where's Trashy when you need him? Fence, outhouse, lake. There's no trash cans? That's whack. At least we're making money. I guess I'll just hire more handymen. And hope they can find somewhere to put the trash. Yeah, I don't think you need a trash can. I think the handymen just take care of it. It's looking like people are hungry. We got fries. Do we have... Don't have like a burger joint? We've got Balloon World. Maybe a coffee shop. We'll add a coffee shop. Why not? All the cha-chings, dude. We're raking in the money. Raking in the money. So we can get roller coasters and things, but they unlock later. Yo, hey there, Wesley. How are you doing? Good to see you, man. Playing some theme park. Game just told me to increase my ticket price. I still haven't figured out how we get to ticket prices. No, I don't want to leave. Oh, here we go. This is probably it. Wait, what the hell does this do? Money thing would be your guess. Well, this is the overall... Yeah, see, this is the overall... shop takings, maybe? Yeah, this is overall stats of the park. I don't think you can actually change ticket and item prices from here. Arrow near ticket prices? If I can get out of here. Feels like Blue's Clues. Arrow near ticket prices? Am I just blind? Yeah, Mike, this isn't too bad. I wish I understood more of it. That font, the brown on yellow, right? Arrow near ticket prices? Am I blind, guys? Am I just blind? Bottom of the money screen? There's 2 arrows. Okay, gotcha. Ticket price. There we go. You guys notice how when I went over to the arrows, it had both arrows highlighted? There we go. It's the... Okay, it's the shoulder buttons. There we go. Ticket prices. Maybe 60? There we go. Gotta increase it. Set it to 100. Then nobody's gonna come in. Do I dare try? Maybe I'll save the game. And then we can mess around a bit. You'd say 80. Let me save the game. Just in case we totally mess this up, right? Fleece the little people. I hope it's saving. Don't tell me the game crashed. Slowly coming back to you. Yeah, there's a lot to remember, right? There's a lot to remember. There we go. Damn. That took a while. Some files need to be deleted in order to save. Damn it. I gotta delete some files. Any plans on playing the CDI Zelda games? Not currently. Not currently. Seeing as I'm playing janky games on shitty platforms. Hey, you know what? Dio with the raid. Welcome in, Dio. Welcome in, Blast, I assume. Welcome in, guys. We were playing some theme park. Trying to, rather. Ding dang dong. You never got out of cavern? Damn. That sucks. I guess I'm not gonna worry about saving. The theme. Yes, the theme park. Something gross but neat that you own. I guess? Sure. I'll hear you out. I know charity begins at home, but this is silly. Alright, they want me to increase ticket prices more. Come on, Goji. I guess 80. Ringo's stars turned in 81. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got giant french fries. Stubby, thank you for those. The game really wants me to increase my ticket prices. I do kind of want to save. My worry is that I gotta delete something else. I guess I could delete Wicked 18. Because that was taking up a lot of space. I just do want to be able to save if I want to come back. It would kind of suck to work on this park and then have it all get erased after tonight. Wicked 18 is a golf game on the 3DO. Probably one of the coolest golf games I've played, honestly. It's surprisingly decent. But yeah, for whatever reason, the save file's gigantic. Like, look at this. File size 9,260 compared to everything else, which is tiny. So we're going to delete this one. Okay, I should be able to save now. I don't like that I didn't get any kind of... I didn't get any kind of confirmation message that I saved. Yeah, Ringo and Paul are both alive. We still got half of the Beals with us. Can't believe you know what this series is, though. What do you mean by that? This series is, from what I can tell, is decently well remembered. You heard of the 32X Spider-Man game called Web of Fire? Yes, I have. Okay, it looks like it's saved. I'm gonna go ahead and trust that was a proper save. So who else knew what the theme games were? I'm pretty sure they were decently well remembered. I don't think they're as obscure as you're thinking they are. Yeah, I don't think it's to the level of something like Roller Coaster Tycoon, but... Okay, ooh. Snakes and Ladders. The snake slide slips in at a very reasonable price, and although it can only eat one person at a time, it guarantees pleasure. Do they still want me to bump up the prices here? Game is trying to get me to totally rake in the cash. Apparently, yeah, apparently the snake swallows people whole. Apparently that's what it does. Finally tried Pepsi Blue. Needs to be cold. The snake swallow. Yeah, it's a slide. It's a slide. Don't get too excited. All right, we're increasing ticket prices to 90. We're gonna charge him up the wazoo. The slide's already a hit. Goji with the hydrate. Thought I was about to be sued for negligence. Yeah, right. I might need to make some of these queues longer. Dude, they're still telling me to bump up the ticket price. 100 it is. Okay, no new rides. Oh shit, teacups are broken. Should probably hire another technician. There we go. Hopefully you can fix the teacups. Hire some yeah, I think we probably need some more mascots. Oh wait, that tells us... Hold on, let me go back there. Oh, look at the... Wow, this is a big map. Okay. Your snake slide ate my child. Let's see if there's any complaints right now. I'm hungry and thirsty. Hungry, thirsty. The drink is not satisfying enough. Percent of unhappy. We've got mostly undecided. Mostly undecided and unhappy. That we're lacking. Alright. Strongman. Hire this entertainer to keep people happy and keep people dry in nasty weather. We'll hire Mr. Strongman. Can you hear that snake description again? What a mediocre park. I'm trying here. I think we need more food stands. I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. People are all puking. I'm trying here, guys. I'm trying. It's a lot of work running a park. The slide's on fire. Don't mind the fire in the corner. Nothing to see. Nothing to see here. There's nothing wrong. Okay. Yeah, we've got mostly undecided. It doesn't even have any homeless drug dealers. Jeez. Let's buy another fry shop. I don't think can people die on rides? I wasn't personally gonna ask that question, but my park's a mess. Let's be honest. That's okay. We don't know what we're doing. I think we need a chicken man. Hire this entertainer to keep people happy and keep people dry in nasty weather. It's the same description. Yo, hey there, Sancho. Any outhouses? No. Should probably add some of those. I was hoping we'd get like proper restrooms. But apparently we just have outhouses. Did something just explode? Wait, what? Did I miss it? No way. No way did something explode. This park is actually... Okay, they get upgraded. I see. I see. What were those boulders originally? Oh shit, that was the bouncy house. That was the bouncy house. Bless is right, the bouncy house exploded. The bouncy house turned into rocks. Rip bouncy house. Truly. Oh my god. Do we buy another one? The thing is, the reliability is very bad. That's why. The reliability on these is horrible. Oh, I can't even place it. I can't even place it. Maybe I can't place it over the rocks. You stayed away from bouncy houses. Probably a good move. Okay, overall charts. It's you, buddy. We're 5th? 5th isn't too bad. Richest. Satisfaction. We're number 1 for satisfaction, at least. I'll take it. Number 1 for pleasantries. We're doing alright. Certain worker that comes and mines away the rocks. Oh, okay. Specifically the D-pad that doesn't work. That sucks. Probably not a handyman. Maybe it is a handyman. Guard protects your park from nasty hooligans and spot customer association spies. I want to buy a guard. Sounds sick. We need more bounty cat. Well, the last one exploded, so I don't know if we need more. I don't know if that's the best idea. Oh, we got a plane flyer now. Worst version of this game's on Jaguar. That doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. Yeah, Masta, this is kind of neat. I'm liking it. It's got a bit of a learning curve. Sleeping had it on Jaguar and loved it. Well, there you go. Hate to see my Thrillville treatment. I played Thrillville pretty well. Let's see. Impressed by the snake that's still up in smoke. Never mind, it's on fire. Yep. Did I buy apparently, I have not found garbage cans. I'm not convinced they exist. I think we just need more handymen to clean up. I have not seen garbage cans. Whoops. This game's a little touchy with the control. Can I confirm what the flowers throw up eggs on the ground? These are flowers. If you're talking on the path, I'm not sure. How do bouncy castles catch on fire? I don't know. There's shit and puke. What are you talking about? What am I not seeing? Am I blind? There's no garbage cans. I can't buy any garbage cans. I think we just need more handymen. Oh, is there? I don't think there is. I think you guys are seeing things. Handyman. Let's buy another handyman. Clearly hearing kids projectile vomiting. I mean, that's not my fault. Air compressors get clogged with child vomit. Overheats. Catches on fire. We've got one happy person. We've got a bunch of unhappy. And a bunch of undecided. Dude, I'm trying to make this park as good as I can. I'm trying to make it work here. Dude, the tree house is busted now too. What is going on? What a mess. Gun shoot. They're upset there's no bouncy castle. It's an absolute travesty. This park's fun, but I'm covered in vomit. Yeah, the kids are wusses. My park's excellent. They don't know a good park when they see it. Yo, Direct. Dude, thanks for the resub and welcome on back in.
Looks like a nightmare I had once known.
Looks like a nightmare. Do you want to talk about it? How are you doing, man? I feel like it's been forever. I went to look at your channel and I'm like, man, you haven't been live in a while. Hopefully everything's alright. You can query people on what they need. You haven't been on Twitch in months. I was gonna say it felt like it. Got a bunch of carnies to build my park. pays workers below minimum wage. See, we're getting more happy people. Sort of. Got a lot of undecideds. The drink is not satisfying enough. The food is not satisfying enough. The price isn't expensive enough. They're hungry and thirsty. Haven't played video games in months. Sometimes you need a break. Sometimes you just need a little bit of a break. Fully understand. All we have is a fry shop and an ice cream shop. Not exactly like high nutrition value foods here. Yo, hey there, Nipsey. Welcome on in. I guess we'll buy another ice cream shop. Surprised there hasn't been a death yet. Kind of surprised too. Mental health break. Wrote a book. Nice. Yeah, no, I totally understand. Needing a break. Did we just start this? Pretty much. I've been playing for what? 20 minutes? 30 minutes? Not exceedingly long. I still don't know how to rotate. Or if I can rotate. I don't want to quit. I just want to rotate my shop. Maybe there isn't rotation. Be a little weird though. I'd have to build long stretches here. Guess we gotta do what we gotta do, right? Historical horror during the fall of the Templars in the early 1300s in France. That is very specific. Sounds kind of cool though, nice premise. Yeah, the kids need to stop throwing up. We're getting more unhappy people. What is going on? Okay, cola shop. More food equals more happiness, right? That's how this works. Dude, they're telling us to raise our ticket prices too. More food also equals more puke. That's a good point. Alright, ticket price 110. Sounding like America. Do I want the money cheat? I don't think that'll help me play better. I haven't run out of money yet. So far, that's not an issue. Any new rides? No, we've got all these. Other than the bouncy castle, which I think we should avoid. Considering the last one freaking exploded on us. Mr. Snake's on fire. More outhouses? Okay. Probably a good move. Puking children have a place to puke. All you're hearing is hurling and vomiting. More mechanics around the rides too. Why are they? I don't know, Goji. If I knew, I'd make it stop. I would make it stop. Okay, we need more mechanics. They smell feces. Also, oh my god! Did you see that? That kid flew. That kid actually flew. I think it's safe to say we just got a death. Nick, the ride exploded. We clearly need more mechanics. This is actually absurd. More exploding rides. Hey, you want some sprite scaling? Honestly worth seeing. Gonna be real, that kind of made the game for me. Throwing up literally every... yeah, what is going on? Why are they so sick? Guys, overall charts, we're number 2. We're number 2. Who cares that they're puking? We're number 2 on the charts. What is wrong? I swear, everybody's just sick. This is why you don't open a park during Corona. This is proof right here. Increase the quality of the food? Can I? Is that an option? Scale price, okay. Ice average. Quite a lot loads. We can add more ice. Let's do quite a lot. Okay, I think I figured it out. Signpost to advertise. Caffeine. Quite a lot. Salt average. I feel like more salt's bad. Stop poisoning my attendees. Dude, I don't know what I'm doing here. Average sugar. I think the problem is having too much sugar. Right? Alright, Goji, come on now. Keep it clean. It's a little inappropriate. Guess what? What? Sleeping, listen to you. What should I be listening to? What do I need to hear? If I put the foods by the rides, if they're too close, they'll puke. I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. Well, basically my park is flawed, is what you're telling me. Fundamentally flawed. Just got off the ride and you threw up. How do we add signs? Where are the signs? Okay, finally we have a burger joint. I was wondering when we were gonna get a burger joint. I can't place it because of the blown up bouncy house. Yeah, I need a specified food area. It's far away from any of the rides, I guess. Which means I need to demolish these. You put the D-pad in wrong. Wait, how do you put the D-pad in? Oh, so you opened it up. Well, that's why it wasn't working. Inner IRL, thank you for the host. Welcome on in. Yeah, we need more exploding rides, I think. Road to the food area needs to be lined with outhouses. You had to read a strategy guide. Yeah, I think we're clearly not building properly. 2 of our rides are busted. It's a mess. We got the soda area right next to the spinny ride. Before you opened it up, it wasn't working. See, you made it sound like you were expecting it to work. Which, if you've had to open it up, then that makes a little bit more sense. Thank you, boy, for the hydrate. Give them water. I don't think there's a water dispensary. We've got ice cream, we've got soda, we've got burgers. It's all terrible food for you, right? Can't really tell what's going on. Yeah, it's a lot of overstimulation. These poor children are absolutely puking. And there's nothing I can do. Yeah, and August, I don't see any sign. Oh. What is this? That's just an overall map. Literally didn't do anything and now it's working again. Good old 3DO. Classic. How are we doing? Let's check happiness. It's probably gonna be a ton of unhappy people. Yup. There's 2 happy people. And a bunch of undecideds. Didn't do anything other than blow compressed air inside the console everywhere. Take it apart, put it back together wrong. Take it apart again, put it back together right. Yo, hey there, Kill Pain. There's a bad ending? Apparently if they eat too much, they vomit. How do we keep them from eating too much? We need to see this. I didn't know there was an ending. Make like a food court. Here's the deal. I don't know how to just like demolish structures either. Is there a way? Something about this park must be fun. Exactly. And they keep telling us to increase the ticket prices. Make the food crappy and they'll eat less. Maybe make it cost more. Yeah, I didn't know this game ends. I didn't know there was an end. Yeah, just make the food more expensive. That's what I'm thinking. Sale price 45 for fries? What the fuck? That's pretty whack. I'll make it 60. Never saw a kid explode and you played it for a long time. I feel oddly proud about that. I was gonna say, does the game end? I had no idea there was an end game. Yeah, we're just gonna raise the prices of our food, I guess. I don't know how like coffee's $12. This is like true. This is true scalping to the highest degree. When a coffee's 12 bucks and I made it 20. We get lawsuits up the ass from parents. Probably. Like, how's a burger 65? Is that cents or dollars? That sounds just like Disneyland. Pretty much. $12 for a coffee doesn't seem that far off. Mindscan, what are you talking about? You love it. Is the ticket cheaper than the fries? I think our ticket price is now 100. If I remember, it's 110 for tickets. Which seems absurd, right? Fries now are 60. Just playing Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. That game actually looks kind of cool. Yeah, we could probably release dinos on people. It'd be kind of sick. Yeah, we got some rich parents. This 3D has been the most hassle of anything you've dealt with. I mean, I'm sorry you're having such issues with it. Mine's been working like a dream. Although it was funny to hear Stage 1 boss say he had a controller that actually started smoking. I'm like, oh, that's not good. Oh, we don't have Clown Axe. They're buying $110 tickets and $86 fries. Dude, it's the American dream. I'm telling you. Alright. These charts, we kind of slid. We're down to number 9. Weren't we number 2 before? Okay, year-end totals. Park value. Our park value's down by 10,000? Probably because the exploding rides. The trick... Yeah, right, the trick is that you have to buy fries. Smoking what? No, like literally smoke was coming out of the controller. Guess how many kids will puke in 1 minute? Can we set clowns to terrifying? That sounds great. That sounds amazing. Can I actually do that? Well, because I think there's circuitry in the original controllers. Because, like, right, they have a headphone jack. Why wouldn't you set clowns to terrifying? I didn't even know there was an option. We gotta do that. Can we buy clowns? Are you talking about the clowns in this ride? I didn't see an option to set them to terrifying. I wish there were. No, that's not the ice cream place. Clown Axe, there we go. Excitement's only okay. Soup of the day implies another, possibly even seductive soup of the night. Not wrong. Then the clowns would blow up. Oh yeah, no, if the option's there, you definitely want to set it there. Okay, I was about to buy more handymen, but it looks like they actually started fixing stuff. I guess we're good for now. Rubber tubbing. The rubber tubbing will hose them down with excitement. They'll come thick and fast on the rubber tubing. Why did they use those words together? Why did they use those words together? Why that combination of words? How do I... Okay, here we go. I can build a track. I know why. It's gonna be a jank track. But that's what we want. We can build it. We want all the twists and turns. We want maximum twists and turns that the kids throw up even more. Okay, I don't know which side's which here. I think that works. Did I screw mine back to get my, what, my controller? Or my console? Console, I didn't bother screwing back together. I didn't put the top lid on. I mean, it's on, but I didn't screw it back together because I'm taking it apart enough to access the flash drive. Yo, Chris with the raid, dude. Dude, how's Minish Cap? Welcome in, guys. We're playing some theme park on the 3DO. We have no idea what we're doing. Most of our park goers are throwing up. Dude, and the resub too. Thank you so much, Chris.
Sub high.
10 months. Tier 2, you mad lad. Switched over to Strikers? Ooh. Did you finish Minish Cap? Or you just decide to switch? Damn it, I wish I was there for more of it. You raged? What happened? Our prices are ridiculously low. Dude, he keeps telling me to raise my ticket prices. We're really just gonna scalp them. 130, let's go. Not like a hardcore rage, but just like you're done after that. So yeah, I can feel that. Sometimes with Zelda, you need some time away. Okay, no new rides. Raise it to $245. Put our tickets at $245. Let's see, what else I got here? Bootleg Willy Wonka is evil. Should take his advice. Dude, I've been great. Thank you for asking, Chris. Hopefully you had a great stream. Again, I'm sorry I couldn't be there for more of it. Music is kind of evil. How are we doing? Do we really only have one happy? Okay, we've got less unhappy, though. That's good. That's good. A lot of undecided. Point, thank you for the clips. Do we have a clip of the exploding ride and the child flying into the air? Please tell me we have that. Alright, putting some extra outhouses down. I may have to go back and clip the kid dying. For those coming in, one of our rides exploded and a kid scaled in the air. It's beautiful. I love it. This toilet smells leaks and is ecologically unsound, but it does give relief. We'll put a tree next to it. We'll try to mask the stench of the outhouse. Hopefully it works. Black. I know, you can hear the children puking. I don't know how to fix this. Yo, hey, there's showtime. I'm doing alright. I like this game, but clearly I don't fully understand it. Ramen with the hydrate. Tin Can Alley. That was kind of fun. PS2 you were addicted to? Roller coaster? I think there was a theme park roller coaster. We'll add a Tin Can Alley here. Don't remember this much puking. You had sections? Yeah, you probably went more urban planner than I did. My ticket prices are still ridiculously low. I'm gonna crank it up more. Yeah, I think they felt some pressure after Roller Coaster Tycoon, is my guess. And especially with Thrillville. Going in first person and walk around your park. Yeah, I played a lot of Thrillville and Thrillville Off the Rails. You can do that in both of those. Those are great games. But yeah, theme park roller coaster. I might have to check that one out. Never ended up trying that one. Yeah, Off the Rails was my jam. I really liked that one. Revo got a PSP port. That I did not know. When do we eventually get the upgraded restrooms? I feel like a lot of the puking has to do with the fact that we have literal just outhouses that probably aren't sanitary at all, you know? Sorry, sir, you get, like, we're making bank, right? We're charging like $200 a ticket, but we can't afford nicer restrooms. It's too much to ask. Alright, I'm building a new Snakes and Ladders. Rip old Snakes and Ladders. Alright, overall charts for the year 2000. We're number 6. Middle of the pack. I'll take it, considering all the puking. Alright, our park value at the end of last year was 145,000. We're down to 100. Rip. Our balance is at least a little higher. Our earnings were higher as well. Man, our expenses last year were terrible. Ticket prices were ridiculous. They keep telling me to amp up the ticket prices. I guess I'm gonna amp them up some more. We got more happy people than ever. Just kidding, there's only 2. They teased me for a second. Dude, we're already at 150. Alright, 170 it is. Yeah, they're really trying to maximize our profits here. Do I dare add a bouncy house? Would have been very OCD. Maybe if I end up playing this again, I'll go the more OCD, playing every little thing out. Clearly, I'm playing this very casually right now. But it's almost kind of fun. I mean, hell, we already saw, like, 2 rides explode. That alone's worth it. I feel like we've got less people in the park. Is it just me? I think we may have overdone the ticket pricing. Just a little bit at this point. Definitely less people in the park. Hopefully we're good. Like, there's nobody tubing. Poison them and stole all their cash. That's what I'm thinking. They finally had enough. We've taken it too far. Let's see, what else can we do? Bring them in, block the exit, delete the exit. Ooh, Planet Rocket? The Planet Rocket Emporium takes you on a tour of the wonders of the world. Sounds sick. William Wonkus. William Wonkus. Damn it, William. You had one job. Okay, I have a feeling this attraction is gonna be... It's gonna be gangbusters. We're gonna have a long line for that one. I'm expecting great things from that one. He's the evil in disguise. William Wonkus, I love it. Yeah, the park's looking a little barren, not gonna lie. But there's no more puking children. Some girl on Tinder told you look like a mix between Emmett and Edward Cullen from Twilight. Dude, I don't know what that means either. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Who knows? We've only got a few unhappy. We're actually improving. The park is getting better, guys. All you can get from that is that you're pale. Maybe that is the takeaway. Excitement is excellent, reliability is quite good. And yet we can't get anybody to ride it. What are we doing wrong? Nobody's on the tubes. There's 2 people in the audience for the clowns. We still got the puking is back. The freaking puking is back. They keep telling me to make my ticket prices higher. Like, dude, how much higher? How much money can we really squeeze out of every customer? Yeah, they just keep eating and puking. It's like they don't care about the rides. They just want to eat some crap food and throw up. That's their thing, apparently. I enjoyed the 6 seconds of no puking too. I don't know why it came back. William Wonkus. What more? What does he want? This puking is absurd. What do I do? Do we need more outhouses? Replace more outhouses. More food. We'll just make them even more sick. They're already sick like dogs. Let's see, any new shops or rides? I don't think we have a novelty shop yet. This is like the bootleg Disney World, right? It's not even Six Flags. It's even more bootleg than that. This is the park that like your parents will take you on just on a whim, right? Disneyland's an experience. You have to plan it out because it's expensive. It's like a special occasion. This is the one that's like, okay, you want to go for a weekend? Here's some money. Because this is a cheap park. Although we've raised our ticket prices and people still show up, so. More food, more outhouses. It's all about supply and demand, right? Duck shoot. We don't have a duck shoot yet. Yeah, this is the place you go to on Friday night. Just chill and puke. As you do. Bulimia Land, jeez. That's what we should have called it. I had no idea there'd be so much puking involved. I didn't know better. It probably doesn't help that we have, like, outhouses right next to food, right next to rides. I'm sure my urban planner would not be happy with this. I think I can handle the money side of things. I think I need somebody else to design the actual layout. Never been to a park that's made you vomit, but you're sure if this one was real, it'd be the first. Chris can be right back. No worries, man. See you soon. But I'm kind of at a loss now because there's no new rides, right? We have all the rides down. Oh, wait. Parasol chairs, that's new. Oh, shoot, can I not afford it? There we go. I don't know why it didn't appear the first time. Alright, we got a new ride. Let's see if this one explodes on us. Oh my god, the vomiting. What is going on? You stopped while you were ahead, Ramen. That was the most puking we've had. How do I get rid of that? What is going on? Look at all the unhappy people. We got one happy person. Need to call the CDC, honestly. Sprite scrolling's making him sick. They want more food. That can't be good. There's so much puking. What the hell? We're number 6 overall in the charts. Year-end results. The park's worth a little less. Let's see, how many expenses? Not bad. Oh, wait. Expenses 230,000, taking 72. Yikes. That's no good. If you really want to go to a park that makes you vomit, but you're too lazy, just buy a PSVR. You get motion sick off VR. I think I probably would a little bit, but they keep telling me to raise the price of the park too, despite the fact that people come in to puke. I guess I'm gonna do what William Wonka says. Turning into the next Raccoon City. The constant vomiting. It's too much. Get motion sick off Trackmania. I would imagine something like Trackmania would be really hard to play in VR. Redoing a crazy track over and over to 100%. Yeah, I can imagine getting motion sick. It makes a lot of sense. Dude, the puking. These poor people. And they play while there's no audio. While there's no music, it still plays. I just get to... Ooh, steak restaurant. That's some high quality stuff. Right? Get some higher quality food, maybe that'll help. Really fun, not hard to play, but made you sick. It's a bummer though, that otherwise you're enjoying it. But it's making you motion sick, so you can't really play it. Well, I think we've gotten everything. Everything that's unlocked so far I've got on the board. Merry-go-round is getting so old I should replace it. Which one's the merry-go-round? This one? Let's get a technician on that one. Or we can watch it explode. We got a couple options here. Maybe it'll blow up. No, I think they're gonna fix it. Come for the ride, stay for the intestinal pains, cha-ching. William Wonka's TM. Beautiful. Not actually endorsed by Wonka's Entertainment. Wonka's Entertainment is not responsible for any sickness, injury, or death that occurs at participating William Wonka's parks. We're probably like the nephew of William Wonka's. That like he's chosen a number of people to run separate William Wonka's parks, and he's like the family member that he has to be nice to. So he gives them a park, even though we're absolutely inept at building a park. And he just has to watch as we throw away his money. He's on his deathbed and gave me the deed to every park. We're just causing children to puke. The bootleg Willy Wonka we never got. It's actually, yeah. Yeah, now we're in debt forever. It's a beautiful cycle. Such is life. It's pretty great. They're telling me again I should replace the merry-go-round. The lore is set in stone. 100%. I can't figure out how to make the children stop puking. I think if I were to really take this seriously, I probably need to read the manual and probably start again from scratch if I really wanted to. Any new rides? Nothing. Damn. We might switch games soon, though. I think this park is a lost cause. I can't figure out how to make the kids stop puking. It's true, though. I can't. I don't know what's wrong with them. I give them food. I give them fun rides. I give them outhouses to puke in. But yet, here we are, hearing puking every 2 seconds. I guess you could say I'm getting sick. Well, I'm not the one getting sick. Apparently, I'm making others sick. But yeah, I will say, my planning skills on this park... I mean, it looks like a hodgepodge. You can tell this is thrown together. Okay, at least there's somebody on the tube ride. Got 5 quotes and a whole new story to go with the game. Drink Baja, Flash, and join them. They're telling me I should remove this. Maybe I should. Oh my god, we can go first person. This is what I needed. Speaking of getting sick. Anybody that suffers from motion sickness, you're warned. I imagine this is just a loop that goes over and over. That's kind of neat, though. Yeah, we can leave. I kind of like that, though. Oh, wait. Sorry. Same one. Yeah, let's try another one of the rides. The plane flyer. That's loud. Yeah, no wonder they're it's all circular rides. No wonder they're throwing up. Let's go into... Can we go into the World of Fun Clown Acts? Oh, there's no movie for that one. Oh, all the puking. PS1 version, you can run around the park in 3D. That's cool. They're all circular rides. Oh god, this is going fast. Okay, screw that one. I can't handle that. This is the reason they puke. It all makes sense. These are all just motion sickness to the ride. Oh my lord. This one's not as bad, but still. Yeah, the spaceship rides kind of suck. It is cool they have CG rendered stuff for these. Let's try the snake slide. Okay, that's kind of cool. I mean, we know what's gonna happen. You're gonna come down the other end. Spooky. I'm kind of glad they put the effort in for these, though. It's kind of neat. Parasol chair is probably another spinning ride. Imagine being in there when it explodes. Yeah, the music's kind of whack. More motion sickness. The rubber tube? Wait, rubber tube? Which one? All the circles. I swear every ride is a circle. Bouncy castle. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, he's got his dog with him. I mean, let's be real, in a real park, they would not let a dog on here. You know, that's probably why the bouncy house exploded. They had a dog with his claws come in and poke a hole in the bouncy house. No wonder it exploded. Damn, Ghost House doesn't have a video. The maze does, though. Skyletopia, where puke's abundant and dogs are allowed. Why is this moving so fast? Doggo again. This game really likes dogs. Alright, I think that was all of them. Most of them were spinning rides, though. Oh, speaking of the bouncy house being on fire. Should we sit and watch it burn? Again, dude, the bouncy house, keep in mind. Reliability is very bad. Damn it, they're shutting it down. I was hoping it would explode. I was waiting. I wanted to see it happen. Honestly, best part of this game was watching that snake ride explode. Friggin' narcs. Somebody had to tattle. Somebody had to tattle and tell them that the bouncy house was about to explode. Disappointment. Dude, the snake ride's on fire again. They're all on fire. Now they're closing it down. People are starting to smoke at young ages, it's true. Damn it, people, we paid. I know, right? How dare you do your job? What if I fired him? What if we just fired all the technicians? We don't need them, right? I mean, the kids are already puking their guts out. They might as well be dead. William would be proud. William with his smug look in the bottom left. This game's actually absurd. And I love it. Any new rides? Unfortunately, no. I think the park is just dying at this point. We had a good run of a couple years. Oh, adjust the speed. I hadn't even thought about that. The teacups are busted again. Yo, we're number 2 in the overall charts for 2002. Number 1 for Pleasant and Satisfaction. We're also the second richest, and we have the most amenities. Let's go. There we go. Alright, we're not doing too bad. Someone make a beat out of the kids puking. So maybe at the end of every year we get a new... We do. We've got more spinners, dude. Cowboy axe, let's go. See, that's at the end of every year. We get more stuff. All the puking. It's so disturbing. All the spinning right. Yeah, this game's evil. Officially. They knew what they were doing, dude. They totally knew. Oh my god. The puking their guts out. You know, this game wants the kids to throw up. I'm convinced. I'm convinced this is purposeful. Maybe the goal here is to have the kids throw up. 30% chance for puke isn't too high, right? Dude, it seems more than 30%. Okay, we've only got a handful of unhappy customers, though. Most of them are undecided. The black. I might have to stop playing just for all the puking. It's getting out of hand. Let's see, anything new in here? Doesn't look like it. More food, more drink, more puke. Papa John's. We'll add a burger joint, why not? Right next to the observatory. Beautiful. Just increase the fuck out of the food prices. They can't afford to throw up. Yeah, maybe that's the move, right? That's the play. Increase the food prices so nobody can eat, so they can't throw up. Genius. These poor kids. It's never ending. Constant puking. Only the rich get to puke. Haven't beat Six Flags, no. Unfortunately, everybody's puking right now. It's kind of our thing, apparently. People come here to puke. You go to Disney World for the rides. The expensive food. You come here to puke. I know, even on the menu, Jedi, it does. It's so absurd. Wait, saloon is water? Let's lower that. Get them drinking water, for Christ's sake. Maybe then they won't puke so much. So we need more saloons, is what I'm hearing. I gotta build around the rubble pile. I gotta build around the rubble pile of the old bouncy house. Okay. Yeah, we're putting more saloons. They need water. Ipecac milkshakes. It sounds like it. How else do you explain this travesty? Yeah, they haven't been drinking water. I think we did poison them. It's all our fault. Yeah, like you said, though, it doesn't help that most of these rides are cyclical. Like, they're designed to make people throw up. So we're gonna make a nice, long, mostly straight and narrow course. We can't be having all this puking. Does this game have an ending? Somebody was saying there's a bad ending? But I didn't realize this game ever ends. There might be a certain mode that you play in which it actually ends, but there's nothing to drink but Baja Blast. Baja Blast only. Dude, these are on fire again. Or have they still not been repaired? Half of our rides are decommissioned. Such a mess. Such a damn mess. We call it Baja Black around here. Around these parts. Now I'm gonna put more saloons in. I am gonna push the saloons. These people need water. If it never ends, does it still count as a variety night? Well, I don't think I'll be playing this for too much longer, because I think we've seen most of what we need to see. I'll probably save it. This is one we can always come back to. If I were to play more of this, I'd probably start from scratch again, because this park is just... It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. The children puking. Yeah, we've heard enough of kids puking. I'll give it a little longer. We're almost to the end of this year. Maybe we'll go to the end of this year, see what new things we unlock. Heard Kyle, Taco Bell. Put him in charge of your upcoming theme park. Yeah, Taco Bell, get me on that. I'll make one hell of a park. Steak restaurant. I'm trying to push the fancy food too. They need some proper food. I love how right at the entrance, we just have like a gravel pit of where the bouncy house used to be. Should I play the PS1 version? I could play the PC version. Now I guess with the Rip Steakhouse. More like Rip Baja Blast right now. Apparently it's making everybody puke. How are we doing on consumer happiness? We've got 2 happy people. We got 4 happy people. Got 4 unhappy. So even out, 50-50. Bunch of undecideds. That's okay. That's okay. That's alright. I'll take it. I still haven't found the signs that Analogous was talking about. Oh my, dude. The cacophony of pukes. It's too much. How are they not dead? I don't understand. If they were puking that much, you'd think they'd be dead, right? Close enough. Black Step, the next musical genre. The next evolution of music. Okay, we're almost to the end of this year. This is what Action Park was like. Never heard of Action Park. Why, did they have a not so stellar reputation? How are there so many people vomiting? The absurdity here. Okay, we're number 5 in the overall charts this year. Stellar's putting it lightly. I've never heard of it. Never heard of Action Park. Okay. Takings, we're getting close to expenses. We're about to break even, it looks like. Alright, let's see if there's any new rides for this year. There's a theme park in New Jersey. So it had a reputation, I'm guessing. Yo, roller coaster, finally, yes. Okay. I'm glad we played this long, because I wanna see a roller coaster. We need this. Let's build our track. If I can figure out how. Is there a way to change elevation? I think they're just flat roller coasters, unfortunately. Damn. That's a bit of a bummer. But I guess it's an early game. Shouldn't expect too much. The puking. Yeah, if we didn't have a problem with puking already, this is really gonna contribute. Crank the puke to maximum over Black. Of course. We gotta do it to him. Tight turns in the middle, yes. We're gonna have it snake through the middle. Beauty. For maximum puking potential. Alright, I want to see someone ride it. They better be getting on it. The brand new attraction. What are you doing? Are you telling me you don't want to try the new roller coaster? You hope it blows up. Wishful thinking. Damn, nobody on the roller coaster yet. Come on, it's the brand new attraction. Everybody's puked out. They're like, we can't handle a roller coaster. According to one walkthrough, you never really beat the... That's what I figured. I figured it just kind of goes forever. It goes until you don't need it to go anymore, right? Observation tower? It's kind of neat. This one can't be vomit-inducing, right? Yeah, we'll make the roller coaster cheap. So like 45 minutes ago, Rick. I see you, Rick. There's a hint for money. Oh, why did I put the stairs there? Wait, what the heck? Can I fix that? Now they're not gonna be able to get off of this. Let's hope that works. Alright, yeah, I'll make the ride cheaper. Top-notch excitement. People been on ride. Wait, can we fix the cost? I don't know if we can. We can fix the capacity. The cacophony of puking. I don't think we can change the price. At least from what I can tell. Yeah, he's not going in. I think we botched this one. Yes, okay. Let's fix it. Better capacity? Well, I don't know if better is adding more people or less. If nobody's on it, is there any reason to fix it? Okay, put stairs there. There we go. Boom. Is that yes or no on a money hint? I'll take the hint. I don't know how much longer I'll be playing this, though. We'll see. I feel like I've done most of what I wanted to in this. You know, I'm at that point. I think if I really wanted to play this again, I'd probably try and map out the park pretty well. Because this was me just randomly placing stuff, and you can kind of tell. It's pretty obvious. It's gotten very quiet, kind of. I'm still hearing plenty of puking. Select one of your sideshows by pressing R1, then choosing the question mark. Make it nearly impossible to win. Okay. I like where this is going. I like where this is going. So, probability. So make it 1%. Basically. Raise the price of the prize to the highest. Raise the price of each game by 400. Okay. Let's try it. Puking sim, yes. It's absurd. Alright, let's see if this works. And we might as well do it on any of them, right? Any and all. 1% odds. Make the cost of the prize the maximum. The outskirts are barren. Yeah, I feel like we do need to add some more. But I'm like, I wanted to see people riding the roller coaster, and I haven't seen any yet. I'm disappointed. I spent all this time on the roller coaster. Nobody's riding it. This puking's absurd. Damn, I can't make the capacity more than the rated. That's no fun. Yo, Chazzy. Oh god, not this game. I'm kind of disturbed by the amount of puking. Ride cost is high. I don't know how to switch the ride cost for these. Oh, did I? What, was just off? Wait, are you serious? The ride was just off? I didn't know I could turn it off and on. I think we just figured out why. 50 hours on this bad boy just last month. Broken is all hell. A good broken or a bad broken? A battle royale of bodily fluids, honestly. I was riding the brakes again. In all fairness, how was I supposed to know that? I haven't had to turn on any of the other rides. Bad broken. Every port was done by like one person. Oh shit, really? Yeah, every other ride is defaulted to on, in my defense. But there we go. Yeah, which one did you end up playing, Jazzy? Which port? PS1, okay. The Saturn copy freezes you've seen. Not sure what terror the 3DO will wreak. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I haven't seen any bugs yet. Like, no breaking bugs at this point. Just a lot of puking. This still UK? I believe so, yeah. Yeah, we started in the UK. Kids, yeah, the kids puking is off the charts. Maybe the game only freaks out when you move on to the, okay, to the other parks. You're trying to flip all 24, I see. Just got your PS1 copy. Put garlic over the front door to prevent 3DO games from entering. What, you don't love the 3DO? I find that hard to believe. This puking is absurd. Does anybody know why there's so much puking happening? 3D puke, honestly. Yeah, very, very high number of 3D ports on the PS1. The first year or so. I don't blame them. A lot of those devs wanted to get money out of those games. Makes sense. Okay, we're almost to the end of this year. I just want to see if another year gives us some more rides. So what do you need to do for flipping a park? Need to assign a handyman to walk past the bathrooms to make sure they're clean. That might be part of my problem. Jay with the rain. I see what you're doing there. Pulling a mat. You pulling a mat? Or did you actually stream? Because I'm not aware if you're streaming or not. If you were, hopefully it went well. Next year we'll go bankrupt unless we get out of the red. Well, that answers our question. That's how we get an ending. We go bankrupt. After X amount of years, the game will let you auction the park. Okay. That green button on the year-end screen. Okay. Well, our park is about to go bankrupt, so. Laptop's too shit. I could have gone to auction? Damn it. Damn it, I could have auctioned it off before we go bankrupt. It's looking likely we're gonna go bankrupt. Rip the park. Can I see if the sideshows are generating money? Let's check. If I know how to check. Maybe if we check our main income menu. How is money in versus money out? Oh my. What difficulty? I think I ended up choosing sim. I think I'm on easy sim. Okay, I mean, we are coming out of the red. Look at those stonks. Yeah, this isn't very good. Yeah, the chart is terrifying. I don't know how we check the income of each individual. Maybe shop takings? Overall ratings. Damn, we dipped hard. We're making tons of money at the gate. Click the white button. Put this one down here. Are you talking the white button for the individual area? On that page? So this button? Shop takings. I assume is what we're looking at. No, sideshow prizes one. There we go. Looks like we're making our money back. Tells you how much we're bringing in and losing. Okay. I don't see sideshow income, though. Oh, shit. We might go bankrupt. That would be a good place to end off, I guess. I think I definitely need to read a manual or a strategy guide next time I end up playing this. Any new... I guess I shouldn't go crazy on new rides either, though, if we're in the red. If we're gonna go bankrupt soon. Probably shouldn't be buying a bunch of new rides. Shops get looped together. Okay. Okay, it's not as advanced. Well, it doesn't look like we're making a killing yet. I can bump this up. Walkthrough says to cheat and good luck if you... Wait, actually? That's what it says? Seriously? Oof. Gotta be a god gamer to be good at theme park, apparently. You don't doubt it. That's kind of hilarious. William had very high hopes. The park is tearing itself apart. And we're out of money. Wonkus is gonna sue us. Cease and desist. We're into May. We're gonna run till the end of this year and hope we don't go bankrupt. We are going back into the green. We're working our way up there. We were at like negative 40,000. We're down to negative 24. So we're actually getting up higher. As long as we can make our money back before the end of the year. It's possible. You got a whole story out of this either way. Fair enough. Yeah, I've honestly, the whole William Wonkus thing, one of the best things I could ask for. Yeah, maybe raise ticket prices again. Hey, there's Super Llama. Welcome in. The game did tell me to keep raising it. We're up to 220 now on ticket prices. It's all going overboard. Our finances are a mess. Kids are puking everywhere. We've failed. Honestly, the best thing that could happen right now is that we make our money back and we auction off the park. And we just forget this park ever happened. That'd be the way to go. How are we doing? Dude, we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. Fire insurance? Who needs fire insurance? It's more fun when the rides explode. Like the bouncy castle right now. I swear, every time I look over here, it's got smoke puffing out. When they say highly unreliable, they mean it. Higher ticket prices? Well, I don't want to price people out of the park. We're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. The bouncy castle actually is. Yeah, no, you're right. It's constantly up in smoke. Thank you, Llama. I'm glad you're enjoying it. My park's a disaster, but at least it's entertaining. I think we're gonna try and keep a low profile and just make our money back this year. And then see if we can auction off the park. Do we need to pay off loans first? Just overload the park with mechanics? Well, we've already got a ton of them, I felt like. I kind of spammed mechanics earlier. But maybe we need more. It's possible. There we go. We're back in the green. Look at us go. We did it. Back in the green. We're making money again. It's all good. We still got a couple months left in the year. So, Chazzy, do you know how many years before you can auction off the park and move on? To the moon. Let's forget this park ever happened. God, all the puking. Just bury the people. What, who complain? Get rid of them. We don't need them. Varies by location. UK's 3, okay. I did have the button. Yeah, no, we've definitely played more than 3 years. For sure. Alright, any hazards here? Okay, bouncy castles fixed. Of course, the snake ride's now on fire, though. Of course. Maybe it's 5. Usually on autopilot. That's fair. That's fair. They keep telling us the maze is getting too old. How does a maze get old, though? Like, the maze isn't gonna burst into flames, right? Super Llama, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. We're at the end of October. I'm gonna try and sell this park off and see if it works. Wants me to constantly cycle out attractions. Yeah, but I want them to stay relevant as long as possible and just hopefully someday just catch up in flames. That's the more fun way of doing it. Dude, we're way in the green now. Look at us go. Look at us go. 11,000 in the green. Let's go. Although it seems like now that we increase ticket prices, is it just me or the gate earnings are way lower? Right? Shops are making more money. That's good. More ticket prices. Just gonna price everyone out. It did stop the puking a bit. I think that's part of the problem. I think is when the park is overloaded. Is when the puking really starts to happen. I think when we price enough people out, it actually becomes safer. How many rides do you have? Your ticket price should be way higher. Oh, really? Surprised the advisor isn't yelling at me. Let's see. How are we doing? Way less unhappy people. That's good. Keeps out the undesirable poor people. That's horrible. But also economics. It's terrible. I don't think it's not a classist thing, right? It's just having too many damn people in the park. It's running over capacity. Literally spends your entire game either telling you you're running a charity or be reported to the consumer board. Amazing. Yo, hey there, Jared. Yeah, how does the second one happen? I'd be curious to find out. Alright, end of the year. Can we auction off the park? There's supposed to be a green button? Do I not have the option? Amenities were number 1 and satisfaction number 1. We got number 2 overall. What are all these? Ride compliment is average. People in your park think it is poor? Excuse me? Safety record's excellent, despite half our rides bursting in flames. Oh, next screen? I see. Okay. So if we hit this, sure you want to put your theme park up for auction? Yes. Let's see what happens. Oh. 60. Ooh. We're getting some bids, guys. Let's go. 814,000. We're almost to a mil. We hit the million mark. Let's go. If you price your park too high, the way he tells you that people are complaining is he's like, people are reporting you to the consumer board for outrageous price gouging. Amazing. Did we not get enough though? Well, I guess we could do Scandinavia, right? So we have, let's see. Yeah, we just over 1 million. I have 1.2 million now. So we could do Egypt. We could do a couple different places. Nigeria. Antarctica. The cycle begins anew. It truly does. So there's 24 total. So like technically a full playthrough would be what? Playing through every single one and then selling it off. Which is a lot of content. 18 of 24, you maniac. Game truly never ends. Let's go Egypt. I think I'll go Egypt and then just save. I think that'll be the route to go. I think I've played enough for now. Part closed. Yeah, let's just give it a save. I had fun with this one, though. I definitely got more into it as we went along. Definitely kind of surprised me there. Yeah, it truly never ends, though. I mean, yeah, it's one of those games you can just keep playing for ages, right? It doesn't truly end. So, I'm going to save. We did get one park done. I feel like that's a good stopping point, considering we've played this for far longer than I was expecting to. Like, a good, 2 hours there. I believe the game is saving. While that's going, we can get another poll going. Might as well. Definitely glad I decided to throw that one on. Definitely a good pick. Okay. Am I gonna get music? No music? I was calling it jank at the start. Just slightly. I was just talking mostly about control. Control on the 3DO. Now we do have Putt-Putt. Hold on. Let me switch out theme park, obviously. Switch out theme park with something else. Yeah, not yet. I don't have the poll started just yet. You're excited? I can't blame you. Let's see, what else do I got? I have a Sesame Street game, but I don't know if I want to play another children's game. I don't know if I'm ready for more of that. Let's see, what else do I got? I want something not too involved. I got D. I think I'd be doing myself a disservice if I tried to start D tonight right now. I don't think I'd have enough time to play through it, right? I'd be barely getting started, most likely. I'm gonna put Off-World Interceptor on here. I know we played this once before, but this game's pretty damn cool. And I wouldn't mind trying it again. So, let me get the poll going real quick. So 3 and 4 I have played once before. I did not mean to make that rhyme. That just happened. I have a feeling I know what's gonna win, since I got very close to winning last time. Alright, poll is officially started. Please vote if you can. I'm gonna take this opportunity to use the restroom real quick and get some water. And once I'm back, I guess we'll see what wins. Oh my, that is a commanding lead. Well, I think it's safe to say what won, right? I think it's safe to say that we're playing Putt-Putt. Which is absolutely fine by me. That works out. I think this game is going to be great. If it's anything like Fatty Bear's birthday surprise, this will be fun. And just chill, too. Alright, Putt-Putt goes to the moon. Let's go. Let us begin. Theme park, had more fun with than I honestly expected. I'm glad we ended up throwing that one on. No, this is not a mini game. This is not a mini game collection. This will actually be a point and click. Anything like Aqua Teen Zombie Ninja Pro-Am. Get out of here. Get riled for some checker. No, this is an actual point and click. Yeah, this is by Humongous Entertainment. They do some great stuff. I don't believe Chazzy there's Spy Fox. It's a shame. I might have to play some Spy Fox though at some point. That'd be pretty dope.
Hi, I'm Putt-Putt. I'm so excited. Mr. Firebird invited Pep and me to the fireworks factory. I bet this is going to be a great day.
Fireworks factory. That sounds like an explosion waiting to happen. Butterfly. This is a goddamn Arthur game. No. No, this is better than Arthur. This is much better than Arthur.
It says fireworks factory.
Why does it look cracked out, Point? Come on now. Already looks lower budget. Hold on, we've only seen the first screen, guys. Yo, Hulk, welcome back. Let's go inside the factory. Hulk, have you played this exact game? Yeah, graphics weren't 100% there, but...
Hi, Mr. Firebird.
Welcome, Putt-Putt. Would you like to help me make a skyrocket?
You bet.
A
I'll give
skyrocket?
you a hand, but be careful not to touch that lever. It's for my big secret experiment.
Do I touch the lever?
Wow.
Just show me what you want to do.
Do I touch the lever? Him telling me not to touch the lever makes me want to touch the lever. Wait, so what do we do here?
Just show me what you want to do.
Dude, I don't know. You threw me over here. Yo, Lazoli.
The squiggly worms are my favorite.
They're neat.
Can I put all of them into one?
Those hearts are sure pretty.
Keyboard.
Bright stars.
Okay, now what? Is that it? Can I pick it up?
Mr. Firebird will help me make fireworks.
I don't know what's
Show me
happening.
What you want to do.
Are we done with our firework? Are we done? Is that a disembodied steering wheel? I think so. I think so.
Just show me what you want to do.
Oh, there we go. I think we got it. We're gonna test it out. Keyboard. Okay, let's see how that does. Yo, Chazzy, thanks for the host. Wish people sound like the red car IRL.
Just show me what you want to do.
How many of these are we gonna have to make? Putt-Putt makes a bomb. That firework was disappointing. Let's see if loading them way up does anything different. Just like 5 of each. This game is kind of creepy so far. I don't know how I feel about this one. Oh, look, you sound like the red car. I can only imagine. Is there more game? I would assume so. I think we can probably leave this area. I probably don't actually have to do more of this. I think they want us to pull the lever. Only paint mix. I don't know what the lesson's supposed to be. I honestly don't. I have zero clue. Yeah, we're gonna hit the lever. Him explicitly telling me not to makes me want to. Watch this look the same. I have a hunch. Yeah, look the same. Alright, let's get out of here. We can leave. But we're gonna pull that lever. You know we have to.
I better not touch that.
No.
I better not
Touch it.
that.
Pull the lever.
Not touch that.
Putt-Putt. You weakling.
What a pretty butterfly.
The lever must be pulled.
No, Pep.
We got it. We got it.
Oh no!
The dog pulled it. We got it.
What's happening?
This is amazing.
Buckle your seatbelt, Putt-Putt. You're
Putt-Putt is
for
going
a
to the moon.
ride.
Dog is the MVP. Amazing. Since when do rockets have seatbelts? Good question.
Wow. Pep, we're in outer space.
This is amazing. I love this. We got Venus, Mercury, Mars, Earth. We got all the planets. And we got Pluto. Mr. Dwarf Planet. What even is... It's a point and click adventure game. If you remember Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise, it plays much like that. Okay, random alien. Did we beat the game since it's called Putt-Putt Goes to the Moon? Yeah, that's it. Can you fly into the sun? Bad ending. Adventure, maybe. Yeah, this one seems to be a little bit more on rails than Birthday Surprise was. It's a little more straightforward, linear.
Hang on, Pep. We're going in for a moon landing.
Putt-Putt just dies. Just crashes in the moon, game over. What's with the dissonant piano? This is not okay. You guys are hearing that too, right? Just somebody slamming on the keyboard.
I'm on the moon. How will I ever get home?
Can we check in the craters? We got moon cheese. Homie traveled 238,900 miles in 38.7 seconds. Putt-Putt's just on another level, analogous. We're mere mortals. He's a car. A sentient car. This takes it to a whole nother level. I'm loving this. SpaceX.
Do you know the way back
Elon
to
Musk.
Earth?
No, we just got here. We're from Kansas.
Maybe you could launch off that rock. That's a good idea.
Launch off the rock? That doesn't sound like a good idea. Rick Beato would tear this apart. He totally would. He totally would.
I guess I can't get home that way.
He'd be like, this music's whack. Is there anything back over here? Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Well, okay, we just try that again. There's definitely much less to point and click at in this game so far. What was that guy?
That's weird.
That was weird. Random bowling ball. Sentient bowling ball. Okay, we can either go in the cave or up the trail. I don't know, guys. Dark cave or mountainous trail? They both seem sketch. Both seem super sketch. Be a great show, Rick Beato's worst video game music. I'd totally watch that too. 100%. There's multiple contenders on the 3D alone. Dark cave, obvious choice. All right. I'm seeing multiple caves. We're going caves. Doggo.
You want to play hide and seek?
Is this really the time for hide and seek?
Here I come.
Is this really the time? How is the dog breathing, by the way? If they're on the moon. Oh, no. Got a maze. A jank point and click maze. Good thing I can spam A. Peak gameplay right here. This is much less disturbing than the dark cave I had in mind, but that's like... Got him.
Tag, I found you. That was fun.
So much fun. That was it?
Come on, Pep.
World of Warcraft Battle for Azeroth? Oof. Well, I guess that was the Dark Cave, guys. That was it for Dark Cave.
It says caution.
Mind scan. Yeah, that cave was very disappointing. Well, we're going over. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Who would have thought that would have happened?
I'm stuck here.
Oh, shoot.
Maybe I should call for help.
Doggo? Call for help. How do I do that?
I'm stuck here.
That's terrifying. That horn?
Little buddy.
Can you get me out of this mess?
Sure, I'll help
Yeah,
you out.
putt-putt size crack in the ground. The perfect size.
Thanks.
What a Chad. Why can't we have a robotic arm like that? And he can weld? Like, dude. Alright. The virgin putt-putt to the Chad Moon bot.
And if I got quite a story to tell. I was brought here from Earth by some
He is a
astronauts,
moonlander.
but when they went home, I was left behind.
Poor moonlander.
All they left me was this picture of the moon. You can have it if you like. I just want to go home.
Thanks, Rover.
I like how we're on the moon and all he has is a picture
I
of
wish
the
there was
moon.
something I could do.
Listen, kid, there just might be. Now follow me. I've got an idea.
Where's he going with this? Shit's too convenient. It's a kid's game. It's gonna be convenient.
Wow. Take a look at this place.
Rocket ice cream?
That looks just like a
Hell yeah.
space rocket.
It is a space rocket, and it just might be our ticket home.
I wonder if it's for sale.
It sure is.
How much is
I feel
it?
like this is gonna be long. I doubt it. I doubt it.
But the rocket's missing a few parts. Take our blue flag. It will show you what you need.
Thanks.
Missing some rocket parts. Classic.
It's the plan for the rocket. It looks like
Dude,
it
we need
needs
4
fine
parts.
steering wheel. The nose
It's not
cone,
gonna be
the
long.
key,
Yeah.
the
No, these
rocket
humongous entertainment
and
games are never that
10
long.
glowing moon crystals, so I can launch the rocket ship.
Something about moon crystals?
I'll go help look for the missing parts.
Bye.
10, yeah, did they say 10 glowing moon crystals? That's a lot of crystals. Be quite a few crystals. Okay, let's see, where can I go here? Moon City something? Moon City gas. Oh, rocket fuel, it looks like? This machine looks about ready to blow. Yo, hey there, boat. How are you doing? That's just a leaf? What is that?
It's a note. It says, if you need rocket fuel, you can find me at the Moon Bubble Apartments. The
Moon
second
Bubble
floor,
Apartments.
Apartment C. Yours truly, Robbie
2C. 2C, I can remember that. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of interactivity on a lot of these frames, which makes this probably a little bit easier than Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise. The Cosmic Dust Diner. Blast Donahue. Bear Storm. Hey, it's Fatty Bear. Look at that. Wait, what? It's an actual, like, arcade game? We just pop balloons? Yeah, it's funny that Putt-Putt gets a ton of love and Fatty Bear is, like, relatively unknown by comparison. Mind scan. Indeed it is. 923, let's go. Alright. How do I get out of this? Can I not leave? Guys, we made a fatal error. Okay, balloons are fuel. Yo, Sinful with the host. Thank you, Sinful. Think Fatty Bear's better? So far, I would say Birthday Surprise to this. I think Fatty Bear had a little bit more going on. Alright, let me run out of fuel so I can get out of here. Damn it. I avoided nearly every balloon. I still managed to stay alive. Oh, there we go. One of the shoulder buttons got me out. Fatty Bear is a swear. Yep, according to Twitch.
You don't look like the rest of us, little fella. You must be new in town.
My name's Putt-Putt. I'm from Cartown, on the planet Earth.
Well, welcome
He's from
to Moon
Cartown,
City.
of course.
So, Putt-Putt, would you like a soda pop?
Yes, please.
Maybe that's why you don't see more of him.
Enjoy.
Maybe so. Damn, he's gulping it down. He put that away.
Yummy.
Futurama's on Disney Plus? I would never have guessed that.
Soda pop, please.
Oh god, I asked for another one. Gonna make poor Putt-Putt diabetic. Is this Toe Jam and Earl? In what way? What, the aliens?
Wow.
Well, I'm glad Futurama's on some streaming service. I love that show. Yeah, let's maybe not get Putt-Putt hyped on energy drinks. I believe Sinful might be talking Canada. I'd like a Pepsi free. Classic. Alright, I'm assuming this is the apartments. We need 2C. You know, this doesn't look like
Look
apartments.
at those keys. I need a key to start the rocket ship.
Wait, what?
Well, hello. I'm Governor Moonbeam. And
Why does this
who do we
guy
have
give me
here?
Robin Williams vibes of all things?
I'm visiting from the planet Earth and I'm trying to get home.
Anything I can help you with?
How come you have so many keys hanging over there?
Well, I give them out to good deed doers.
Oh, I like
Free
these
keys.
good deeds.
Stop back anytime.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, US Disney Plus is... It's okay.
It says Moon City Hall.
Yo, Steffer with the raid. Dude, Steffer, how was the stream? Yo, Meryl, welcome in. How are you? Hey there, Axion. The Gloaming. Welcome in, guys. Currently playing Putt-Putt Goes to the Moon on the 3DO. So we're calling Mayor out.
Well,
We already talked to him once.
Hello. Anything I can help you with today?
May I have a key, please?
You certainly may, my friend. After you do your good deed.
I have to do a good deed.
Thanks, Governor Moonbeam.
Good luck.
This game's trying to teach me to be a good, productive member of society. Why? I guess we gotta go leave and do a good deed. This is a pretty well-known children's piece of software. Putt-Putt had like a number of games on the PC and different consoles. This is actually my first one. Never played one before. I think Humongous Entertainment's done a number of games, but I think Putt-Putt might be their most well-known. Okay, let's go this way. A good and familiar friend. A familiar face. TV streaming services advice. Buy 1 for a month or 2 to watch what you like. Cancel and try another. Not a lawyer. Yeah, I would never buy every streaming service. That would be absurd. Okay, this is terrifying. He's going hard on these springs. Ooh, that pebble. He missed. Crap shot. He got it. Yeah, another good way of doing it is sharing with the group.
It's a picture of the moon. It's a picture of the moon.
These guys do anything else? I thought I could maybe interact with them. It's not looking like it. Butt scan. Why, hello there. So we came up from the top. What is this?
Excuse me.
Is she really not gonna answer?
Welcome to Buzz and Glow's
Took her
Do-It-Yourself
sweet time there.
Beauty Shop. Want a new look?
No thanks.
Beauty
But
shop.
that's a great machine. Can I watch?
You can do better than that, honey. You can give us a hand. I'm sure our customers would love it.
Games like an interactive don't hug me, I'm scared YouTube video. See anything else? No, this is the end of the room. Let's see how I mess with this. Make something blow up, maybe. Oh, weird. Okay. What the heck? This is kind of terrifying. I want a one-eyed lobster creature. This is wonky. But kind of cool. As a kid, I would have loved this. This would have been the most hype thing. Make your own monster. It's Putt-Putt butt scan. It's Putt-Putt goes to the moon. Again, Putt-Putt I think had a series of games. I know there's at least one other that I haven't played on 3DO.
Bye.
That is terrifying. Like Play-Doh I didn't even know Play-Doh had a video game. I had no idea. But there's Putt-Putt joins the parade that I also will need to play. Okay, we found apartments. 2C. Thank you, Blast, for shouting out Steffer. Yeah, Steffer, what were you up to? You're still here. Disco Elysium. Never played that. I've kind of wanted to try it.
Hi, can I help you?
Is Robbie Radar in, please? I need some rocket fuel.
Use Twitch emojis in iMessage?
He just
What?
left. He just beamed out of here.
Oh, he left?
Do you know where I can find him?
I believe he went to the 4th floor.
He's up on the 4th floor?
Here, you might need these directions.
There's directions?
It says
It's pretty cool.
I can find Robbie Radar at the Moon Bubble apartment. The 4th floor, apartment A.
You say A? He said A, right? Apartment A? I heard A. I'm assuming. It's a little distorted. I couldn't quite tell. 4A. That should be it. Already saw Weird Science. Made your own real-life female avatar. It's fun for a moment till she tried to take over the world. You had to kill her and bury her in my theme park.
Hello. May I help you?
I'm looking for Robbie Radar and some rocket fuel.
I see. Sorry to say it, but he just left.
Do you know where I can find him?
I do. He went to the 1st floor.
Are you serious?
Apartment B.
1B? They're making us go on a wild goose chase. A wild goose chase through the apartments. 1B. Somebody say Oingo Boingo related language. Weird Science may have gotten mentioned. That it is Putt-Putt, isn't it? Just one big goose chase. We found him.
Hi, I'm Putt-Putt. I need some rocket fuel for the spaceship so I could get back to Earth.
Well, I just happen to have some rocket fuel. You're welcome to it if you'd like some.
I sure would, Mr. Radar.
What a nice man. Just giving away rocket fuel?
I'll meet you there.
Wait, meet us where? Okay, they take us right there. Good.
Hi, Robbie.
Putt-Putt's mouth's weird.
Here's your rocket.
I guess it kind of is now that I'm looking at it. Mouth weird, eyes buggy. Poor Putt-Putt.
This is great. Now I have my rocket fuel.
Can't
To be
stop
of service,
looking.
little fella. Any old time.
Consistent existential crisis. Poor Putt-Putt. Just getting bullied. He can't help the way he looks. Who isn't these days? Golly. Alright, let's go back this way. Still got some parts to find. I think we've exhausted everything except this path down this way. Love this little guy, but it's the truth. Yeah, Putt-Putt has nothing to do with golf. What is the meaning of life for a sentient car on an alien world? That's a very good question, Steffer. I have no idea. What's with this tree? This buggy ass tree. I guess I'll go left first. There was another car before we left.
The steering wheel, that's what. But
And there's
I
this
can't
rover.
reach it.
Hey, maybe we could work together. If you hold me up, maybe I could get it.
Good thinking, kid. Ready? 1, 2, 3, up you go.
Yeah, back on Earth. What was the name of his hometown? It was like, wasn't it just Car World? Or Car Land or Car City? Really basic.
I can't quite reach it.
Now you got a putt. Beepsville. One of the above.
I still can't reach it.
Can we tell him to move down? Like toward it?
I still can't reach it.
How do we get to it? Can I honk at him?
That's my gas gauge.
Toss the dog. No way. Okay. I'm not gonna toss the dog, but that kind of scared me. Oh, sorry, I forgot to stop the poll. My bad. That was the poll for this game. I hadn't ended it.
We got the steering wheel.
Okay, steering wheel acquired.
All did it together.
We got the gas, we got the steering wheel.
I'm gonna go pack my things.
Bye.
Anything off this way? Moon... What does that even say? Moon City Observatory. Okay. That doggo was about to pull a Gandalf. Jeez. I got worried.
Solar system.
Admittedly got worried.
The sun is our closest star and is the hottest object in our solar system.
Wow.
Take a look through the telescope.
It's the Big Dipper.
Wait, wasn't Big Dipper in one of the Fatty Bear games too? These games love Big Dipper apparently. Okay, we see different constellations every time. Kinda cool, but not necessary. We're gonna dip out. Can we look at the schematics? So we have steering wheel, we have rocket fuel. We need the key. We need to do a good deed to get the key. We still need the nose cone too. Didn't realize how the big... Wait, you didn't know what the Big Dipper looked like? It's one of the 3 constellations children know. Fair enough. True. Keyboard giving us sun facts. Could you imagine if they told us that in game? Just go over every kid's head.
Would you like to play alien tag?
Alien tag? I'll bite.
You bet.
Try and get us.
Tag. Oh, this is basic. It is a children's game after all. How many times does this happen? I do kind of like the mini games. I don't know how long this goes for though. What have I signed up for? Okay, it's 5 rounds.
Game over. You won all 5. Glowing moon.
We killed it. Gotta go to 99. It's like the jump roping. Oh wait, are those gems?
3, 4.
Are those the moon crystals?
Enjoy your glowing moon crystals. Bye bye.
Can we do that again and get 5 more?
Want to play alien tag again?
Did we get more crystals if we do it again?
Sure.
We need 10, right? It probably won't give me anything this time if I had to guess. I'm gonna try, just in case. You never know. Might as well give it a go. My guess is they're not gonna give me anything for it this time. Yeah, no, he can't just give us all the crystals. He's gotta count them all out first. Make us feel bad about ourselves. We only got 4? I missed one?
Over. You won 4 glowing moon crystals.
Dude, this is how you get them.
2,
They're not showing up, though.
3.
It might just be the one time.
Enjoy your glowing moon crystals. Bye bye.
If I click on it, it says 9.
I have 9 glowing moon.
I do have 9. I need one more.
Want to play alien tag again?
They should. Yeah, it'd be nice if they remade this
Sure.
with some quality of life improvements.
Try and get us.
Children have to play Typing of the Dead to graduate high school. I would have loved that. We're gonna have more than the necessary moon crystals, I'll have you know. Killed it. Perfect.
Game over. You won all 5 glowing moon crystals.
All 5. The way he says it.
1.
Yo, Papa Bean with the raid. How was the stream, guys? Welcome on in. We're playing a really fun kids point and click game. Putt-Putt goes to the moon. Welcome in, guys. Hopefully you had a good stream, Papa.
I have enough glowing moon crystals to buy the rocket ship.
Okay, we can buy the rocket ship now. Sick. We just need the key and we need the top. Stream went great. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. What were you up to tonight? Did you do some more Mario Kart, some Mario Golf?
Thank you. You're welcome, little box.
I don't know what we do with excess crystals. It's a good question. I'm not sure. Ah, yes, more Mario Kart tonight. Nice.
Thank you. You're welcome, little box.
Can we go in?
Maybe I should try playing that back.
Wait, what? Oh, is this as Simon Says?
The gate is opening.
Beat Mario Golf. Nice. How is that single player mode? I haven't bought the game yet, but I'm thinking about it. And part of the reason I've hesitated is because I don't know how the single player is. I'm assuming if you beat it, it must have been pretty good. Probably one more that...
Right.
Oh, we got it.
Now I can go through the gate.
It's pretty cool, Poop. You enjoyed it? I'm just hoping it's... Because I heard it had RPG elements. I'm like, well, that could go really well, but they could also find a way to mess it up, I feel.
Putt-Putt. I'm from Cartown, on the planet Earth.
Hello, little one. I am the man in the moon.
I'm looking for something for the rocket ship.
I know what it's like to be looking for something. I've wanted a picture of myself for 10,000 years.
Oh, we have the picture. Uh-huh. Here you go, sir. Take your photo.
Look, Mr. Man in the Moon. I have
Yeah, we get the man in the moon.
Oh, it's a picture of me. I look just as I had imagined.
Now, is that going to be our good... Oh, he has the cone.
Thank you. Here, take the nose cone, little one. It's yours.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay.
That's the nose cone of the rocket. May I have it, please?
It's yours.
Yes. Papa going to bed?
Thank you.
No worries, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for thinking of me. Glad you had a good stream. Yeah, take care. Have a great one. Okay, so we need the key. We need to do a good deed to get the key. And we can buy the rocket now. So really the key's it. We're almost done with the game already. I'm assuming. I wonder what the good deed is gonna be, though. Am I gonna start speedrunning this? Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't the good deed giving the photo? You'd think, right? I haven't had my photo for thousands of years. It's like, well, here you go. Yeah, maybe it was. Because we've gone everywhere, right? This way was the observatory and the steering wheel. If the mayor could be less vague about what he wants us to do. If he could tell us where the good deed is, that would be nice. We didn't really do anything in here. That was the apartments, right? Where we got the fuel. Both of these areas didn't seem to do much. This was like the salon. I don't know what this was about. Just a couple guys shooting some hoops. I don't know, maybe it was the good deed. Maybe I should talk to Mayor and see if we get anything. Doesn't hurt to try. We can buy the rocket ship too. There you go. Here's your moon rocks.
Moon crystals to buy the rocket ship.
Thanks.
It looks
Excellent.
like I need to find the key so I can launch the rocket ship.
All right, Mayor.
Goodbye. It's been real.
They just dip out. So much for the ice cream shop.
I guess I bought myself a rocket ship. I sure hope I could find
What if that was like
everything I need
the husband and wife's
so I
life
can
dream?
Get back to Car Town.
Oh, it was Car Town. Okay. Wasn't Car City. Car Town. Of course it's Car Town. Putt-Putt from Car Town. Checks out. Let's talk to the mayor again and see. I'm hoping, given the photo was a good deed, but I feel like we already got a part for it, so. Can they really let us kill 2 birds with 1 stone on that? I have a feeling no. What if the glowing crystals powered a doomsday device
Hello.
to destroy the earth?
Help you with today?
May I have a key, please?
Yeah, no point in getting
You
home.
certainly may, my friend. After you do your good deed.
What is the good deed?
I like doing good deeds.
Then why don't you check the Moon Goo Bridge? Our people are always falling
Oh,
in.
the Moon Goo
You
Bridge.
might be able to help someone.
Okay.
Thanks, Governor Moonbeam. That's a great idea.
I'm glad they
Good
told
luck.
me. Although it was kind of condescending. They're like, what, you didn't figure out where it was? What, are you dumb? Alright, Moonbridge was this way. We'll do our good deed and we'll go home. People are always falling in. I hear somebody.
Oh my! You've fallen in the moon goo. I'll help you. Now hold on.
The other question that brings up is if so many people fall in, why don't they do more?
I like doing good deeds.
Why don't they do more to make this safer? Like, nah, we'll just leave the moon goo here. Watch it be radioactive. That guy's gonna be dead in like 12 hours. Yeah, the bridge needs to be fixed. They need to do something about it. Okay. Mayor, give me my key. And then we should be able to launch off.
Well, hello. Anything I can help you with today?
I saved the alien from the moon goo.
Congratulations on your good deed, Putt-Putt. Here, you may choose a key.
Oh, we need the proper key? Can we choose the wrong one?
I wonder which one I should choose.
Hold on. Hold on a second. I need to know which one I need here. I want to say it's the blue. No, it's got a bump on the left and then an indent. I think it is the blue one. Upset this might mean we only visit the moon and not other planets. No, it's this one. It's the far left.
I guess I'll take this one.
This has got to be the one. All right. Let's get back to Car Town. Meet us next time in Putt-Putt runs for mayor. Honestly.
I'm ready to go when you are, Putt-Putt.
It shouldn't be long now.
And this is another good deed. We're bringing Mr. Moonlander back.
Everything I need.
I assume we just throw him on. Putt-Putt gets crippling debt. Jeez. Yo, hey there, Shulk. How you doing? We're about to get Putt-Putt back to Car Town.
Hooray!
We visited the moon. We're ready to make our voyage back home. Full fuel.
I didn't spill a drop. Maybe I should use the key to start the
Let's
rocket
go.
ship.
Let's go, guys.
Here we go.
Putt-Putt's so proud of himself. Damn it, we did all the work, though. It wasn't him, it was us. Game's still creepy. It's a little on the creepy side. Overall, I enjoyed this, though. That's quite the crash landing. Surprised they're dead. Just kidding. Cursed but neat. That's a good way of putting it.
Putt-Putt, you're back. We were
Yeah, the
worried
music
about
was
you,
kind of a
little dog.
downside.
I hope you're all right.
Oh, I'm just fine. I had quite a day. And the best part was, I brought home a new friend.
The name's Rover.
What a cute ending. God, that moon, what the fuck? That's the scariest part of the game. His face there. Directed by Ron Gilbert. That was way more straightforward than Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise. Not so many ingredients and parts. That was pretty fun though, I'm glad we played that. Programmed by 4 people. Look at him go. I'm assuming stop is just gonna kill the console. Reset the console. We have a little bit more time. I might just throw on Pinball for a bit, if that's okay. Because I don't know if we really have enough time to start, like, a brand new game. Don't go in that moon's white van. Jeez. How did the rust bucket get home? Well, we got all the parts back. So the good deed was that we had to save somebody from the mysterious moon goo that we fell into when we fell down off that bridge. We rescued somebody else out of it. Mayor gave us the keys back. We got Mr. Moonface, his photo of himself. Yeah, moon goo. Actually, that's what they called it. But yeah, we got all the parts. Went home. There we go. Moon goo. Goo. With a G. Yes. There we go. Putt-Putt goes to the moon. We still have Putt-Putt joins the parade. I don't know if I want to play another one of those right now. Oh, this is worthwhile. I think we might just throw in some Pinball for a bit so I can cross another game off the list. Because I don't think we'll play Pinball for very long. I think that might be the route to go. Just the I didn't find it that creepy. I didn't think it was that creepy. Let's play some real Pinball for a bit. I don't think we'll need to play this very long to get a sense of what it's like. But I figure since nobody's probably going to vote for it, we'll have to play it eventually, right? We'll see if this is any good or not. My guess is it won't be. I read a review or two of this and they weren't exactly kind to it. But we'll see. If it's got more than 2 boards, it's already better than Kiss Pinball and Austin Powers Pinball. Japan DataWorks. Yeah, we got some Pinball. I'm hoping this is okay. What is with the jank 3DO music tonight? Are you hearing this? Oh my god, what is the opening? Is that just the opening credits again? Assault to the ears, no kidding. There's FMVs? What? What am I seeing right now? This is a Pete game? Yeah, 100%. 100%. No idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Sounds like you were about to watch Fresh Prince, but a shitty version. That was the opening? Okay, there's more. There's more. Okay. Ever take acid in ancient China? I don't know what's going on. I thought we were just gonna get a neat little pinball game. This feels like a fever dream. I'm sorry for the late night fever dream. And I think this is why everybody thought 3DO was weird. I think it's fair to say. It's like somebody mixed Tommy with a Dare video. And then it plays credits. We beat the game, guys. If anybody asks, we beat the game. Okay. Should we demo it? Let's do demo. They might tell us how to play. Having a beer for the first time in 2 years, and this is the vibe. Beautiful. Push C. What, to insert credits? I'm pushing C. Okay, I think it's... Well, that's a shitty demo. No, the game is demoing itself for us. That wasn't me, I just realized. That wasn't me. The demo messed up immediately. I'm pretty sure. This can't be good. The ball's gone down the middle both times. This does not bode well. Okay, finally they hit it. So the entire board is pre-rendered, except for the paddles, it looks like. Okay, I get the idea. Let me out. Let's play some pinball ourselves. I was thinking the demonstration would at least maybe demo the tables and tell us any kind of tricks, but no. Imagine all of us in some 90s industrial warehouse in Chicago watching me play this. Alright, there's 5 stages. And 5 is locked. For whatever reason. Alright, well, I don't know if we'll figure out how to unlock stage 5, but I'm not too worried about it. I don't think I'm all that invested in this. Spam credits. Let's see how many credits we can get. Holy shit. 50. 50's the max credits. Yo, Sark with the raid. Oh my god. You guys just missed Putt-Putt Goes to the Moon. Such a wonderful little game, and now we're playing pinball. Try some jank 3DO pinball. Welcome in, everybody. Sark, how far did you end up getting in Warped? Like I said, that's probably my favorite Crash game of all. Heading to bed, White Guy. No worries. Thanks, White Guy, for being here. Take care, man. Well, this is a very slow pinball game. I'll tell you that much, guys. Exceedingly slow. Sark only knows pinball. I don't know if I've ever actually seen Sark play a pinball game. Maybe one time. I think some devil-themed pinball game that actually looked kind of neat. Is Dio still here? I wouldn't be surprised if Dio was asleep. Even more glad you rated. 79% complete. Nice, Sark. Nice. Thanks, Blast, for shouting him out. I think most of my people know who you are by now. But if you don't, check him out. He's a great guy. One of my personal favorites on Twitch. Yo, Jeremy, welcome in. How are you doing? 1 ball left already? That's a good sign. What is this sound of design? Yeah, what are we listening to? This is actually horrid. What is the background noise? I hate this music. Can you even call it music? I don't know. But yeah, for those that maybe haven't seen me before, I do a whole bunch of retro variety. Thursdays are reserved for 3DO games. So we end up playing some good games and we end up playing some jank. More like we end up playing a couple good games and a lot of jank, but that's how we roll on Thursdays. Quite something. I still have 49 credits. I made a mistake. Let's get out. Let's get out of there. What if I just play them all once? Will that unlock stage 5? We can hope, right? I swear, if we have to do some crazy shit to unlock stage 5, you need an adult. 49 credits, I gotta play it out. Well, it lets us decide how many credits we get. So maybe if I just do 1 credit, I'm trying to figure out the minimal amount of effort I can put in and still technically play everything in the game. You know? That's where I'm at. The physics are so slow. Oh, going right down the middle. Perfect. Perfect. Great start. Just wish the game was a little faster. Because graphically it doesn't look horrible. I guess I'm underwater. I guess so, with the eels in the background. I don't know why this whole game has like a feudal Japan undertone to it. And I don't know why. I'm not quite sure. Considering none of the artwork for at least the US version of this game has anything to do with that. Yeah, the music's not horrid on this one at least. This slow ball is disturbingly slow. Is that it? Replay? Jesus, these sounds. I'm sorry to anybody that's trying to go to bed. I apologize. Okay, well that was board 2. These look mostly the same. They don't look all that different. It's like slight different bumper layout. Again, I don't know how you unlock stage 5. I don't think I'm gonna find out. Oh my gosh. Yeah, come and enjoy. Relax to the soothing sounds of real pinball. I guess this is developed by Japan DataWorks. I just find it really odd that like this whole game has like a feudal Japan setting. And like none of the US artwork bothers to even allude to it. It's kind of strange. And this game's just too slow. Physics aren't the worst that I've ever played, but they're not good either. ASMR just beeps and boops. I think it's closer to ear rape, honestly. Well, I was expecting to wind down with this, but I think we're gonna need to play something else. This is disappointing. Putt-Putt was so good. We played Theme Park as well on the 3DO, which is actually a really good version of that game. I only threw it on thinking I'd play for like an hour. We actually played for close to 2 or 2.5. It's actually really good. May never hear the tones again after this. That's true. I guess I gotta cherish them while they're here. Cherish them while they're here. Nostalgia, play White Van Racers again. I think the one time was enough. Gonna be honest. Yeah, this game is a letdown. Imagine paying like however much this was back in the day. Probably a full price game. And just getting this? Is that it? Hey, when did you get this new pin? Wait, that's a video game? It's so realistic. It was like there was a pinball board on my TV. I'm just hoping we play stages 1 through 4 and it gives us 5. Yeah, the only game you got with your 3DO on Christmas. You're stuck with this pile of garbage. That would hurt. We probably have to beat some high scores, is my guess, to get stage 5. But it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Launch the ball, come on. Cool, I get to sit back and do nothing. Yeah, you really gotta like the weird feudal Japan mixed with techno soundtrack. And it's the same music again, unfortunately. Yeah, have something that a regular pinball table can't do. I'm with you, Sark. Like, the fact this is trying to be realistic just makes it that less interesting. Am I gonna finish that tier list? Maybe I could do the tier list instead. I do kind of need to finish that up. That might be a good way to end the night. Instead of playing more crummy 3DO. I mean, the way I see it, we played, what, this is game 4? My Typhoon wasn't too bad, I just wasn't in the mood to get all the way through that fighter. Theme Park and Putt-Putt were good. God, this audio. I can't stand this audio. Everything feels ear-piercing and it's not even that loud. Tier list, tier list. I might go back to the tier list and finish it off. That might be the way to go. I think we've had enough 3DO. I'll finish off my credits on this board. Yo, hey there, Enchanted. How you doing? This is so slow. Shockingly so. A saucy only yeah, right. Don't be spreading misinformation. Through the middle. What's up? 3DO night is what's up. You kind of have to expect a jank like this to get through the cracks. Came in at a weird time. I'm about to switch off of this. 3DO was legit one small step up from CDI. Hot take. There's some good games on it, but I'm certainly not doing a good job of showing those right now. I think I'm done with this one. I'm just gonna go ahead and guess level 5 did not unlock. Yeah. Will we ever find out how to get to level 5? Probably not. We saw it. We saw enough, I think. I can see why this didn't rank very highly in the gaming press at the time. I can see why. Oh yeah, the Williams collections, for sure. Some of those collections are actually very good, because they're good pinball tables. Like, none of these tables were good. I would say this is a slight step up over, like, Austin Powers and Kiss Pinball, but not by much. Hotel Mario. Yeah, Hotel Mario, isn't that, like, the only game on the system? From what I've heard. Yeah, let's do the tier list. Let's finish off the tier list. I like that idea. Wasn't necessarily planning on it, but I'm totally cool with that. We do need to finish it. Do it. Strike while the iron's still hot. So let me just quickly get this set up. If you guys are unaware, yesterday I started a tier list of all the games I played last year, and we didn't quite finish it. We still have like 80 games left to get through. So I think we'll switch over. Zelda games aren't as terrible as people say. Pete has them. You think they're neat? They don't look like the worst things ever, in all honesty. I've seen worse. Okay, let me just find my music playlist here. Turn this god-awful music off. There we go. Okay. Let's get the tier list going. Let's get back into this. Perfect music. Oh my god, this is music to my ears compared to what we had to listen to. Okay, let me just quickly update the title and then we'll get going here. So yeah, for those that aren't aware, I am currently trying to rank every game that I've played since the beginning of the year. I did this last year, but I had way fewer games last year, so it was quite a bit easier to get it done. I spent 6 hours last night ranking, and we got most of the way through it, but we didn't get all the way through. So we still got some to get through. Okay. Title's updated. CEI mostly has FMV games. Doesn't handle video super well, which is ironic. If you're gonna put FMV games on the system, you'd want the FMVs to at least look kind of good. Kind of like Sega CD. Just like the FMVs look terrible on that, and yet they really, really pushed them. Okay, so where were we? Here's the current list for anyone that's curious. I'll give a quick overview of the list before we get back into it. I played all of these games this year because I'm actually a mad lad. But S, looking pretty good, I think. Decent spread, ABC. Jungle Book and S tier, I don't regret that placement. I don't at all. Not for a single second. But yeah, B looking pretty stacked. A, B, and C all looking pretty stacked. D and F are really, like, I don't recommend these. C, I would recommend if you're, like, fans of that genre. And you're okay with a little bit of minor issues here and there. For the most part. You know, middle of the road games, I would say. But yeah, D and F, I'm like, probably steer clear from. So many great games. Luckily, we hit a lot of good ones. People like to think I play just crap all the time, which I sort of do. But a lot of it's pretty good as well. So, we ended off at the end of last night with Hot Wheels World Race on the PS2. This game I actually dug quite a bit. Definitely liked it more than Turbo Racing on the PS1. World Race was decent. Admittedly, I don't remember a ton about it. It wasn't a super memorable game, but I remember it controlling pretty well. I remember it being surprisingly kind of difficult. But it was kind of nice to see a challenge in a Hot Wheels game, to be honest. I think overall it's either like a C+ or a B-. That's probably where I'd end up putting it. I think B- is probably fair. I think it's a little bit above average, in all honesty. Where in B, though? Maybe just below Bishi Boshi Special. Or maybe above Star Trek. Star Trek was kind of a slog. Admittedly, World Race was kind of like a turn my mind off and just play for a few hours kind of game. I'll put it above Star Trek. I think that's a fair placement. And I do apologize, I do have to move these. I'm doing this in Photoshop. So I try to be quick about it, but it does take a little bit of time. There we go. That wasn't too long. Point wants to know Mad Maestro. Okay. Yeah, if you guys are wondering, I do have the tier list spoiler thing on, which is usually for when I just play a game. But for this case, since I'm not playing a game, you can just choose a game that I have played this year. If you want to know what I'd give that right at the moment, feel free and use it. Mad Maestro, though. This is probably toward the bottom. This was kind of a recent play. Okay. Mad Maestro. Squished art. Where? Which one had squished art? They should all be correct aspect ratio, I think. Should be correct dimensions. Mad Maestro, I really liked this game. If you guys are unaware, this is a rhythm game on the PS2. I believe it's PS2 exclusive. It definitely is, actually. Because this uses the pressure-sensitive buttons of the PS2 controller to gauge volume. So basically, you're a conductor conducting an orchestra. And you use the buttons to not only gauge rhythm, but volume. So you have to tap, obviously, in time, but also with the right amount of sensitivity in order to get the proper dynamics, which sounds simple in concept, and it is, but in execution, it's actually kind of difficult to get a hang on. Like, I honestly, for the first couple hours playing it, I still didn't feel 100% comfortable when I was pressing the buttons. But eventually I got to it. I will say the last level in this game, the final concert in this game, has you play 3 songs in a row, and it's very difficult to get through all 3 without failing at least one of them. So I ended up having to play the last mission a number of times. And I actually talked to my friend Matt, and he's played this, and he has never beaten it. So just to give you a heads up there, it can be kind of difficult. Overall, though, it's a really cool concept. I think the execution is a little hit or miss, but I think considering how innovative it was trying to be, and actually is, I think it deserves at least B. Just expect to be a little frustrated at times. It's got a nice roster of classic, Baroque, and classical music. Really good selection of tunes. Yeah, I'd probably give it maybe mid-B, I'm thinking. Really had fun with this one, but like I said, it's a bit of a mixed bag, and there is a bit of a learning curve. So I'm thinking maybe above Panzer Bandit. Like toward the middle of B. I think that would be fair. I think that's a good spot for it. I think I liked it a little bit more than Panzer Bandit, but not by like a whole hell of a lot. Okay, just bear with me briefly while I move this. It's gonna take a little bit of time. I gotta move this one down as well. It was cool though, and it was fun to watch, and it was a good streaming experience as well. I'm glad I streamed it. I don't think that would have been a game necessarily that I would have tried had I not been streaming and I wanted games for a PS2 night. So I'm kind of glad that I ended up streaming it. Okay. Sorry, let me catch up with chat a little bit. Got this friend Travis, your friends and you love the kid, but he's been practicing beatboxing for like 7 months. There's no issue with that, but the issue comes with how, what braggadocious he's become compared to how little his skills improved. So he thinks he's hot shit, and he actually hasn't improved that much. I always tried to say when he asked for your honest opinion that he doesn't sound much better. So now you started praising the shit out of him out of nowhere, and it's riding his ego. Oh, great. That sounds like something. Hate Mad Maestro because I fail at Texas Flood on Guitar Hero. You would have said A. I think A is a little high for how much I enjoyed Mad Maestro. On the whole, I did enjoy it, but again, it takes a while to get used to. You end up spending most of the playthrough just trying to wrap your head around the complexity of the controls, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but it's not like a pick up and play game for sure. Kyle Texas failed at Texas Flood. I never played Guitar Hero 1 because it never came out on 360. That was a PS2 only game, and I didn't have a PS2. I had a 360. My first Guitar Hero was on 360, which I thought was a great introduction to the series. That was an excellent game. Okay, Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. I dug this one. I would say I didn't like it if we're comparing it to other fighters, because what I put where am I looking? I'm trying to find the one I wanted to talk about in comparison. Tekken Tag Tournament. I think I liked Tekken Tag Tournament a little bit more, So I think for that reason, if I'm comparing PS2 fighters, I think this goes a little bit lower. But not by a whole lot. I actually dug this one quite a bit. I know there's some detractors for the Virtua Fighter series. I'm not 100% sure why, but it's a hit or miss series in all honesty, but there's some good entries. I would probably put this in B as well. Maybe at the bottom rung. At the beginning of the bottom rung here, the second row. I think that's a good spot for it. Point going to bed. All right, good night, Point. Thanks for being here as always. Glad you could hang out with us. Honestly, this is good because I'm not feeling too rushed to get through these because we do have a little bit of time. And I also haven't been doing this for 6 hours straight, like last night. So I don't feel rushed, which is nice. I don't want to take too long in each game, but I do want to say my piece on them. Rather play Soul Calibur? That's fair, that's fair. Kind of boring fighting games. Not a lot going on. I could kind of get on board with that. I get where you're coming from on that. But I personally liked Virtua Fighter 4 a decent bit. Okay, White Van Racer. This game, as you could probably expect, is not good. I know, right? Shocker. Absolute shocker. I don't know if it fails. This is an actual game. I'm dead serious. It is called White Van Racer. I'm not making this up. We played it. It's a PAL exclusive on the PS2. I don't think it quite fails. It gets close. It's like the bare minimum of a racing game. But I did have some fun with it. In all honesty, I did have some fun with it. So I can't really get too low. It's definitely a D tier game. I'd probably put it maybe middle of D. Maybe just above Sheep. Because I feel like Sheep and Below is like our mid D status, right? Everything Sheep and Below is just disappointment, right? I would say it's better than ATV, or it's worse than ATV racers. Probably even worse than something like bowling. I think it almost straddles that line of being disappointing, but not quite. So I'm gonna put it right there in the middle of D. I think that's where it deserves to go. Just above Sheep. Sheep's the beginning of the end on this list. It's worse. Yeah, no, it's worse than bowling. It's worse than bowling. Because I couldn't even figure out how to get first in this game consistently. It's like sometimes it would happen, sometimes it wouldn't. I'd race the same every time. And I didn't understand why the results were changing. Sheep wasn't that... No, it was bad. Sheep was terrible. I did not enjoy it. I did not enjoy it at all. Okay. Yeah, it was the tunnels in White Van Racers are a sight to behold. Sight to behold. Kind of surprised it's PAL exclusive, whole subset of motorcycle racers. With Dodge vans? Oh, actually. I didn't know that. Couldn't figure out how to get first because I'm never going to live that down, am I? Even though every other game on this list has had A to accelerate. If anything, that proves further that Arthur was just a pile of shit. Because every other racing game on this list, I had to hold X to accelerate. Anyways, we'll get to that rant here soon. This is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire 2nd Edition on PS2. This is another PAL exclusive, which means some of the questions were kind of weird and tailored to a European audience, and I obviously didn't know a lot of the answers. I would say this is not as good as the PS1 Who Wants to Be a Millionaire up here. But I thought it did the job pretty well. At least it was a little bit more ambitious. There was an actual host that was animated, which was kind of nice. There's actually some cutscenes and things. Millionaire was very much on PS1 by the numbers, like bare minimum almost. I will say that the pacing was great on it though. PS2 was overall on the whole, I would say a little bit worse, but it did the job. If you're looking for a party game, a game show game like this. I mean, you could do worse. You could do a lot worse. But you could also do better. I'm going to say C, probably toward the bottom of the C. Where within C? Maybe between Boombots and Rockman Battle and Chase. I think that's a good spot. Again, these placements are a little bit arbitrary. Just know it's like a C minus, essentially. And you'll get the picture. It's comparing apples to oranges, but I feel like it's a good idea to at least somewhat organize them within the ranks a little bit. Okay, All-Star Fighters. This game sucks. Just gonna say it. This game is actively offensive. Don't play this game. And if you do want to play the game, maybe think about playing the Japanese version so you don't get to read the offensive text. This game's like actually homophobic. I don't know what the localization team in Europe was thinking, letting a lot of that shit slide. It's weird. For that reason alone, I'm almost tempted to put it at the very bottom. Like, it soured my mood for a good chunk of the rest of that stream. Yeah, I'm gonna put it at the bottom of F. Even though I hated Room Zoom, at least I wasn't actively offended by it. So bottom of F it goes. I think it's probably the worst game I've played all year. I think that's fair to say. The homophobia alone, I'm like, this is wrong. This is wrong. I can't believe they let this slide. Okay. Crazy Frog Racer on the PS2. If you guys are wondering. Yeah, hands down worst fighter. So Crazy Frog Racer, that's actually the original. This one here that I put in S tier, unironically, I swear to you. I honestly think it's that fun. This is actually the sequel that got localized in the US. This first game is PAL only. And I can see why it stayed in PAL territories, because it's not very good. The second game feels like they took the first game and actually polished it up. They're like, we need to present something that's actually kind of polished here. I think for that reason, this is a D tier game. It was such a disappointment coming off the high of the second game. So I think it's probably like D. No, I already ranked Crazy Frog Arcade Racer. That one's S tier. This one pales in comparison. I was really disappointed by this one. I think I'd maybe put it just above Creature from the Krusty Krab. Because at least this game was semi-memorable. Whereas SpongeBob was like, I forgot it the next day. In all honesty. So I'll get like a D, maybe edging on D+. I think that's fair. C tier because in all reality it was average and my issue was context. It was like actually broken at times. Yeah, the maps were terrible. The maps were terrible. The second game has a couple minor issues with maps, but this one actually has straight up broken maps. Has no right being good. Yeah, this one actually proves it. Okay, D finally gets 2 rows. Finally down to 2 rows on D. I think context matters on this one, honestly. Because the second game was so damn good. It was really disappointing by comparison. Yo, hey there, Gravity. How are you doing? Welcome in. Ranking every game I've played this year. Started this yesterday, got most of the way through. We got a couple rows left at this point. Smugglers Run 2, rather. Smugglers Run 2, Hostile Territory. I really like the original Smugglers Run. In a lot of ways, this is just more of the same. With some slight improvements. It did have some FMVs, which was kind of neat. I think I gave the first game a B, if I remember right. I would say this game's marginally better, but since I had played the first game a lot, honestly, to completion almost twice through, this really is more of the same. So I didn't feel the urge to complete it, but if you like the first game, you'll probably like this one too. In fact, it's maybe slightly better even. Graphically, it's better. Handles a little better. I'd probably give it a B tier. It's a very simple game. It's almost arcadey in nature. Very simple objectives. That being said, it does it really well. I think it does it really well. got some nice production values too. So I'm gonna give it a B. Maybe toward the bottom of B. I might actually put it at the top of this row. Because to me, it's like a very, very average B tier game in my mind. Unfortunately, my experience with it wasn't like as good as the first game, but still decent. I'm glad I tried it out. Definitely, if you like the first game a lot, I could see, and maybe you didn't play it a ton, I could see this one being a little bit more appealing. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say mid B here. Where's Virtua Fighter? What a mess. Damn game. There we go. Problem solved. Okay. This one. Johnny Bravo Date-O-Rama. This... Yeah, this was literally pain. So if you guys don't know, this is like a game show game. Another PAL exclusive by our friends at Blast Entertainment. The never-ending... This game was like... What was it? Like 2 hours to complete one game? One round. And we ended up losing by 1 step. We lost at the last second. Actual pain. Not the worst idea for a game, but a lot of the mini-games, the execution was really poor. And yeah, we were ridiculed the entire game. I wanted to like it. I like Johnny Bravo. I wanted to like it. Yeah, it was like 3 freaking hours. It was way too long for one game. It's supposed to be a game show game, and they should move quick. It should be like half an hour, 45 minutes. Start a new game. Yeah, and they had clips in the bonus area, and it was like 5 clips from the same, like 1 episode. So, for all those reasons, I would say this is D tier. It was an entertaining D tier game. I'll give it that. Yeah, the AI was also near perfect, which made it excruciatingly hard to win. Some mini games they were really good, and others I kind of gamed the system. And so it ended up being like a 50-50 matchup. And it was literally down to 1 mini game, and I lost right at the end. It was like an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe even more than 2 hours wasted trying to win. And I got cheated out of victory at the last second. So for those reasons, I'm gonna say D+. I'll be a little generous because I did like the concept and the idea. And come on, it's Johnny Bravo. It's gonna get a bump for being Johnny Bravo. I'm gonna say right in here, above Bubsy 3D2. You know what? I'll give it the bump above Primal Rage, too. I can do at least that much. It'll go above Primal Rage. Because Primal Rage was just forgettable. This was at least memorable. It may have bullied me, but at least it was memorable. A bump from sewage level, yes. Not quite sewage territory. Okay, good. Bowling, Big Strike Bowling is getting demoted as well. I like seeing that. There we go. Let's get Big Strike down here where it belongs on the second row of D. Next to robots. That's just poetic, isn't it? They deserve to be together. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I'm ranking it as a game. I'm ranking Bubsy 3D2 as a game. Yeah, more Wrath of Cortex hate. Jump on the Wrath of Cortex hate bandwagon if you want. I don't think anybody here likes that game. It's a letdown to pretty much everyone. Okay, Burning Road. This was on PS1. This was from a PS1 sampling night. This was the only one I really ended up playing enough to like and to feel like I could actually rank. This game was kind of cool. A little difficult. There was only 3 tracks. It's light on content. There's a mirror mode, but I don't consider mirror mode to be like extra content. A little light on content. Drifting was a little funky. I remember at times literally having to be perpendicular to the road to actually make it around corners properly because I needed to turn that hard. But after beating it, the credits showed that it was, I think it was programmed and created by like 2 people. which is pretty impressive, all things considered. So I gotta give him a little bit of a pass for that. Honestly, I think I enjoyed it more than some of the ones in the bottom rung of C here. I'd probably give it a C tier. Despite the challenge, it's an okay game. Yeah, it's I mean, hell, it's pretty much middle of the road. I would probably put it maybe toward the bottom of C here, though. Yeah, it was literally 2 people, which I was shocked by. I'm like, okay, that explains a lot of the reasons this game has problems, but I gotta commend them for doing so much with so little. I think I'll maybe put it... I might even put it above... Damn, I did like this one quite a bit, now that I'm thinking about it. Even though it was kind of painful at times. I'll put it above Battle Arena Toshinden. That's still like a C, C-. But honestly, if you like racing games, you could do a lot worse on the PS1. If you're looking for more to play, this isn't a bad choice at all. Okay. Get the rest of these moved real quick. Ska Studios? What has Ska Studios done? I feel like I've heard of them. But I can't name any games off the top of my head. Okay, Guilty Gear 2 on the PS2. This game is absolutely gorgeous. And it was quite fun to play. I spent a lot of time on this game, mostly because I sucked at it. And I didn't fully complete it. I got very, very close. But I was blown away by this one. This to me is like a shining example of why there should be more 2D fighters on the PS2. The console does 2D extremely well, but everybody's worried about 3D. I'm like, some of the 2D fighters on the system just blow me away. Yeah, this is Guilty Gear. Did I say something different? Yeah, this is Guilty Gear X2. Sorry if I misspoke. Guilty Gear X2. Really impressed by the visuals on this, and the gameplay is solid. I would give this an A tier. I think it's totally worth that spot. In fact, I think I liked it even a little bit more than something like Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, which I'm currently trying to find on the list. Oh, there it is. So here's Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. I would say they're pretty comparable because they're both 2D fighters on the PS2. And they're both really solid entries. I would probably not put this too much higher. You think it's low S? Damn. You've kind of made me rethink where I was going to put this. I was thinking A. I was thinking like middle of A, but I will say some of the later fights are a little insane. I guess maybe if you're not playing the main campaign mode, you could see it. GG's top quality. Guys, it got me wondering. I just wish I had slight more fun with it. The difficulty was a bit of a turnoff for me, just slightly. Low S. I'm thinking A. I'm thinking A. I could see myself returning to this and re-ranking it. And maybe giving it an S. But I think, considering the experience I had with it, I'm gonna go with A for now. I can go with A. Maybe slightly above Bloody Roar here. Next to Bloody Roar. I could definitely see people placing it in S, though. I totally agree with that assessment. If you like fighting games like that a whole lot, because you wouldn't be wrong. Just gotta get good. That's all I gotta do. Takes a lot of time and effort. Maybe someday. I definitely want to return to Guilty Gear, though. Again, these ranks are subject to change. If I replay a game, I'll re-rank it if I feel like it's moved. So an Ace is still a damn good ranking. All it takes is a simple sentence to change my mind. I don't consider it when I first think about the placement. Wait, what? I mean, it didn't really end up changing my mind all that much. In all fairness. Like, I was gonna put it in A, and I ended up putting it in A. Family Feud. This game was really disappointing. This was by Atomic Planet Entertainment, which is known for doing really garbage PAL games, and I don't know how they got this released in the US. It feels insanely budget for PS2. It looks really bad. I'd probably give it a D tier. It just somehow, they made it worse than even like the 3DO version, which I don't know how you do. Not that the 3DO version's bad, it's just like barely skidding by. And somehow this is worse than barely skidding by. I would give this a D tier. Ugly graphics, some bad questions from what I remember. Not very good interaction. I'd give it a D tier. Where within D? Honestly thinking like just above Samurai Jack. You know what? Even Samurai Jack had more merit. I'll put it right below... Put it right below White Van Racer. I feel like they deserve to be together, because this is essentially PAL jank in disguise. Let's be honest. It's PAL jank in disguise. It's passing off as an American release. I think it deserves to go next to some more PAL jank. That's where it's gonna go. Had merit because it's Samurai Jack. Totally, 100%. At least Samurai Jack has got some actually good shit going on. Even if the game itself is pretty bland. What is Tekken Tag doing in B? You and Mindscan both said that. I'm sorry. I did like it overall. Maybe if I play some more of it. Like I said, these aren't like final rankings. If I replay the game, I'll re-rank it. Right? It's not the end-all be-all here. I think it's mid-A. Tekken Tag's the new Red Dead, apparently. Apparently. Well, at least it's not like, this should be an S. Right? And it's in B. This is like, it's in B and it should be in maybe low A. It's high B. It's a B+. It's B+. You guys make it sound like it's way down the list on B. It's a B+ game. Okay, the Sniper. The Sniper 2. So this, I have to admit, was disappointing. I really wanted to like this game because I like the Sniper on PS1 a lot. In fact, I put it near the bottom of A. That's how much I like it. This game here, it's the Sniper. Simple series game on PS1. Actually a really cool atmospheric sniping simulator. Really good. Had a nice atmosphere and tone. This one has a totally silly tone in comparison. I did have less fun overall. I thought I was gonna have more fun because it was jankier. But honestly, the jank did not rub me the right way. I think I wanted a more serious tone. And so it's a totally different experience. I think it's worth it. Worth trying it if you like the first game for that alone. At least it's trying to be different. It's not trying to be the same game. So I can appreciate it for that. But I was just like kind of lukewarm, lackluster on it. For the most part. I think it's fairly middle of the road, if not slightly below average. I'd probably put it on this second rung of C. But yeah, definitely a step down from the first game. A couple missions got me really stuck too, which did not bode well either. So I'd probably put it maybe just under Small Brawl. C going into C- territory. I think that's fair. Again, if you like the first game on PS1, it's worth checking out. But just know the tone is way less serious and it's somehow more jank and feels lower budget. Is all I'm gonna say. White dude voicing a stereotypical black dude. I mean, that wasn't kosher either, but I don't know. I don't know what who did the voice acting. You do bring up a good point. Driver in Road Rash 3D on D. I'm sorry, Road Rash 3D was really disappointing to me compared to the height that is the 32-bit Road Rash on 3DO PS1. Yeah, and Driver's got its own problems. I think Driver, had I not tried to play it as a game with missions and just done open world stuff the whole time, probably would be an A-tier game, but playing through the mission mode, getting stuck on like 3 missions and having that be 90% of my playtime, really disappointing. If I like Bouncer a lot, love Urban Rain. I need to check out Urban Rain. I've been meaning to, for sure. I did play Balls, yeah. I think, analogous, I think I'm gonna stick with Sniper 2 C tier. Because I do like the series. Okay, Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2, god damn it. This is another one I really wanted to like, because I love the first game. In fact, you want to know how much I love it? I put it way up here. Put it way up here, up in S tier. I love the first Spider-Man. Yo, Almy with the raid, dude. Thank you, Almy. How you doing, Almy? Did you finally get to finish off GTA 3 tonight? Anyways, enter Electro, Spider-Man 2, very disappointing by comparison. This was done by Vicarious Visions instead of Treyarch. Instead of Neversoft. Done by Vicarious Visions instead of Neversoft, and it shows just... I found myself getting frustrated with this game, which was really weird because the first game was such a breeze for me to get through. Such a fun adventure game, and this just... They had the template there. They had the blueprint there, and they somehow messed it up, and I don't know how that happened. Just a letdown by comparison. I think, honestly, with how much I really didn't enjoy it, I think it deserves the D tier. I really do. I think maybe top of D tier, it's like a D++. But I was insanely disappointed by this game. And I'm sorry to those of you that like it, but I personally think the first Spider-Man game on PS1 is a much, much, much more refined game. Which is ironic because it came out first. They had the blueprint and they did nothing with it. Might be a bit of a hot take, but that's how I feel. All this crap on D tier and there sits I'm sorry, the mission mode is like fundamentally flawed in that. If you want to tell me otherwise. Listen, I'm with you. The open world in Driver is excellent, but I'm not ranking it just for that. I'm ranking it on the mission mode that I had to slog through for hours and hours. I spent like 15 to 20 hours on that thing, and a good 5 to 10 hours were just 2 missions. It was absurd. I can't defend that. Spider-Man on PS1, the one where I could shoot lava? I believe so, Boaz, yeah. The first Spider-Man is a really fun game. I put in an S for a reason. Finished it, it was all done natural, so no save states or cheats. Nice. That's honestly a bit of a badge of honor, because those early 3D GTAs can be quite infuriating at times. So good work on that. Okay, Wipeout. This is a really, really unique racer that unfortunately I didn't get to finish, but I got very far in this. Turns out I actually stopped on the hardest course in the series. I took a look at a walkthrough, and honestly, the person that wrote it argued that I stopped on the hardest course that the series has ever seen, so I didn't feel bad about quitting there. I did really like this game. The difficulty curve is high. A little too high even for my tastes. The controls take a bit of getting used to, but the presentation, the music, the atmosphere, the track designs are pretty good. I would say it's definitely above average. I think with some more polishing, and I'm sure later games in the series, I mean, Almy's told me, some of the later games in the series are quite a bit more generous too, about the difficulty. So I think I'd give this a B. I think it's gonna be B. Where within B? I think it deserves, honestly, at least a B, if not a B+. Where within? This is hard to choose. This is hard to choose. Yeah, this is what we played after the Gex 3 debacle. Real men don't need instructions. I couldn't find the manual. I couldn't find the manual online. And I wasn't going to buy the goddamn game. There's no way I was going to buy Arthur Ready to Race. The game's an hour long. Or less. I'm not going to spend money on that thing. Just to have the manual. No thanks. Anyways, we'll get to that when we get to it. You guys are jumping the shark here. Wipeout, I think, is going to go kind of high B. I'd probably put it... I'm going to put it just above Twisted Metal 4. That's what I'll do. Okay. Upper S tier. Gex 3, stop. Freaking Gex. I can't get away from Gex, guys. It's literally impossible. I feel like it's in my contract. We must talk about Gex at least once per stream. Nightmare Creatures and 1. I haven't played either of those, actually. Boas. I need to. I would like to play 1 quite a bit. Nightmare Creatures, I watched some other people stream. I do want to try it for myself. I don't know how much I'm going to enjoy it, though. I think if I had finished Gex 3... Yeah, probably high B. I mean, Enter the Gecko was high B, and I think that's the better game. Okay, Balls the Director's Cut. On 3DO. I'll admit I like this one quite a bit. It's kind of janky. It's not a perfect game. But I dug it probably more than I should have. This one was like a surprise hit for me. I don't think I can rank it too highly just because it isn't a perfect game. But I'm kind of feeling low B. I feel like low B would be kind of fair. Maybe next to Big Bumpin'. It was kind of like a game that's really not that good objectively, but it's just a vibe. I definitely vibed with this one. I'll put it next to Big Bumpin'. I think that's fair. There it goes. B-. Crazy Frog has 2 video games, actually. And I've played both. The US release one's awesome. Don't bother with the PAL-only one. Okay, Outrun Sega Ages. This is a Japanese exclusive Outrun game for the PS2. Honestly, pretty decent. It's very simple. I think it was a budget title. But it is technically an exclusive Outrun experience. I believe it was made from the ground up for the PS2 to kind of simulate the older Outruns. I actually had a decent bit of fun with this one. Probably like another B-, because honestly, visually it wasn't impressive at all. It clearly wasn't taking full advantage of the PS2 hardware, but overall I liked it. Gameplay was solid enough. Not very ambitious, though. I'd probably put it above Nissan Skyline here. Give it a B-. I do like Outrun a lot, but there's definitely better Outrun games to play. I'm gonna go just above Overdrive in here. You like the graphics? I mean, they weren't bad, but they weren't great either, you know? Simplicity, that's true. The simplicity did kind of fit. I will say. I'll agree with that. It's just, I didn't enjoy it nearly as much as I was hoping for an Outrun game. You're suing. For what? What did I do this time? Demolition Girl. God, this game was terrible. This was worse than I thought it would be. Kind of offensive, even. So you look at this cover and you think this is gonna be like a kaiju kind of game. Where you play as the female, right? No, you play as the fighter jet. And you do a bunch of stupid ass missions. They really aren't fun. The one positive I can give this game is the fact that it was short and it didn't take up too much of my time. But yeah, I think it's low D. I think the only games I'd rather play are these last couple here in D. Fuck this game, fetish bait. You're not wrong, it's total fetish bait, and it did kind of make me uncomfortable. Yeah, no, let's put an F. You're right. You're right. I was thinking F. But I'm like, that might be a little too harsh. No, I don't think it's harsh. I don't think it's harsh enough, in fact. I think I'd rather play a lot of these before this. I'm thinking how low I want to put it. At least the rest of these I actively hated. This one I didn't absolutely hate, but I kind of loathed it. I'm gonna put it just above table hockey. And I realize I'm putting it underneath the Sailor Moon game that's basically a broken game. I'm well aware. Time has made me loathe it more. Yep, it has. It honestly has. F for fetish. And it doesn't even do it right. It's total bait. Yeah, memories in hindsight of that game were even worse. Bob the Builder's F. It was kind of insulting to intelligence. I think even of young kids, it was kind of insulting to their intelligence. And it's not really much of a game at all. Okay, Street Golfer on PS2. This is another PAL Japanese release game that didn't get a US release. This game is actually really good. One of the better golf games I've played. Thinking about it further, like I really did like this game a lot when I was playing it. But I will say the backgrounds in the locale was I felt like a little underdeveloped. There's a lot of empty urban city areas that I feel like they could have spruced up a bit more. But the gameplay was good. It has a really cool mechanic for actually shooting the ball. One that I haven't seen in any other golf game. I'd probably give this one an A. And the only reason I'm not giving it an S is because it's not the best golf game I've played this year. We'll get to that one. But I think I'm going to give it an A. Probably honestly around kind of Slam and Jam 95. A minus. A minus. Probably just under Donut County. I would honestly argue almost it's a must play. If you like golf games and you haven't tried it, check it out. I was very pleasantly surprised. That was just going to be kind of jank. Really well crafted. Okay. We're getting back into more 3DO. First, we got Samurai Showdown. At least we start with a very good 3DO game. I will say, I mean, it's Samurai Showdown, it's SNK. You kind of know what to expect. My main complaint with this was that the frame rate was not very good, which I think alone kind of drops it a tier. I honestly think Samurai Showdown might almost be an S tier fighter for me. But because of this port, I think it's gonna go in A. I really still didn't enjoy it. Luckily, the frame rate wasn't so bad that I didn't end up liking it, but I will say it was a little disappointing to play it and have the frame rate be low enough to the point where it was very noticeable. Not unplayable, but very noticeable. So I think I'll give it probably an A minus. Maybe just below Ridge Racer here. Now, it's an excellent fighting game. Honestly, I would say, I mean, if you've played Samurai Showdown, you know. But if you haven't, give it a shot. I would say find it on a different console. Maybe don't play the 3DO version. As much as I'm a fan of the 3DO, I have to admit, when a port's not very good. And Samurai Showdown on 3DO is just not the best port. It'll do in a pinch, but that's not like the preferred way to play. Okay, Cyberdillo. This game's trash. I got through one level of this, and that's all I could take. Just an absolute putrid mess of graphics. Bad FOV. I don't know what it is with the 3DO and just terrible FPS games. This is one of the worst I've played. The only things I can kind of give it credit for are the main character, and some of the level design was kind of unique. But it still looked bad. It still looked bad. So I think it's going to be like F+. Like it fails, but it doesn't. I've played much worse failures than this. I think I dug Courier Crisis more. Chemical Extraction's at least playable. Goes low right above the offensive and unplayable. You hate this one? I wasn't seething with rage on this one, but I couldn't stand too much of it. I think I got out before I got too angry. I might put it just above M&M's, to be honest. That might be a bit of a hot take, but I think I slightly preferred it to M&M's, in all honesty. At least Cyberdillo, I wasn't in a coma playing. Okay, Autobahn Tokyo. Man, we went from Cyberdillo to Autobahn Tokyo. That's bad. That's bad. So Autobahn Tokyo is a Japanese exclusive 3DO game. I wanted to like this, but it is so shoddily put together. It's extremely shoddily put together. It's only got 3 tracks. Only, like, I think 3 or 4 cars. Not many cars. Horrible frame rate. Really bad frame rate. Like, single-digit frame rate. For that reason, I think it gets lower than a lot of these. I think it deserves an F. Even though I sort of dug it for, you know, that hour I played of it. I don't think it deserves higher than F. I might put it just above Powerpuff Girls. Even though I think Powerpuff Girls is broken too, but they're different kinds of broken. And I think this one I did slightly enjoy more. But yeah, F it goes. I can't give it anything higher, there's no way. Yeah, F is getting almost to 2 rows. We played some trash more recently, that's for sure. Okay, Battle Sport. This is one of my favorite 3DO games, bar none. It's so damn good. I will defend this game until the day I die. I think it's one of the most underrated games from the mid-90s. I'm trying not to overhype it too much, but I absolutely adore this game. It's going an S. It's going an S. I like it way too much not to put an S. It's gonna go toward the bottom of S, but it's still an S. I think I might put it just above Dead or Alive. It's just amazing. I have fun every time I throw it on. If you guys aren't aware, it's almost think, if you've played Rocket League, think like a much earlier Rocket League with spacecraft, and you can actually shoot the ball like a basketball. You can hold it and shoot it. It's a 1v1 kind of game. Highly recommend it. It's also on PlayStation and Saturn. It's worth checking out, trust me. I don't think you'll be disappointed. If you like Rocket League, I'd be a little surprised if you didn't like Battle Sport. Yeah, I was in first person. You can shoot first person. It's really neat. Yeah, there's vehicular combat too. I could go on and on about it, but I won't. Just play it for yourself. Okay, Insect War. This is what we played, I think, after Battle Sport. This game is whack. This is another Japanese exclusive. It's like a first-person arena brawler shooter, if that makes sense. I sort of liked the concept, but the actual gameplay was just tedious. And nothing really to write home about. I'd probably give it a D tier ranking. This one was confusing. I was kind of confused playing it, to be honest. I found it extremely confusing. I think I'm going to give it a D tier. It's got some unique ideas that push it above F. It's not totally broken either, but it's got a lot of problems. I could see it being kind of fun in multiplayer, but even then, your mileage may vary. I didn't care for it all that much. Box art's cute. It's a unique curiosity, but not much more than that. I'd say it's better than Road Rash. I'll give it a D+. I'm feeling somewhat generous on this one. I didn't hate it. I definitely didn't hate it, but it was kind of shoddily made, in all honesty. Okay, let me just move these down real quick. Down to Family Guy. Family Guy at the back of D. Back of the first row. Wait till you see what happens when you feed it overnight. You know what's funny you mentioned that? Because I think I watched Gremlins around that time, ironically enough. It's a great film. Okay, Toe Jam and Earl on the Genesis. This one I started a Genesis stream with, thinking it would be kind of a hit. And apparently people don't care for this one that much. I thought this game had a little bit more clout behind it. I guess clout's not the word I'm looking for. I thought this game was a little bit more well-remembered than I expected. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that it is kind of a slow game. It's a slow burn. It's like a very early roguelike. I absolutely love this series though, so I'm totally biased, I'll admit. It's kind of a slow game. But I think if you're willing to take it slow, it's actually pretty good. So I'd give it a B. I don't think it's gonna be at the top of B. But I think it deserves a B. Started a series that I really like. The characters are absolutely iconic. I think the characters are iconic. And I had fun with it. But I could see from a streaming standpoint, it's maybe not the best game to stream. Yo, hey there, Yeep. Am I saying that right? Welcome in. Hopefully I'm saying it right. But yeah, Toe Jam and Earl, I think, is gonna get probably mid-B tier. Maybe just above. I don't know, I did like it a lot. I think I could sit it next to 18-wheeler. Nice bit mid-B range. That's where I'm gonna put it. I definitely think if you're looking to play it and you're thinking about streaming it, it's not the worst game to stream, just know it is a little slow-paced. I think that's probably good to know going in. Because I never played it before I just threw it on. I'd only played the remake. Yeah, Poop, it's a great remake. Back in the Groove. I really, really like it. It's on PC, Switch as well. PS4, I imagine. Solid remake, and I think it does play faster. So if you were to play one, I mean, it's pretty much a pretty accurate recreation of the original. Just with some quality of life stuff. Okay, sorry, I scrolled too low here. We've got a lot of games to move. Disney Golf and Mad Maestro are off. Oh, Toe Jam and Earl 3. That actually, you know, it's funny you mentioned that because that's the game I grew up with. I think that's the reason I hold Toe Jam and Earl in a high regard because I actually really like that game. I've yet to stream that one. I feel like that one would be a little more accessible for people to watch. I dug that game a lot. I would like to revisit that one. Okay. We got some more 3DO jank. Of course. This is when I really started to get back into the 3DO again. Station Invasion. This is a lot like Twisted, the game show. Another game show game for the 3DO with a bunch of FMVs. This one is whack. But I would say if you own a 3DO or you're looking to get one or maybe you want to emulate it, you kind of have to play this because this is a kind of game that only exists on a system like the 3DO. Yes, Chris, we're back on the tier list. I need to finish it off. I hadn't finished it yesterday. They're working on it some more. We're getting close to the end. But Station Invasion, I think it's not quite as good as Twisted up here. I would argue. I think I'd like Twisted a little bit more. This one was kind of whack. It was very off the rails. I have to give it some credit for being just totally wacky. In fact, I think I liked it more than some here at the bottom of C. I might put it right above, right underneath Monster Rancher, above Boombots. I think it is very middle of the road. It's kind of hit or miss. Some of the mini games are kind of fun. Others are just very basic. But it definitely was memorable. I have to say it was memorable. If you haven't seen Station Invasion, check out some gameplay on YouTube or maybe my VOD. I think my VOD's still up. It's a wild ride, I'll just say that much. Very mixed bag, though. Okay, Fatty Bear's Fun Pack. This is not Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise. We already ranked that one. That one I actually put kind of high. I think I put it in B tier, if I remember right. Yep. B into kind of B minus tier. Really fun point and click. Redacted bear. Yeah, for whatever reason, Twitch doesn't let you say fatty. So, we went insane during this one. Honestly, I think the Putt-Putt's Fun Pack was the one where we all kind of went insane. I mean, this one definitely was kind of rowdy too. Basically, this is just a mini game collection. Honestly, had some fun ones in there, like, what was it, lines and boxes, and there was a weird game with different colored blobs, and we had to overtake the other blobs. It was kind of neat. I don't remember what it was called. It's kind of fun. This was the climax. But this one, honestly, a decent little set of mini games, but honestly not much to write home about. It's fun for like an hour. A lot of these humongous entertainment games are really pretty basic and not very long. I'm feeling kind of generous to this one though, because I did really like it. There was also Go Fish. But what were the other two? There was like a painting one. There was like a really shitty painting one. And I forget which one had Connect the Dots. I think this had some weird shape puzzle too. So really like I'd argue only 3 of the 5 games really even hit. 3 out of 5, 60%. I'd say that's like low C tier. I'm thinking low C. I think that works for this game. And we'll get to Putt-Putt. I think Putt-Putt was even worse as a mini game collection. But at least it was memorable. It was memorable than some of these others. I think I'll put it below Boombots. Above Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Kind of squeeze the 3DO and intersperse them in between some of these. Damn it, I got this into D tier. It's in the wrong tier. I think it's worse because I'm shit at checkers. I think there was one less minigame and more of them were worse. Checkers was fine. Keep in mind I won checkers. Let the record show. We won checkers. I'm not gonna say I'm good at checkers, but we at least won. Where did it get lost? Oh no, crisis mode. I think I may have lost it. Where did it go? Guys, I lost it. I lost it in this list. Look at this. So this is what I'm seeing on the right here. I have to somehow wade through all these and find them. Damn it, where did it go, dude? Do I not have an undo? I should yeah, there we go. Thank you. I don't know why it didn't occur to me to undo there. It's late. That's my excuse. Okay. We're figuring this out. Okay. Should be good. Damn it, millionaire. Get over there. Okay. Took me long enough on that one. These lists are getting long. These folders getting long. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, we're back on it. Okay, Virtuoso. This is one of the worst FPS games I've ever played in my life. Worse than Cyberdillo, in my mind. Really terrible. I can't recommend this to any human. Anyone with a pulse, don't play this game. Like I said, worse than Cyberdillo. I'd argue worse than Rise of the Robots. Worse than Demolition Girl. Honestly, I think it deserves to go almost at the bottom. There's really no redeeming qualities. The only thing I can say is at least I didn't waste a ton of my time with it, like with Aquaman. So I at least wasn't out like an entire stream. You know, I was only out like an hour. But it's going near the bottom. It's going near the bottom. Barely playable. Horrible graphics, horrible control. Absolutely atrocious. Virtuoso. Music, terrible by the way. Horrible music. I don't think anybody could find... They list the band in the credits, but nobody could find anything about them. Shows you why. I think that's the only project they got commissioned for. Let the record show I won at checkers. Let the record show I didn't know computer... I know they have an undo. Of course they know they have an undo. I didn't think it was going to work in that particular instance, okay? Out like an hour. No, I lost an hour playing it. I lost an hour playing Virtuoso. Okay, Off-World Interceptor. This is a game by Crystal Dynamics on the 3DO. Actually very good. Very good. I was impressed by this one. Crystal Dynamics typically puts out good stuff on the 3DO. I would argue it's B tier. Not crazy good. It's still got its problems. It's a very hard game. A lot of these Crystal Dynamic games tend to be very hard. Almost a little too hard, in my humble opinion. But really cool game nonetheless. Not a full 3D game, but it's kind of a pseudo 3D. Kind of neat that way. Honestly, I was thinking about moving around, but I think smack dab in the middle of B is actually pretty good. Start that second row. I think that actually fits pretty well. Just a solid B game. If you like vehicular combat style games and you have a 3DO, then it probably gets a little bit more of a bump from you. But on the whole, I dug it. I could see myself returning to this one, and who knows, if I play it more, it might get rated a little bit higher. I think middle B is pretty fair. Okay. We're getting close, guys. We're getting close. Yeah, Off-World, great graphics, too. Looked awesome. Really good production values, art style. Okay, this is The Last Blade. I don't believe this got a US release for the PS1, but it got a Japanese release. Since it's a fighting game, don't really need a US release, right? Don't need the language. Language barrier isn't a thing. But Last Blade, actually pretty cool. I would say not as good as something like Samurai Showdown. But since we're comparing it against the 3DO port, which was really not very good, it's probably going to go higher, actually. I'd give this an A. I really dug it. I don't know if it's as high as something like Haunted House or The Sniper. Maybe just above Pink Panther. I really dug this one. I think if you like Samurai Showdown, this is actually a neat little alternative. But it is quite similar in a lot of respects, so don't be surprised. Okay. Dog the Bounty Hunter? Wait, Dog the Bounty Hunter. Which one was that? Was that, what, for Off-World Interceptor? Can you be honest with us? I don't see why not. Oh, Virtuoso. Would have been some more surprising if it wasn't. Okay, San Francisco Rush Extreme Racing PS1. Really bad port. I really like the San Francisco Rush series quite a bit, but this port did not do it any justice. Really busted port. I think the only reason I'm not going to fail it is because it's part of the Rush series, and at least that I got a little bit out of it for. I'd rather play this than some of the ones at the bottom of D here, but it was near broken, in all honesty. It really was. I'm thinking I'd almost argue it's somehow worse than White Van Racer. I think I was expecting more from it. I think I'll put it just below White Van Racer, actually. I really think that's where it deserves to be. Because I was expecting a lot from it. It's just a horrible port. Do not play this port if you want a good San Francisco Rush experience. Okay, let's move these two down. Was it Family Guy and then Nicktoons? Oh, shoot. It was Nicktoons, then Family Guy. I was going to say, I'm like, I had a feeling Nicktoons was higher. Okay. Aquaman's in yeah, absolutely. Absolutely Aquaman's in fail, Chris. It was pain. It's near the bottom. It's one of the worst games I've played all year. Top 3 right now. I'm sure it'll still be top 5 even by the end. It may not move, actually, now that I think about it. Horrible game. Wasted a night. Barely playable. Bad graphics. Need I say more? Does Airboat Racing have Hogan? Yes. Yes, Airboat Racing has Hogan. All those Miracle Designs racers have Hogan. So yeah. Worst so far is All-Star Fighters because it was actually actively offensive. This was a simple series game in Japan. I played the PAL version, and some of the story was like actually homophobic. So yeah. I figured that reason alone, and the fighting wasn't good. Even taking that out, it probably would have been D or even F, despite having that horrible shit in it. I feel like out of everything out of F, I've still had a worse time with Inter Electro. I don't know, Inter Electro wasn't a good time, but I feel like a lot of that did have to do with the fact that the first game was so good. I don't think that game fails. I was just expecting a lot from it. And I can't say it was a poorly made game. It did have some good moments. A lot of them were bad moments, but they did have some good moments. And it functioned well overall. Yeah, not many good moments, but enough that I wasn't going to give up on it. Okay, Shelley Duvall's It's a Bird's Life. I unironically had fun with this. This is basically a talking book by Shelley Duvall, known for her role in The Shining. I don't know how she went from horror film. I mean, I guess she was in Popeye. She's been in a number of films in the late 70s, early 80s. I think she was in Moonstruck as well, if I remember. Roxanne. One of those. But anyways, yeah, this is a talking book on the 3DO. I think for that reason alone, I mean, it's barely a game, but it actually does function. There are some mini games that are fun for a few minutes. I will say, don't expect much out of this. But at least it was fun. I would argue it was more entertaining than a lot of the ones down at the bottom of D here. In fact, I'd probably put it... Maybe I'll put it just above bowling on the 2600. D tier game. But if you want a fun experience you'll only get on the 3DO, it's worth checking out. Basically, the story revolves around Shelley. Basically, her house burns down and all her birds go flying, and they take a trip to the Amazon. And then they see deforestation, which they quickly gloss over, and they go back home. It pretty much sums it up. If you want the Spark Notes version, there it is. It's a wild freaking concept. Better than Bob the Builder, yes. Bob the Builder was barely a game. Okay. We're getting close to the end, guys. Close to the end. Context was everything with that one. Not arguing Inter Electro should be F at all. Saying I had a worse time due to... Yeah, that's true. But I don't want chat to... Well, in my experience with the game to, you know, fully dictate what rank a game gets. I want there to be some level of... I guess objectivity might not be the right word. Although, you know what's funny? I said that a bunch last year and nobody bothered to correct me or anything. I remember sometime this year I used the word objectively speaking versus subjectively speaking, and they had a hissy fit. I don't know why. I think most people get what I'm trying to say when I say that, but it's all semantics anyway. Give Killing Zone an F just on behalf of Hollywood Video trying to claim you never returned it and charge you $60 around 1998. You know what, Barf? I was thinking like D tier, but I'm kind of feeling you on that one. This is really forgettable too. That doesn't help either. It was insanely forgettable. Which one even was it, precisely? Precisely, Blast. That pretty much sums it up. Which one even was this? I think I'll put it right above Bubsy. Yeah, there's the skeleton man that we hopped around with. That's about all I remember. I have no qualms giving it an F. Might be a little harsh, but I don't care. There's no reason to play it. There really isn't. Really is not. Do I have many S tier? Yeah, I can go up and show S tier for a bit. Okay, we're getting close. Yeah, 60 for Killing Zone. That would be basically robbery at that point. S is a little bit... I've been trying to keep it pretty cherry-picked. But decent cross-section of games here. It's like, what, maybe 10, 15? Trying to keep it minimal. I don't want to give too much S. It kind of loses the power of the ranking at that point. Crazy Frogs in S. Dude, I love that game. What can I say? That game transcends tiers. Yeah, Klonoa 2, the best game I've played all year. No doubt. Okay, Cool Borders. Can we just give this C for Cool Borders? This game was like excessively average. It's got 90s tude, so maybe I'll give it like a C+. Very light on content. I think I did like this better than the second game though. I think it's like a C+ game. In all honesty. I might put it actually sorta high. Maybe just below Cubics. I think that's fair. I think I did have a decent time with it, but I didn't need to play it for very long to get an idea of what it was about. Really, it's a high score time attack kind of game. Once you've played each track. I think I played each track twice. And after that, I'm like, okay, it's really just a high score time attack kind of game. So, yeah, there's not a lot of game there. But what is there is pretty good. A little jank. Overall decent. If you like that 90s toot, it's worth checking out. Definitely above Twisted Metal. Yeah, I'll put it above Twisted Metal 2012 there. Alright, Pepsi Man hitting toward the back of C there. Cool Warrior series does get better. We'll get to 2. I did play 2. I didn't care for 2 all that much. It was like trying to be more structured, which I think it kind of needed. I guess I might as well just rank it now since I'm talking about it. We'll jump ahead a bit. Played that one pretty recently, so it's kind of fresh in my mind. I think 2 is actually a better game, but I enjoyed it less, if that makes sense. I think the fact that it was more structured just didn't do a whole lot for me. It was the Cool Borders where I was too uncool for it. I just didn't care for it all that much. I've heard 3 is really where the series steps up. And I gotta say, 2 is almost kind of a step in the wrong direction for me. I kind of like the fact Cool Borders 1, you could just hop in immediately, play a track, be done. This had like a tournament championship mode with a trick system that I didn't fully understand. So I'll plead some ignorance on this one. I looked up the manual and I tried to do some of the tricks. I did attempt, but didn't work all that well for me. So I'd probably put it a little lower than Cool Borders 1. I know that's probably a personal thing. I've heard 3 is good. I'm feeling like I need to try 3 because that might bring my opinion of the series up a bit. I think I'll put it just barely lower than the first game. The controls in Cool Borders are asinine. Yeah, they kind of are, unfortunately. The trick system was whack. I tried figuring it out, and I sort of started to get the hang of it, but I never fully did. And the first game, it wasn't as much of an issue. I felt like it was a little more natural to play the first game. Which seems weird, right? You'd think the controls would improve. Okay. You Seymour the chicken. Reppin' C tier as it should. As it very well should. Move Ants down. Ants is getting slightly demoted. Okay, how many more? It's already 1 a.m. Jeez. How many we got left? We got like maybe 30 left. I'm gonna try and kick it up a notch in terms of speed here. I'm not gonna ramble nearly as much. 1 a.m. Yep. A lot of these were recent, so I don't feel like I need to say as much. Is that fair? I feel like that's fair. Because a lot of these we've played very recently. They're pretty fresh. I think I could give pretty good summaries of most of these kind of quick. Street Fighter 2 Turbo, one of the best fighting games, if not the best fighting game on the 3DO. I'd argue this is S tier, honestly. I really would. I was quite impressed by this one. And that's coming from somebody that's not that good at fighting games. But I thought the port was really good. Beautiful game. Didn't jam with the music? I totally did. I thought it was great. Overall presentation, excellent. To me, one of the premier games you get on the 3DO. I think there's a reason it gets talked about when the 3DO gets mentioned. I might put it... I'm going to put it just below Battle Sport. Above Dead or Alive. Oddly enough, I tend to slightly prefer 2D fighters that I've noticed. Street Fighter's a great fighter. Even when you played 5, didn't think you'd be playing more of it. Played it more than you did Virtua Fighter. Gotta throw the jab at Virtua Fighter, of course. Okay. Sailor Moon on 3DO. This game's not terrible, but not very good either. It's definitely better than the PS1 game. I'll tell you that much. Is PS1 Sailor Moon game actually broken? I'd argue this is slightly better. I'd probably give it D tier. Honestly, just for the characters and the presentation, I'm giving it a bit of a bump. Probably give it mid-D. Maybe right above Family Feud. I feel like Family Feud is kind of a good gauge for D tier for whatever reason. It's just like where the games stop giving a shit, you know? So I think that's pretty fair. Where did Family Feud go? There we go. Okay, then Cyber Tiber and Atari Video Cube gotta move down. Alright. Honestly, it takes longer for me to move these at this point. Okay, Crash and Burn. Another really quite good 3DO game, I would argue. This was the only launch title on the system, made by Crystal Dynamics. Like I've been saying, I will sing the praises of Crystal Dynamics on the 3DO. They make some of the best games on the platform. I had a lot of fun with this one. Not a perfect game, a little simplistic, but good graphically for 93. I really, really enjoyed it. I don't think I'd give it as high as an A tier ranking, but I feel pretty good giving it like a B. Maybe even a B+. I think the vehicular combat in this is a little underdeveloped. For that reason... You know what? I'll put it next to Off-World Interceptor. I feel like that fits. Maybe just below it. I think Off-World actually might be a little better overall. Oh yeah, I haven't flattened it down yet. I have no idea how big the file for this is. I have no clue. I'm kind of scared to look at it, to be honest. Luckily, my RAM usage isn't too high. I'm really worried about that. When I first started putting this together, I'm like, is my RAM usage just going to go to 100%? I'm not even going to be able to run this program. Luckily, that did not become an issue. Okay. Oh, damn it. Need to not move Crash and Burn. There we go. Mid-B tier. I think that's very fair for Crash and Burn. Decent debut title for the 3DO. The only debut title for launch. But it's a decent one. Like I said, when I was playing it, I'm like, if I had gotten this in 93 with a 3DO, I would have been pretty happy. I would have been pretty damn happy. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, they're all their own layer. Yeah, once I break it down, it should be a little nicer. Yo, hey there, Ash. How are you doing? Happy belated birthday. Okay, Corpse Killer. This game sucks. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I feel like there are some AVGN videos where he dogs on a game that doesn't necessarily deserve to be dogged on, but Corpse Killer totally does. It totally does. It's so bad. It's F tier. It's F tier. It's not good. It's just an on-rail shooter where it pans to the right on every stage. It's the most boring shit. And the FMVs aren't even that entertaining. Yeah, the cover's cool, but that's about it, unfortunately. I would argue it's less of a game than a lot of these. I might put it just above Demolition Girl. I didn't hate it like I hated Demolition Girl. But I think even Sailor Moon was a little more fun. Really, I did kind of want to like this one, because it is kind of a cult classic, but just... there's no game. That's the problem, there's no game. Alright. Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. If I can zoom in. Thing you remember most from Corpse Killer was the choice between the cool Rasta man and the ugly dumpster blonde that wanted to force me to pick getting high with the Rasta man. That's the thing though. That was what was so confusing about that game too. Is that I retreated from a mission and it kicked me out to this menu that I didn't understand. I actually didn't understand the menu. I couldn't progress. Okay. Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. This game is another one I really wanted to like, but unfortunately, it gets overhyped. It really does. People treat it as if it's like an A or an S tier game, and I honestly just don't see it. I think it's a really mixed bag. Obviously, the music and presentation, graphics are great, but the gameplay, like you're just going around rescuing children. It's kind of weird, admittedly. And the level design starts to get really irksome toward the end. I did almost get through it. That is a good point. I think the fact that I did push through it, at least there was enough game there for me to want to get that far. I think presentation does do wonders for this game. I'd probably put it near the bottom of B. In fact, maybe just above Wu-Tang. It's a B- for me. I'll put in B-. I think it's kind of fitting next to Wu-Tang, actually, now that I think about it. That's kind of perfect. Okay, Castle of Illusion. This one I had quite the experience with. So there's like an easy / practice mode in this game, and I thought I'd throw that on during my variety, just to make things a little easier. It only lets you play like the first world of the game or something. And then it basically berates you for being a wimp. And it was like, you should have played it on normal. If you want to see the true ending, play it on normal, which is fine, I guess, right? But this game is very hard. It's quite difficult for a 2D platformer, I think. Not impossibly difficult, but I'm sure one day I'll get through it. But I got very far. I think I got almost to the last stage. Presentation's great. It's a good platforming game. It's just, yeah, it's a little on the hard side. Hard enough to the point where I haven't beaten it yet. I do someday want to get through this one. Unlike Moonwalker, that I'm okay with quitting on the last stage. This one I would like to finish. I think there's a reason people mention this one a lot when they talk about Genesis. I think it's worthy of being mentioned. So I think I'll give it an A. Maybe an A-. Just because of how much fun it makes from you. For not playing it on normal or dying. Mindscan, you're thinking B? Overrated. I see, to me, Moonwalker is the overrated Genesis game. I actually quite like Castle of Illusion. I do agree that it's got some issues. The game's not exceedingly long, and the way it does checkpoints is a little rough. Or really the lack of checkpoints thereof, honestly. I think you get 3 lives total, and you gotta beat the whole game in it. I think it's 3 lives and maybe 3 continues. It's definitely better than Moonwalker, for sure. I think you guys have persuaded me to put it a little lower than I was initially thinking. Where within B? I'd probably put it maybe just under Wipeout. Nice middle of the pack in the B section. I think that's fair. If I can get in the right spot. Okay, where the hell they go? Yeah, this is Castle of Illusion. Why am I moving Smuggler's Run? How did that happen? There we go. What's World on? World is also on Genesis. Castle and World are both Genesis titles. I would like to try World. I think I've heard World slightly better. I don't know if it's on anything else. I know Mickey Mania is on other systems. I know it's on Sega CD. I think Super Nintendo even. Don't quote me on that. But I think. Poor Love Love Truck getting bumped down a row. Still in B, though. Alright. Mania was Super Nintendo. Yeah, Mania is when they branched out beyond Sega. Yo, B is full. Shit. That's no good. Well, we may have to move some into C soon. Which should be quite entertaining. Okay, I want to move a little faster. We need to get done with this. All right, Road Rash Genesis. Obviously not as good as the 32-bit Road Rash, but still a decent Road Rash game. If you like Road Rash, you like motorcycles, hitting people with lead pipes, you'll have a good time with this one. I think the presentation isn't nearly as good. I mean, it's kind of impressive for Genesis, but it's not going to blow you away. I would argue it's probably another B tier game. Like motorcycles, just go outside. Well, I don't like riding motorcycles. I'd much rather play a video game with motorcycles. Motorcycles, we talked about this while I was playing it. I'm like, motorcycles, yeah, they're quite the hazard. I'm thinking kind of low B tier. I might put it above Street Racer. Screw it, above Jackass. There we go. In B tier, I'm gonna have to move some down to C now. If you like hitting people with steel pipes, just pick it up. That's like the perfect quote for the back of the box. 100%. That would have sold me. If I saw that on the back of a box, I'd be like, sign me up, dude. Okay, I guess we gotta move some of these down. Right, because B is full. I think C should have the most. That makes sense. I think so far, Michael Jackson and Wu-Tang are getting demoted to C tier. Sorry, boys. But there you go. Of course, it puts them way at the bottom. This is going to take the most time, having to rearrange these. I might not worry about it too much for now. But I don't want to leave it like a total mess. I might do a little bit of cleaning up after we get... Yeah, there's no room left in hell. No, the problem is I've played a lot of games that I thought were B or A tier. Right? So those fill up kind of quick. Oh, damn it. Pattern sinking monkey brain if you didn't play a lot of C tiers. I mean, I could argue. I mean, a B minus is practically a C++. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not too worried about the actual tier too much. If it was that low on B, does it really hurt if it's at the top of C? I don't think so. Personally. Alright, I'll just leave them there for now since I can't freaking find them. Although that, you know what? No, it's gonna make it harder. I gotta fix this now. I wish I could move on, but I can't. Undo. Well, no, I can't undo. I have to move the rest of these. Try again. There is no try again. There we go. I found it. We're all good. Sorry. This is going to take a while. Having to move these rows. It's going to be troublesome. I apologize in advance. And this is going to take the most time at this point. Just doing this on the fly, reconfiguring. Okay, One Piece. This is One Piece Grand Battle. I would personally argue... This wasn't bad. It wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting like a 2D arena brawler, and it was actually in 3D, which is kind of neat. I'm wondering where to put this, though. I don't know if I'm quite feeling B on this one. Or maybe I am. Being indecisive. This was like a game that Blast was glad I played. I'm glad you liked it. I'd probably give it a B-. Maybe I'll put it above Hot Shots Golf. How about that? I think that fits pretty nicely. Kind of toward the back of B, but not quite to the end of it. Okay. And I think since it's a DVD case game, yes, okay. I don't have to move any down, thank God. Alright, Edit Racing. Damn, this is another one I'm feeling like is B tier. Is it just me? I thought Edit Racing was a neat little game. This is a Japanese exclusive racing game. Had a lot of fun with this one for what it was. Admittedly, it's not a perfect game. I'd say it's above average. Has some nice aesthetics, cool art style, but it is kind of budget. I love how the default view is like a backseat view of our Chad driving the car. I don't know, I had fun with this one. This is probably another low B. No, Treasure Hunter is S. It's up here. Sounds like a game you can make tracks. I believe there was a track editor that I didn't actually end up trying out. I was just playing like the campaign mode. I would be inclined to maybe put it just below Outrun. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give the edge to Edit Racing personally, because I felt like it was a little bit more, maybe not ambitious is the right word, but it was fresh. Outrun, it's like once you played an Outrun, you kind of seen it, and this wasn't a particularly amazing Outrun by any means. So I'll give it the slight bump. And it was crazy. Good vibe game, 100%. Okay. I'll worry about moving Vanna a little bit later. I have it in the right spot. We're just gonna have to, I'm guessing we're gonna have to move that row down anyway. Okay, are you smarter than a 5th grader? This game was a lot of fun. I ended up having Trashy come in on this. This was worth it. Kind of a dumb game. We actually found a spelling error in the game. We found a grammatical error in the game, which was hilarious. Actually hilarious. Man, it made fun of us. Trashy had a hard time. I feel like Trashy was overthinking some of the questions. I think the first or second try I got all the way through it. But it was fun playing with Trashy. And I'd say it's another pretty middle-of-the-road game show game, though. I think it deserves C tier. Graphically, it was kind of scary, to be honest. Presentation was a little scary. Some of the models did not look too great. So I'd probably give it low C. Just not that much to talk about. Maybe slightly above Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I think that's fair. Toward the bottom of C at the moment. Was it a wrestling engine game? That wouldn't surprise me. That would actually make a ton of sense. But there it goes. Yeah, I'll fix Wheel of Fortune later here. Okay. Chase HQ 2. This game's awesome. I'm not gonna lie, I really dug this game. In fact, I dug it so much that I ended up putting my playthrough up on YouTube like the day after. Yeah, this is Genesis Variety Part 2. I really dug this game. If you have a Genesis, you're looking for games to play, you like racers, to me this is like a must play. 100%. Doesn't take very long to beat. It's like under an hour to beat the game, if you know what you're doing. Again, not a long game. Kind of a score attack, time attack kind of game. But this one just gelled with me so well. I think I'm going to give it S, in all honesty. And in fact, I think it's not even just going to go at the bottom. I think it's going to go... I'm going to say above Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I really dug it that much. Just an absolute joy. Absolute joy. I live for moments like that. Yeah, it challenged me like Genesis, but I beat it and I didn't struggle too hard. The perfect level of difficulty for me. Okay, Toe Jam and Earl 2, Panic on Funkatron. I think this may have been after Toe Jam and Earl 3, my second game in the series. I think I got this very early on when I got a Genesis. And I did stream this. This is much different from the first game. It's more of a traditional 2D platformer. And I don't know. I have mixed feelings on that direction for the series. I think overall I didn't like it as much as the original Toe Jam and Earl, but it's honestly not too far off. They did a pretty good job translating the series over to a new gameplay style. So I'll give them credit for that. And it's kind of a faster game too than the first game, but you also get lost. There is a lot of hunting and pecking for level exits. Like even the handful of levels I played, it started to get like really sprawling and it began to get kind of hard to find the exit. I would probably give it a B-. Maybe just above Star Trek. In the low B tier. Okay, how close are we get? We gotta be getting close, right? 5 months, Roman, damn. That's wild to think. I'm gonna leave Wheel of Fortune hanging for a sec. Both Wheel of Fortunes are like hanging off the list. They'll get fixed. Yeah, there's a side-scrolling Toe Jam and Earl. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. It's not bad. I quite liked it. And again, you could tell they were trying to make it more commercial, which I don't blame them for doing so, but I didn't like it nearly as much as the original. So this is Outrunners on the Genesis. This was a decent little racing game. Not quite to the level of something like Chase HQ, but honestly, I'd argue probably not even to the extent of like the original Outrun on Genesis or even Outrun 2019. One quirk with this game is that the entire time it played in split screen, even if you didn't have anybody playing against you, they'd show the AI on the second half of the screen. I kind of wished I had the full screen to myself, but it is what it is. I think a lot of racing games on the Genesis did that, so I don't want to deduct too much from that. But definitely didn't grab me like the other Outruns. I would argue this might be the worst Outrun game I've played thus far, and even a bad Outrun is still pretty decent. I'd probably give it top of C right now. In all honesty. I'm thinking like very top of C. It was pleasant, but it's just not as memorable as the other Outruns that I've played. Okay, so now we gotta do some moving. And in fact, I think I want the Wheel of Fortunes together. I think that makes too much sense not to do. So let me go ahead and fix this real quick. Have I been raided? Yes. Yes. Sark raided me. We've had a number of raids, actually. Sark, Steffer, Papa and Bean, you. There's been a number of raids. Okay, let's move Wheel of Fortunes down. Yo, Analogous, dude. Thanks for gifting a sub to Bose. Thank you so much, Analogous. That really does mean a lot. Glad you're enjoying the tier list. I'm hoping we get through this. That's the goal here. I'm gonna move Cruising down. Oh, Jesus. Bear with me just for a brief moment, guys. I apologize. Trying to do this as fast as I can. I see why people use Tier Maker. But I also like having a lot of control, and eventually this will pay off because I can format it any way I want once I'm done with it. It was spooking you? Okay, there we go. Did I rank King of Root 66 S tier? I gave it low A, which I think is pretty fair. Again, that might be another one where if I revisit it, I might actually see myself giving it a higher rank. I could see that one getting bumped up with more playthroughs. Okay, Virtua Fighter 2 on the Genesis. This game is jank, and I don't know why it exists, really. But I tried it out. I tried it out. This, I will say, for those that hate on Virtua Fighter, if you played this one, I can see where you're coming from. It makes sense, because this game was not good. That being said, I think it is D tier. I don't know if it's as bad as some of the other ones in here. The AI is absolutely busted, Mindscan. It's 100% busted. I didn't hate it, but it's still a pretty low tier game. I like being a contrarian sometimes. I think I might give it... I did like some of these more. I think I did like some of these other ones less. I'm gonna put it next to Sailor Moon. I think that's fitting. I think that's very fitting. Love this one. Remember having an arcade cab with this on it as a child. Well, it's definitely no arcade version. Definitely no arcade version, that's for sure. Galaxy music and looking at all the games I play, giving you the warm and fuzzies. I'm glad I could help make the last couple months great. You guys have definitely done the same for me. I hope you guys know that. I should probably say it more, to be honest. Thank you all for being here. It really means the world to me. Okay, Mutant League Football. I dug this one. I was expecting chat to vibe with it a little more. Admittedly, I wasn't very good at it. I did beat a couple games, though. Very basic hockey game. But it's got that mutant twist, which I really like. I think that was a good move on EA's part to kind of reuse their NHL engine and make it a little bit more, maybe more accessible to people outside of the sports realm. I thought that was actually a really good move. Overall, though, I'd say it's probably kind of middle of the road. It's a pretty basic game. It doesn't have a whole lot of staying power. In fact, it's probably on the upper end of C. Presentation definitely was like the big selling factor. Well, if Pac-Man's kind of our mid-C, I think it's definitely better than something like Pac-Man. Honestly, you know what? I'll put it right under Starwinder. Thinking back on it, it's like a C+. Like a C+. If you really like hockey, I could see you putting it quite a bit higher, but... like, I don't see myself returning to it a whole lot. But I'm glad I did play some of it. Mutant League is pretty cool. Keep in mind, I'm not a big hockey guy. So that kind of explains the placement a little bit, I think. Not a knock on it. C is perfectly fine. Above middle of the pack is perfectly fine, in my eyes. It says football. Shit, you're right. I'll fix that. That should be hockey. I guess I was thinking Mutant League, and I didn't bother to check which sport. It was hockey. I played hockey. Pretend it's hockey. I'll fix it afterward. That's what we're doing. It would take too long for me to switch it out right now. I'll switch it out later. I'll just make a note of that one. Okay, Devilish. Yeah, as you can tell, we got into more Genesis this night. Devilish. I like this game overall, but fuck is it hard. I'm gonna have my IGN moment and be like, good game, but kind of hard. 6 out of 10. Honestly, I think this is a B tier game. If I take my own pain out of the equation, it has really good music, really good presentation, really unique concept. I think it's a B tier game. I would like to someday revisit it. But I don't know when that day will be. Might go toward the bottom of B, but still a solid B tier game. I think it may be just above Smuggler's Run. Just behind Mad Maestro. Solid B tier game in my eyes. If it was a little nicer, a little easier, I could actually get through it. I spent hours trying to get through it and I still didn't manage. September 24th, 2022. That'll be the day I come back. The Devilish. Mark your calendars. Actually, that would be pretty funny to quote. See if I hold myself to it. Okay, Mortal Kombat. These two were my first experience with Mortal Kombat. And I really dug the first game a lot. In fact, I like the first game so much. I'm really thinking about giving it an S. I'm like trying to think. Does it deserve it? I think it does. I think it deserves S. I had an absolute blast with this game. I really did. I might put it just below Dead or Alive. I think the first one's B. Well, I've only played 1 and 2. And we'll get to 2. I preferred the first game. 2 is S. But 2 has the busted ass AI. If we're talking from my experience, the first game was a better experience for me. Mortal Kombat 2's Kintard. I did not care for 2 as much. I wanted to like 2, but the AI's busted. At least in the first game, the AI is actually kind of fair. It's a midway game that all had busted AI. Well, the first game didn't have that issue. Mortal Kombat 2 was a meme. I still think it's very good. In a lot of ways, it did improve upon the first. I think I'll, despite the busted AI, I think I'll give it an A. It'll be kind of a low A, but I think I'm gonna give it an A. I'll put it above The Last Blade in A tier. I can see why these games are so highly regarded. And I need to play 3. I definitely want to play 3. That day will come. O's are D's in my world. That font was bad and you know it. I don't need to justify myself. 2 had better graphics than 3, really. I'll love 3. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Okay, Need for Speed, high stakes. Naturally, I'm going to compare this to Hot Pursuit. It's not as good. It's close. Definitely not bad. Hot Pursuit's up in A+. I would probably give this an A-. To me, it just didn't feel different enough for me to really want to grit my teeth into it and play it for hours on end, like I did with Hot Pursuit. But it is more of the same. It is still very good. I felt like the handling was a little worse, though. Just slightly. Not a whole lot, but just slightly. Either I had a better time figuring it out in Hot Pursuit, or this one's actually a little wonky. But I'd probably put it... I'll put it just below Street Golfer in A tier. So A minus. I still think Hot Pursuit's the pinnacle. I think you're gonna have a hard time trying to beat Hot Pursuit, but... Everyone's take. Everyone agrees Hot Pursuit's better. Well, I guess I'm not going against the grain, but that's okay. Don't always need to. Oh, we're getting into some classics here. So this is within the last couple weeks of me streaming now. Probably the last 2 weeks. Rugrats Search for Reptar. This game was way more fun than it honestly should have been. I had a blast with this game. It's a dumb, fun little 3D platformer. It's not trying to do a whole lot, but what it does do, it does it pretty well. I will say graphically it's kind of hit or miss. But on the whole, I think it kind of exceeds the sum of its own parts, and actually ends up being a better experience than it honestly should have. I think I'll put it in B tier. If I was going purely off entertainment value and fun, I might even put it higher, but I'm thinking B tier at the moment. Where within B? Definitely above some of these. You know what? I might put it at the beginning of this second row. I think that's what I'll do. It's like a mid B tier game. That's honestly better than my ranking might even suggest. It's a lot of fun. Check it out. If you like PS1 platformers that are kind of dumb and silly, it's worth checking out. Yo, hey there, Jamsters. How are you doing? We're almost done with my freaking list here. So close. Damn it, Millionaire's hanging off. Regis, where are you going? Regis getting demoted to C. Sorry, Reg. It has to be done. Somebody's got to take the fall. Okay. Let me get this moved. Missed the hottest of takes. Which take was the hottest? I feel like there's multiple that are pretty hot, but... Okay. Quickly move these. I'm trying to do this as fast as I can, because it's almost 2 a.m. It's getting late. But we need to finish this list, goddammit. It needs to happen. We're so close. Again, we're like within the last 2 weeks of games here at this point. There we go. Okay. Ooh, we get into some classics. Shadow War of Succession. Jesus Christ, this game. I think that can be my review, right? That's it? Jesus Christ, this game? F tier. Easy F tier. Easy F. No question in my mind. Yeah, that works. Honestly, I'd argue worse than Rise of the Robots. Because Rise of the Robots didn't have any music or really much of any sound effects during the fights. This had ear-piercing sound, though. I'd argue it played worse. It's just barely better than Corpse Killer, in my mind. You wish you saw that stream. I'm not sure you know what you're asking for, Insomniac. So it's going just above Demolition. No, just above... Yes. I know what I'm doing. Being temperamental. There we go. Yo, hey, there's Samino. How are you? Our F tier is full. Do we have any Fs left? We might have a couple. There might be a couple. I might need to make it 2 rows. We'll see. I might have to reconfigure F. Tripped. This is actually a pretty good puzzle game. It's a little weird. In terms of actual gameplay, it's not all that strange, but the art style is really wacky and kind of off-putting to some, and I don't blame anybody for thinking that. I'd argue this is probably a C-tier game. To me, it wasn't offensive. The art style. I kind of dug it for how weird it was. Yeah, it was like peak 3DO. It gives off some supreme 3DO vibes. I'm thinking maybe slightly above average on C tier. Maybe in... Put it above Cardinal Sin. Yeah, gameplay was decently solid. Again, nothing to write home about if you've played other kind of match 4 kind of puzzle games, but definitely an interesting art style. It's one of the better ones on the 3DO too. I'll give it a C. If I can get it up here. There we go. Ranked a Moonwalker over Gex. I did. I very much did. No regrets. No regrets at all. Okay, Jackie Chan is just gonna hang over slightly there. Wicked 18. If you have a 3DO, or you want a 3DO, you like golf games, this is literally the perfect game. Actually, like, I'm dead serious. If you like golf games, you like 3DO, you like FMV, you like weird, wacky shit, S tier game. No cap. I'm being 100% serious. The best golf game I've played all year, possibly of all time. So damn good. Yeah, best golf game ever made, dare I say. Where does the best golf game, though, go on our tier list? Probably toward the bottom. I'll give it the edge over Crazy Frog Racer. I won't put it above Mortal Kombat. But it had to go S. Was Bedrock Bowling really that good? Of course. Now, just some backstory on that one. I do speedrun that, Boas. So I am a little biased, but it's a lot of fun. I really do recommend you play it. It's a little janky, but once you get past the initial jank, it's a pretty fun game. Okay, this is Putt-Putt's Fun Pack. This was not as good as Fatty Bear's Fun Pack. This one was pretty whack. Chat was all over the place during this one. I think I'm gonna give this maybe D tier. It did have checkers, though. It did have tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-toe was fucking dumb. Anybody that knows how to play tic-tac-toe, trying to play against an AI on hardest difficulty, almost every game is gonna be a draw. It had squares, it had shapes. I don't know, I almost want to put it at C just for the absurdity of it, but I think I have to put it D tier. Mecca's probably gonna be a little disappointed I didn't put it at F, but I don't think it honestly fails. I had a lot more fun with it than some of the ones down here. C, because Putt-Putt's a car. The only reason? Therefore, we should give it C tier. I mean, I'm looking at some of these other games, though, and I'm like, I did have more fun with Putt-Putts than I did with a lot of these. You know what? Mecha be damned. I'm gonna put it in C tier. Above Jeopardy, even. It's so dumb for me to place it here, but I don't care. We need to fill out C. What Bubsy 3D game is... Oh, this is the sequel. Called Bubsy Visits the James Turrell Retrospective. I put that in D tier. Mindscan, thank you for the lurk. Enjoy. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, Mindscan. Tekken. This is Tekken on the PS1. This is what I played after, I think. Putt-Putt, if I'm right. I asked for a relaxing game for the end of stream. This was not relaxing. This was not relaxing. This is the first Tekken game. I believe it may have come out launch year or maybe 96, 95 or 96. Very early fighting game. Pretty wonky. I would argue it's C tier. I need to play the other Tekkens. I hear they get better as you go along. I've heard Tekken 3 is like one of the best fighters, period, but this game's not bad. It's just quite stiff and kind of unresponsive. And again, graphically, it's not much to write home about. It's early 3D. I think I'm going to give it C tier. I'll put it just below Tony Hawk. Underground 2. Same kind of pain. They kind of deserve to go together. Very middle of C tier kind of game. In my mind. Had the huge case. What, it had one of the long boxes? I kind of want to start a long box PS1 collection, but I've already started 3DO. I'm like, do I really want no money? It's probably not the best idea. I would like to get a long box copy of the first Twisted Metal. That would be kind of nice. But even that's expensive. Okay. Hold on, where did Tekken go? It's covered by Micromaniacs, damn it. Long box PS1 gets pricey because of only 3. Which 3 games? Just out of curiosity. Okay, there we go. Hangman. Basic Madden need to move. Shit. I'm losing them. I apologize. This is going to take the longest because we're near the end. And trying to get these all situated is not easy. But it'll make my life later easier. Okay. Guys, we're down to the home stretch. Starblade Alpha's $800? A few others sit above 400. I was going to say, I think long box copies of Twisted Metal are like kind of in the 100 range. If I remember right. Looks like we got about 10 games left. Maybe a couple more. Luckily, the rest of these will be pretty easy to rank because these have been very recent. Made Sailor Moon Fighter F tier. Yes. The PS1, yeah. Horrible game. Barely functional. Okay, Quarantine. This is one that I really wanted to like. I love the concept behind this. The whole concept is fantastic. And the manual's even great. The presentation is quite good, but it was way cooler behind the scenes. Reading the manual is almost built like a DMV instruction booklet. It's really neat. But that doesn't save it from being a bad game. Yeah, it's kind of like what Rogue Trip tried to do, but worse. I'm tempted to put it at the top of D. Yeah, the history of the developers, too, was a really fascinating dive. I think I'll put it at top of D, because it didn't hurt me like a lot of these other games, and it showed a lot of promise. So I think top of D is fair. It gets D for having a cool concept. Execution was real wonky, though. Unfortunately. Okay. Move Godzilla real quick. Yeah, I wish I could have figured out a bit more too. I might return to it at some point. But I can't say it's some great game because it's really not. Even from the little bit I've played. It's not good. I wanted it to be good. I think the devs clearly wanted it to be good. They tried so damn hard. You gotta give them some credit. Okay, Pia, this game... I was gonna give this F, until toward the end of my time playing it, we found out not only are there crocs that make you move faster, there's a jetpack. So for crocs and jetpack alone, this gets a D. Otherwise, it's a pretty gross first-person shooter that's pretty confusing to navigate. I think I gave up on stage 4 or 5. We didn't get all that far. I would have liked to have gone further, but they gave us this really vertical stage that I couldn't figure out how to get out of. And even with the walkthrough. And I think one of the required... No, we did beat it. We did beat it. Never mind. I had to use the walkthrough, and there was a secret passageway that was required to just get through the fucking level. Absolutely absurd. You had to walk through a wall. I don't know how you'd find that this wall didn't have a hitbox, but they expected you to find it. That being said, it's got a lot of problems, but there's a couple cool ideas scattered about. I would say... It's hard to play this one. Because I didn't spend too much time with it. It's not like Incredibles where I spent 2 nights with it and hated it. But it's probably a worse game, you know? It probably is a worse game. I think I'll put it right above ATV Racers. We'll go with that. Basically in the middle of D tier. Pretty much. Yay, and Sheep gets demoted a rank. Gets demoted a line. As it should. Okay. Oh, damn it, we have another F. We're out of space by Fs. Shit. Cadillacs and dinosaurs. This game is garbage. It's so garbage. I wanted to like it. Like, look at the cover art. You're like, that looks sick. I want to play that. FMV bullshit. FMV bullshit. Game is D. I don't even know if it was a game. I played it. I don't even know if it was a game. I don't know if it's low D. I guess it didn't take up too much of my time. Well, there really wasn't much interactivity. That being said, I'd probably play it again before Robots. Great artwork. I guess it gets kudos for having cool artwork and being based on a cartoon and having some cartoon FMVs in it. You know what? Yeah, I'll give it a little bit of a bump to that. It'll go just above Austin Powers Pinball. I almost thought about failing this one, but I'll be somewhat generous. Not the worst thing I've ever played. I just wouldn't want to play it for more than like 10-20 minutes. I probably won't revisit it, in all honesty. It's not much to revisit. Afterburner 3, this one left me kind of lukewarm. It was, I think it's the first Afterburner I've actually played. I would like to play more. And the weird thing about this one is I don't even think it's technically an Afterburner. I think they kind of stamped the Afterburner name on after the fact, and you can kind of tell. The game was kind of easy to cheese. I found if I flew diagonally in a line up toward the top left of the screen, I could avoid almost all fire and barely die. And then at that point, it just becomes super trivial. But if you play it legit, it is kind of fun. There were some insane flashes of light, though. Be warned, if you suffer from like seizures or epilepsy, don't play it. Like, actually don't. Stay away. But if you don't, and you want like an okay flight combat game, it sort of does the trick. Probably give it kind of a low C, though. Just kind of unremarkable, in all honesty. I think I'll put it above Station Invasion. Or no, actually, no, I'll go below Station Invasion, because at least Station Invasion is kind of wacky and fun. Afterburner's just kind of Afterburner, but not. It's like a game that wanted to be Afterburner, and somehow Sega agreed, and they're like, yeah, sure, we'll stamp our name on this. Yeah, CD variety was... We'll get to some of the next ones here. I mean, luckily we did have one highlight during the Sega CD stream. We had one highlight, and that was NBA Jam. Although, in all honesty, I can't say that this game's a phenomenal Sega CD game, because it's really just the Genesis game with a CD soundtrack. But honestly, that's probably what most Sega CD games should have been. So I can't fault it too much either. This game was actually a lot of fun. I spent more time with this than I planned. I'm feeling A. I dug this. I didn't think I'd like a basketball game as much as I like this. So I think I'm going to give it A tier. Just for reference, though, I'm trying to remember where I put Slam and Jam 95. Where did I put that one? Does anybody remember? I'm losing my mind. Did it get lost? I think I put Slam and Jam in A, if I remember right. I can tell there's something overlap in this. I gotta fix this, too. Need for Speed's cover. Oh, okay, that explains it. I knew it. Slam and Jam was right here. Okay. I honestly believe Slam and Jam and NBA Jam are pretty comparable. I think it would actually be... Whoa, shit. I think it would be quite fitting. It is becoming a monster. I think it would be quite fitting to put NBA Jam next to Slam and Jam 95. I think NBA Jam is... Obviously, it's the more iconic game. But they do a lot of the same stuff. And they both do it really well. There we go. NBA Jam, getting an A- for me. And I don't even like basketball that much, but I really dug those games. Okay, Cliffhanger. This... Holy fuck, this was a game. Oh boy, yeah. Cliffhanger. I don't know if I should give this an F. It's pretty bad. I actually wrote down a quote from a review I found. It's a very quick quote. Let me just pull this up real fast. It was kind of hilarious. They said... This is from Mega Magazine. It said, a truly disgusting piece of software. And I quote, I don't totally disagree. I don't fully agree, though. I will say, despite the 3D parallax snowboarding sections being totally bullshit in terms of difficulty, they were pretty cool and kind of mesmerizing. I don't think I can quite fail it. The beat-em-up sections were pretty abysmal, though. Luckily, they didn't last very long. I will say, as much as it kicked my ass, I think I'm going to give it D tier. So I can't be that salty, right, Blast? If I'm giving it D tier, I can't be too salty about it. I think I'll even put it, honestly... Ooh. Oh, for the stream dying? Oh yeah, I was pretty pissed about that. Although I think it was a sign from higher powers to make me stop streaming, because I was going far too late anyway. I'm gonna put it above Nicktoons Racing. Nicktoons Racing was a sight to behold. There we go. Feel okay about that. I mean, I definitely enjoyed it more than some of these, so... Despite it being hard as nails. Okay, Extreme Go-Kart Racing. This one's tough because I don't know if I fail this one. I kind of want to, but the more I've been thinking about it, I don't know if it deserves to be an F, you know? I'm not quite sure. Because I did play it through, the controls were garbage. Graphically, it didn't look all that great. But it wasn't one of the worst things I've played. It was really weird, though, that there were no power-ups. There were no items, other than turboing, which was weird. But I'd take it probably over any of these at the beginning of F here. I think I might just give it bottom of D above robots. Because robots is basically the definition of the bottom of D. It really is holding its ground there. Okay. So glad you never got robots. Yeah, don't bother. Same with Family Guy. Don't bother. They're not worth your time. Trust me. I've played them so you don't have to. Please don't. Robots is the honorary F. It's teetering. It's a D triple minus. Okay, Devil Dice. This is an insanely cool puzzle game that at first it took me a while to warm up to. I started with the puzzle mode in this, which was basically a set of predetermined puzzles that we had to solve. That part I didn't care so much about. The arcade mode in this is phenomenal, though. I really dug this a lot. In fact... Shit. I'm thinking A, but I see S, and I'm like, we've got some space. I might put an S. I just, something about this game clicked when I switched to the arcade mode, and it was some of the most fun I've had on stream in a while. So screw it, I'm gonna give it an S. In fact, I'm gonna put it above Crazy Frog. We need a late game S. And Devil Dice is gonna be it. Super varied content, too. There are multiple modes. Like I said, not all of them struck my fancy, but there were some decent ones. Okay, I can tell we have at least 3 Fs. We have at least 3 more Fs. Alright, Tokyo Highway Battle. This is one that King of APOC suggested I try. I watched him play the Japanese import Saturn version and was quite intrigued. It reminds me a whole lot of Ridge Racer, but it does have a car upgrade system that I didn't quite get into as much as I maybe should. But it was still solid nonetheless. I think I'm going to put it toward the bottom of A, but I would highly recommend checking this one out. If you are a fan of Ridge Racer or racing games of that caliber, I think this actually does come quite close. In fact, I think I'll put it right at the bottom of A. Worth checking out. Underrated little racer on the PS1. The final frontier before disaster. We've few before us. Speaking of the final frontier before disaster, Shrek fucking Treasure Hunt. This game... It's no surprise where this is going, right, guys? There's no surprises here. The game literally didn't even let me play it after the first minigame. It would crash. Every time I tried to load in a new minigame, it would just instantly crash. It literally broke. It's actually unplayable. But what I did play... God, it was awful. Yeah, I think it deserves to go very close to the bottom. I'd say even Virtuoso has more merit. I'd say Aquaman. I fucking despised Room Zoom, though. So it's not gonna quite go below Room Zoom. Shrek Treasure Hunt I at least didn't despise with every fiber in my being. And we've run out of room. I'm gonna have to make a second row for F. All-Star Fighters is still gonna lead up the rear, though. Honestly. Yeah, and I actually have a story with Shrek Treasure Hunt. Shrek Treasure Hunt was actually a game I owned briefly as a child. Because I went to the local store that had an electronics section, and I guess my dad was buying something, and I convinced him to get this for me thinking it was a computer game. Obviously, it's a PlayStation game, so I didn't get to play it at the time. I think what happened is we returned it, but ever since that moment, I had wondered what the hell this game was. And then I finally got to try it, and it was worse than I ever could have fucking imagined. Actually a dumpster fire. One of the worst games I've ever played. There you go. Only a couple games end up edging it out for the worst game I've played on stream. Okay, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. This game was actually pretty darn good. This is by Traveler's Tales. We'll get to Toy Story 2 here in a moment. I believe it's the last game on our list. But Buzz Lightyear Had a decent bit of fun with this. I did not beat the game because it is kind of a repetitive romp, if you will. I would say it is above average. I'd probably be inclined to put it in B tier. Nice little fun, kind of on rails, almost kind of Crash Bandicoot. Less emphasis on platforming though, and more emphasis on shooting. But I dug this one. I'm glad Mecha suggested I try it. I think I'll put it above Street Racer. Just below Jackass. Toward the bottom of B, but still a very good time. I'd recommend it. I mean, especially if you like Toy Story. It's probably one of the better Toy Story games out there. In all honesty. Is balls still gonna fit on here? Guys, we might have to move balls. And Big Bumpin' even. I'll try and keep Big Bumpin' in D there. We're gonna have to... You know what? Oh shit. No, because we need balls in B. It's B for balls. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna demote Star Trek. Wait, Kim Possible is underneath it. Shit. I'm demoting Star Trek to C. Realizing how disappointed I was with that game, honestly. Star Trek getting bumped down to top of C. We still need room, though. I'm feeling kind of the same with Kim Possible, though. Top of C. I'll move it later. I just wasn't feeling either of those. I was trying to be generous. I'm like, I didn't hate them, but they were both too long for their own good, honestly. I have no qualms moving them down. Balls has got to stay in B, though. Just has to. Again, I'll worry about the fact that these are, like, over the edges later here. Maybe we'll finish reformatting once I'm done here. We're so close, guys. Thank you all for sticking with me here while we finish this up. We only have, what, 6 more games? 7 more games? We're so close to the end. Land Before Time Racing Adventure. Another game that had no right to be as good as it was. This game was actually a lot of fun. The actual racing was kind of underdeveloped, but the challenge courses in this game were surprisingly good. I'd probably give this one a B as well. And probably like a mid-tier B. Maybe just above... I'm gonna put it above Smuggler's Run. Which means something else has to get demoted, because Balls has got to stay in B. Right? We can't have it not in B. Okay. Where did Smuggler's Run go? I'll find it later. Damn it. There it is. Okay. What else do we demote from B tier? The real question. We gotta demote a few games, actually. I just realized. We're hanging way off the edge. I might demote Devilish. I'm just thinking about how hard that game really is. Which I realize is not the best defense for moving it down a tier, but I really do feel like it's almost detrimental to the enjoyment of the game. So I think I'm going to put Devilish in C. Near the top. Near the top. I'll be back on it anyhow. Yeah, and then I can re-rank it anyway. May it be ranked again. Hopefully it gets ranked again. Hopefully I end up actually beating the game at some point. Hopefully I get good to the point where I could actually beat it. That'll be the goal. Do I own a Delphonics record? I don't believe I own anything by Delphonics. I don't know if I've heard anything by them. I'm thinking about it. What got moved? Why is there a hole there? This is what happens when you do this late at night. There we go. Reptar got moved. Seems like it's up my alley. I will definitely check them out. I'd be totally willing to check them out. Alright, one more game I think could be demoted. Maybe the Nissan Skyline. Overdriving. It's fine, but it's nothing to write home about. Pretty basic, kind of Need for Speed kind of game. I'm gonna put that up there. I'm sorry this is getting so messy. We'll fix this. Just need to do some rearranging. I will definitely tidy this up too after stream as well. Okay. But we're so close to the end. I just want to get all these ranked first. Alright, Dragon Tales Dragon Seek. Do I need to explain myself on this one? Are we good? Just swift F tier. This game is barely a game. Unfortunately, it's got a great art style. Great 2D art style, but it's ruined by the fact that it's not a freaking game. It's literally hide and seek for like 3 levels and then you're done. Let's just yeet it. I didn't absolutely hate it, but I got pretty close to hating it. I think because it functioned, it gets like halfway down F. Because it technically functioned as a video game. Debatable how much of a video game it actually is, but... yeah, the fact it lets you cheat. Yeah, you can pretty much have the game tell you exactly where people are hiding. So it defeats the purpose of it being a video game. The most inoffensive of F tiers, which almost makes it the worst. I don't know, some of the ones further down are pretty fucking terrible. They're pretty damn bad. I think middle F is fitting, honestly. Creature Shock, man, this is a game I wanted to like so bad. So bad. I mean, hell, this artwork looks fucking phenomenal, right? The thing is, unfortunately, it relies far too heavily on FMVs and is really lacking as a video game because of that. The presentation and atmosphere is so damn cool, but it doesn't hold up the fact that it's not a very good game. I think we got about 80% through this game. I wish I could have finished it, but it's hard to rank this one because of the fact that there's so much to like within the game. But a lot of it has to do with the stuff that is outside of the actual gameplay sphere. Like the presentation was actually really neat, and I want to give it kudos for that, but as a video game, it really wasn't all that fun, and it's a lot of just trying to wade through these dungeons and figure out... honestly, you need a map for this game, and honestly, a walkthrough would be even better. Because otherwise, you're just taking shots in the dark going through random corridors and hoping it's the right one. So, this is a very hard one to rank with any level of objectivity. I think it is a D tier. I'm almost tempted to put it high C tier. I did play it for nearly 6 hours. I did play it for quite a long time. Yeah, the manual has maps in it too. And the first map is fully complete. And then the second map... it's just like, dude, you finish it. You draw the rest. It gives you like the couple first rooms, and then after that, it's like, no, you finish it yourself. They don't even bother to give you a full map, despite the fact that it's already a super disorientating game. But it did intrigue me, and it kept me going for a long time, which is better than I could say for a lot of D tier games. So I'm tempted to put it toward the bottom of C. In fact, I might put it above some of these Atari games. The cover art is fantastic. You know what? I'm feeling a little generous on this one. It did enthrall me for long enough. I feel like it deserves to be placed a little bit higher. I'll put it... I'm going to put it above Station Invasion. Cover art doesn't do it enough justice. It's a pretty phenomenal looking game. That's the thing, it was impressive graphically, especially for the time, but graphics clearly aren't everything. I think a lot of games at the time thought they were everything. But I gotta give it credit for being pretty damn cool and atmospheric. The style carries that game. Absolutely carries it. 100%. Okay, let me move these couple all together. We're so good, guys. The final four. The final four. So damn close. It's almost time. Bravo Air Race. This one was really cool. I dug this. This was a decent air racing game. Airplane racing game on the PS1. I would say it was above average. I'd probably give it a B, which means we need to do a little bit more demoting, but I had a lot of fun with this one. It was a great game to just throw on and play for a little while. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too complex. Only a handful of tracks that do get exceedingly harder as you go along, but nothing too crazy hard, which I liked. I'd probably put it... I might put it slightly above Land Before Time. Although I did quite enjoy Land Before Time. You know, I'll put it just behind Smuggler's Run. Toward the bottom of B. Really actually middle of the pack, but definitely a good one. If you're looking for racers on the PS1 that maybe are a little outside the box, there's no like items or pickups or anything crazy in the game. But if you just want like a cool, chill racer that won't take you too long to beat, you can't really go wrong with this one. Okay, what else do we demote here? That's the question. I'm thinking maybe Bishi Bocce Special. The more I think about it, the more kind of on the fence I am about it, to be honest. Might be a little harsh, but it's kind of what I'm feeling. Yeah, that's demote Bishi Bocce, because it did kind of feel like a WarioWare, but not done nearly as well. I know that sounds kind of harsh, but kind of what I was feeling on it. Decent fun, but I don't see myself returning to it. So I'm gonna pile it up here. I swear I'll fix these. Probably off stream. We're in the final three now. Okay. Some of you are probably waiting for this one. Arthur Ready to Race. This game will probably live on in infamy for my channel. I'm gonna say F. My incompetence doesn't make it F. It's called Arthur Ready to Race Analogous, and there are 2 races. No, there's 3 races. There's 3 races. 3 races total. And a bunch of dumbass minigames in between. Do we really give it a D? Tutorial or not, X for break is insanely counterintuitive. 100%. X for break is the most counterintuitive thing I've ever played in a video game. He's getting ready to race. There's 3 it looks like a kart racing game. Not only that, the races are actually, once you know what you're doing, they're still fucking boring. I can't get on board with D for this. I don't see how you can justify it. It's not even a race. It's a time trial. Right? When the 3 races, you don't actually race. They're time trials. Which is so lame. You're not racing against anyone. I think for that reason it should fail. personally. Let's be honest. We'll never play it again. Nobody here wants to play this after watching me playing it. Not even a race, a downhill soapbox sim. It's preparing for the race. The story tells us about it. Analogous, I'm sorry, I disagree. This is D tier all the way. That's not sugar, or... God damn it, you got me saying D now. This is F tier all the way, let's be honest. I can't defend this game. He's getting ready to race. That doesn't make it a good game. That doesn't make it a good... You hear ready to race, you think, I'm probably going to play a kart racer. That's not what we got. I'm giving it an F. There's no reason discussing this. It's a dumb fucking game anyway. One of my pillar arguments... Okay, this is not worth discussing. Come on. You can't say you watched it and thought, I want to play this game. You did not. That didn't happen. Nobody that watched me play this was like, yeah, that game looks worth trying. It's dumb. It doesn't deserve to exist. Doesn't deserve to exist. It'll be a high F, but it's still an F. It was at least memorable. I'll put it right below Bubsy. I'll put it right below Bubsy. That's where I'm going with it. You're buying it as we speak. You're gonna play it the once for an hour. Realize you wasted your money. I mean, we literally saw the entire game. I don't know what you're gonna gain from playing it. If I'm being honest. Okay, Aquaman. Get down here. Please speedrun it. Oh my god. Terrible game. I can't defend it. I'll admit, I was being incompetent. Sorry I thought to hold X during the race, like every other racing game on the planet. I don't think it's all that absurd. Okay. Fighter's Impact. I'm gonna give this a C. It was fine. It was pleasant. This was by Polygon Magic. They've done better fighters, though. They did Slap Happy Rhythm Busters. You see how high this is. This paled in comparison. Probably even gonna give it a low C, to be honest. It was fine. It just didn't do anything all that exciting. I'll put it right above Pepsi, man. That feels right. Okay, let me move this. We're on to the last game, guys. We're so close. So close. Yeah, also the accelerator, or the game not having accelerate, isn't the only reason that game wasn't good. The mini games scattered throughout were the most basic mini games I've played in a long time. They barely constituted a game. They really didn't. There was shit you could buy that literally had no effect on anything. I don't know. I think it was a dumb kid's game. It is a children's game, but they don't have to treat you like a dumbass. Make it a racing game. Alright, last game of the evening. Toy Story 2, PS2. This game, although unfortunately I lost my save file, we did get about 80% through this game. I think that's enough for me to rank it. I personally thought it was actually quite decent. I see why people do talk about this game in pretty high regard. I would probably give it a B based on what I played. I was starting to get a little fatigued. Even before I had the unfortunate incident happen, I was starting to get a little fatigued of the collectathon aspects of it. But I don't want to have that deter from my ranking too much, just because I realize I have an inherent bias against collectathon platformers a little bit. even the good ones, I tend to find myself kind of struggling to stay focused on. But this one, for the most part, I didn't have that problem with until probably 75% of the way through the game. And what was there and what I played was really quite solid overall. So I'll give it a B. Where within B, I'm thinking... honestly, maybe just above Toe Jam and Earl. I think that's a good spot for it. Toward the top of B, almost getting into B+ status. Really good overall. And we'll just gloss over the fact that my save file got deleted. Just forget that happened. We basically finished the game. We were very close. Oh, do I have to demote one more? I'll worry about it later. Anyways, there's our list, guys. We finally did it. It only took me... how long did I work on it tonight? Probably another... oh, Jesus. Probably almost another 3 hours. This took almost 9 hours to put together. I will clean this up once I get it on Discord. It's a little bit messy. Really, only the end of B and the start of C are the messy parts. Everything else is pretty much laid out. Just know Balls is going to be at the end of B. And these games will likely be... Ridge Racer is still a B tier game. But Bishi Boshi, Devilish, Kim Possible, Star Trek, those are going to go in C. The Titanic effort. Yeah, it was like 280 games. It was a lot to get through. Well, we did it. We finally did it. There you go. There's the list. Could argue Oscar Ready to Race is more of a game than Putt-Putt, but not by much. Putt-Putt is better overall because of style points. I would agree. I just think Arthur, for what it's trying to do, isn't even that fun. Like, I just did not find it to be that fun. It was so bland. It was one of the most bland things I've played in a long time. Despite it taking my issues with the game out of it. The issues I had. Well, there we go. There it is. It's 2:30 in the morning. I should go to bed. Chat had fun trolling me. Yeah, at least they got to do that. That's basically the only good thing to come out of it. It's at my expense. But hey, I played it, never have to play it again. Most memorable from each tier. I mean, I would probably argue the top one of each tier is probably pretty damn good. Pretty good summation of the tier. I mean, Cosmic Race for F is definitely super memorable. The thing is, a lot of the fail games are really memorable because they were so bad. Right? Like, I can pick out about half of these and have pretty vivid memories of them. D gets pretty wishy-washy. Again, Quarantine was so damn cool. I wish that was higher. With a better actual execution, it could have been a lot better. It could have been C or B even. Family Guy, to me, is probably the one that most people would look at and be like, man, that's D tier. Honestly deserves it. Don't bother. Never forget Rise of the Robots. Yeah, that was an experience in and of itself. Pepsi Man was unforgettable. I've done a YouTube edit of my playthrough of that, if you're curious. There are a couple pretty good, memorable ones. Even in C tier, even if it was kind of middle of the road. Creature Shock, I would say, was pretty memorable, because I spent so much time on it, and I wanted to like it. Anything in B? Rugrats was a surprise smash for me. I dug this one a lot. Again, if I was going purely based off my personal enjoyment, it would probably be even higher. There's some pretty good ones in B. There's a lot of good ones in B, actually. Am I going to do Alex Trebek like that? I like Jeopardy, and I like Alex Trebek. I just didn't like the video game. I thought it was a bad translation of it. Haunted House. Once you get into A, a lot of these are super memorable for me. Crazy Taxi, Godzilla Stuntman, Hot Pursuit, Underground. Stuff like Haunted House, King of Route 66. Outrun 2, Woody Woodpecker Racing. Like, A tier, there's a lot of memories here. And then S, of course. I mean, it's the tip of the top, right? Did I beat? Yes, I did fully complete Metal Gear. I would not have rated it had I not completed it. But there you go. The mid-year tier list is mostly done. I'll fix this off stream. I'll fix it off stream, but there you go. C, not nearly as stacked as I was thinking, but it kind of makes sense now that I think about it. Pretty decent spread. This actually worked out on the whole pretty well. But there we go. I will put this on Discord. I'll try and share it. I'll reformat it so it looks a little nicer too, and it's a little bit more legible. But there we go, 2:30 a.m. A whole year at this rate would have been pain. Because this alone took like 9 hours. So, but we did it. We did it. We got through it. We can say it's done. It's like 2 years in one. It pretty much was. It was double last year's. But that's going to do it for me tonight. Let's raid somebody. I know it's pretty darn late. I don't blame anybody for getting to bed here soon. I plan on doing the same myself. Let's see who's online. You guys can't see. Ha ha ha. Back of the box where Arthur explains the concept of the game. It's not a racing game. It's helping Arthur build a race car. But why couldn't we see a race? Why couldn't we see if he's building a race car? Why couldn't we do more than time trials? That's my question. I thought time trials were such a weak way to do it. Consider it banished. We got Dorian tonight. We got Mikey. We got Matt. We got Curb. Curb's playing Batman Begins on PS2. I might go with Curb. I'm going to raid Curb tonight. Let's see what Curb's doing. I like Curb quite a bit. He's a nice guy. Playing some Batman Begins on PS2. Can't go wrong with that. Let's see what he's doing real quick before I send you over there.
It's not even loaded. It's a pressurized cabin. Why would I load it in the cabin? It's the Katniss movie of the summer.
Yeah, lovely ads.
I got one. It's wildly entertaining. I'll get my coat. Chris Pratt is action hero perfection.
It says Batman Begins. I assume he just started. That's perfect, actually.
Watch now.
You guys can't quite see, but he's 4 minutes into stream, so this would be a good person to raid. Yeah, Curb's playing some jank Batman. I'm down. Let's just raid him. Take care, everybody. Thank you again for being here for so long. Thank you to all the raids tonight. There's a bunch of raids tonight. Almy, Sark, Papa, Steffer, Dio, everybody. Crazy. Thank you so much for making tonight awesome. Most nights are awesome, though, I would say. But tonight was extra awesome. I'm glad we got that list done. Anyways, raid and Curb. Good night. I may be back tomorrow. We'll see how wiped out I feel. I'll let you know on the Discord. If not, I'll definitely be back the day after. Anyways, good night. Have a good one. See y'all soon.